from the Texas line. I ain't got much, but I'm damn proud of this double wide off in the pines. I'll do whatever it takes, I'll go to my grave, protecting me and mine. So you better understand, if you step on my land, I'll leave you where you lie, let the wolves cry. I ain't got much, but I'm damn proud of this double wide off in the pines.
Morning, everybody. Damn, man, see, this is just a Friday. Yo, Frog, just chill out is all I'm going to tell you. Don't go insulting people in here. Appreciate you. So what's up, G-Mo, Nana, Grumpy, Dusty? I think I saw, what's up, C? Redneck Prepper. And C got it going on. Hell, he's up at the Nationals looking at all the cool cars. Can y'all hear me all right? I got a 5x5, I guess. So it's a remodel day. Hey, Miss Dusty. Cool deal. All right. Well, I don't know how much. I'll do a little talking so I can get kind of wound up. But so here's the deal. This right here, these 103, 105, 102 days, I'm going to cut a door in right here and put a screen door. We are adorable. We're adorable deplorables. And I would assume with Frog's comment that maybe only people that can't raise their intelligence level and that they can just come out with little quippy comments, those must be the really intelligent people. Yeah. What's up, Hillbilly Homesteader? How are you, sir? And there's BB chiming in. No, I just figured I'd give a place people could come and chat and hang out. And watch me cut a hole in the side of this thing. Now, I will say, so my plan is I'm going to cut a door in right here, put this plywood side on hinges, and then inside I'm going to have a screen. And right now I don't have the hinges. So, but I'm going to end up hinging that screen door so that way I could also use it to clean this side of the box for right now. For right now, I'm just going to get me a frame built in there and get me a screen so I can raise a door. I've just noticed that that's like a damn oven in there. So anyway, that's the plan. Yesterday, I just told her, and I said, you know, I've said it ever since I did it. I was going to put a door over it. I just keep putting it off. Hey, morning, Lady Smith. And then it's been so hot. And then I finally go, you know, I got to tell you, I walk out there one day and one of them's knocked out and they're gone up in that coop because it was too hot. I'm going to feel like total dog shit. Grumpy, get a 12-volt fan and a cheap solar system, put some air movement in it. Yeah, and I thought about that. It's just that, I don't know, you want me to just fast forward to the end? So I've got scrap lumber. I got some saw blades, but I ain't got much money on those solar panel stuff and any of that. So buying things, purchasing new things is not really an option. So I have to just make do and adapt with what I got. That's the affordable way. So you could also install them 3-inch circle vents. Yeah, well, and that's actually, yeah, super Dave. So because we've got winters, but then we've got, you know, our 102, 105 summers. Well, that was awesome in the winter. They were all nice and warm. And so, yeah, that's what I want to do is make it where there's this door is hinged and can close back up. So in the wintertime, it'll be just like that. And then that way they're cool. Hey, morning, Teresa. And by the way, morning, Super Dave. Grumpy Harbor Freight has on for around $100. I got you, sir. Would it shock you to know that I survive off of $900 a month, sir? It used to be a little bit more, but the insurance cost, but $900 a month. That's why I tread lightly sometimes. That's why I like that trip. That was a planned event, but that like had that. It's like, okay, this ain't happening. This ain't happening, because it's just that's what it is. Put BB up there. Tell you what, I can put the link up. I was gonna chill for just a few, you know, kind of got to get going, but then I'm just gonna start doing. Here, let me see. Man, this tablet's so funny. There you go. Here, Billy Grumpy. One of y'all want to come up? Hey, both of y'all. Dude, really? Yeah, I even left the door open last night because I got to thinking, damn, man, at night I shut that bottom door, so all they have is the two top vents. So all they get is whatever vent, a breeze that'll blow, it'll pick up. But No, I don't know. I wish I didn't have to even have them really in there. I wish I could just throw up a little fence and make it just walk around my own yard. But you get flipping ass humans with their cats and dogs and shit, and all of a sudden your yard's not your yard anymore because God, don't be mean. And it's like, what? Super day. 8 hours later. I know I need one of them SpongeBob type things. 4 hours later. 8 hours later. Look at there. There's the man with the plane. He's got all the answers because he's got Yoda in the background.
Hang on. I had the other window open. I was getting feedback.
Ah.
How you been, man?
Hey, sunny side up.
Yeah, you're on the right side of the grass, right?
That's it.
Oh man, still trying to recover. It's been a long month.
Hasn't it?
Yep. And it's got hot up here. We haven't turned the AC on yet. We've had heat indexes above 100, and we still running off of open windows and fans.
Dang, cool. No shit, ours ain't stopped.
Well, there was a point in time we were like that, but we discussed it this year, and we decided, number one, if you're on the AC in this house, dude, the electric bill is like $400 a month because it's so crappy. It's not insulated properly. The windows need to be sealed, and it's just one of those things.
Is it window units or central air? Is it window units or central?
It's got central air, but we bought a window unit to put in right over here because I'm sitting in the kitchen, and in the summertime when she cooks, man, it gets hot in here.
Right.
So the plan is this fall, hopefully my mouth to God's ears, all that stuff. I'm going to rebuild this deck out here, and I'm going to put an outdoor kitchen. So in the summertime, she can go out there and cook and doesn't have to cook inside the heat.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to start working on the Adobe oven too, here in the next week or two.
That's how we run our window units. But our bill don't get nowhere near like that. Matter of fact, I can tell you, if we crested something like that, we'd be sitting out here with a campfire in the ground. But ours isn't too bad. I don't know, just, it's the locale and stuff, and we're on the co-op. And it's Sam Houston Electric, so pretty much it's a pretty big co-op. It covers a lot of the piney woods up in here.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not too high. Ours is 211. I think is what it's set at, and that's during the summer months. In the winter months, it'll drop down, but we have locked in rates.
Well, and I've been doing things to this house since we moved in. Like I put the front porch on. It faces the west, so in the evening, that sun in the summertime, it used to get out of my face, cat. Dude, my cats have no boundaries, but the sun would beat down on this side of the house after about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it would just freaking temperatures straight off the top of the thermometer. So I got that porch on there, and that helped a lot because it shades the living room and the kitchen. And then I got the pantry done. I'm gonna kill you, cat. Seriously. I got the pantry done, and I ended up closing up that garage ceiling, so all that cold air and hot air is not flowing down into the house, and it's helped a lot too. And just little by little, we're getting the insulation taken care of and doing all that stuff. Eventually, maybe we'll be able to run an AC and have it function properly.
Oh, I didn't say anything about these things running properly. There's cracks all in the house. This thing, after the 2 hurricanes, this house went from here and it's been down. Yeah, I could take you just right now and just show you the line. You look at the alignment of the blocks and you go, holy shit.
Yep.
I used to laugh and point last year whenever I'd stay up at night, and I used to laugh going because I was on that far wall of the house, and I was like, one night I might be doing a stream when this one finally leans just enough on this corner, and you'll just watch me go. Ah.
We lived in an old farmhouse. Old farmhouse that was built in 1890. The original part of the farmhouse. It started out as a one-room farmhouse, and they just built on. You could tell what decade the addition was by the materials that they used. You know,
That's how the house is behind us. Them old
Yep.
men, I remember way back when we cleared this, he was 2 stages in, and then while we've been here for 40 years, he did 2 more stages. But yeah, he started out with a trailer, and then he built him a little shed, and
Yep.
then they would come, and then they started converted over into the shed, and he moved the trailer up, and they built another little room, and it just kind of grew towards the front.
Yeah, but you could put a tennis ball by the front door of that house, and it started out as a shotgun house where you could look down the house and see the back door, and this ball would roll all the way to the back door. That's how bad it was.
Somebody asked me the other day about inside, and I told them about the hallway. It used to be like a fun house because the house literally dipped during the last hurricane, and it went down about 8 inches in the corner, so you could literally go down that hall and feel the pull. And I kind of got it, I won't say level, but it's within ballpark, so it's up within, at least it's just feeling like the outside yard.
You know, I've got this new standard of building around here. You know, you used to be the chickens don't care if it's square, right? That's how close it had to be.
Right.
As I've gotten better, because I've had to do a lot here, the new standard is the monkey bar standard, and that's the bar that's set that it doesn't look like a monkey did the job, right?
Right.
So we try to beat the monkey bar standard with construction stuff now.
There you go.
And it's working. You know,
that's the biggest headache with this one is trying to do anything. It's like you're either all in or you better not, because the foundation, once it's not square and it's not level, everything you do is just, well, you know, you can make it work, but then if you change one thing, you know, then all of a sudden nothing's going to be right. And that's why
Tag taught me that whenever I was building that cabin a couple of years ago. You know, if you're a quarter inch off at the base, by the time you get to the second story, you're almost 1.5 feet off, and you can't build on something like that.
Yep. And that's why I say there's some things you can kind of tweak, and if you kind of if it was just like a window in just one corner, I could go, okay, I'll do the window.
Mm.
And then if we ever get this leveled, I can always loosen that window up and then reset it after it's leveled. But it's not. It's the whole damn house, and it's walls. It's the door jams. So we got gaps and shit everywhere. And so it's like, damn, I can't start on nothing. I can't really, if I do it. Plus, I'm not really, my brain moves faster than my spine can anymore. So.
Well, that's the problem with the back of the house, you know, because it's a freestanding metal building, and it's a 1/8 inch steel, and there's no load bearing walls on the inside of it. It's everything back there is just nothing structural, because I could rip out everything and the building would stand perfectly fine without anything inside it. And so the joists in back are water damaged and termite eaten. In fact, the old living room, you walk through it, and if you put too much weight on it, you can hear the joist crack. So I got one more bedroom to do, and then I've got the second kitchen and the living room and it's going to be a mudroom pantry type. Once I get that bedroom done, I have to take out all the joists on that part of the house and replace everything. So that's going to be fun.
Dang.
Super Dave says the new monkeys have lower standards.
Right.
So who was it? I think Gma. Where was it? I'm scrolling back up. Gma Nana said, "Did y'all hear about time blindness? If you can't get to work on time, you suffer from time blindness."
That's
around here. We call that running on Indian time.
Did you hear about the deployment yesterday?
Of what? Of which one?
Reserves.
Okay, that was the select members of the reserves and the IRR.
Yeah,
that's what that was, and that happens anytime there's a anytime there's something going on, even during the election and stuff, back whenever, you remember when they were having the protests and they deployed all the troops, they even did that then, you know, and I'm not saying it's not important, but it's not out of the ordinary. It could seriously be a precursor to something bad happening. You know,
well, that's the way I view it. I just kind of, I put it on the table, so it's like you're aware of it, and then you just have to wait for the next, which direction are you fixing to push that in, and then I can, because it's kind of like, yeah, there's a reason why you just did that. Plus, you just had dipshit meeting over here. You just poked with the whole NATO conversation. So I don't know. What's your intentions, fine sir?
Lady Smith asked if it's trainers, med clerics per se, you know, anything like that. Basically, at this point, I'm going to say it's going to be logistics people. They're going to start laying the groundwork for if anything does happen. They want to
send them people cluster bombs and they use that shit. You might as well. That's a given. You've just sparked. You're done insulting. You pretty much have provoked something.
Yeah. Well, and here's the deal. And first, let me backtrack. And I was going to say, I still got contacts in the National Guard, and I was going to contact a couple of them because they're in a unit that is responsible for it's a MET, but they're responsible for they're responsible for controlling the space behind the battlefront, and so it's all logistics and supply and stuff like that. So they're in that group that if they get mobilized, they'll be some of the first people to get mobilized. You know, so I was going to call them and see if they had heard anything going on with them. But and then the other thing is, you know, here's the deal: the military it has a bad rap for good reasons now, seriously. But if you compare it to the rest of the world, our military is still unbeatable if allowed to run like it's supposed to run. You know,
let me ask you something.
Okay.
Because I can agree with that, but then in like a realistic side, I can also see the other, because then I go, well, yeah, if you just look at the battlefield, you go, shit, no, dude, we're rock solid. We got righteous people and everything, but dude, the upper is totally polluted. So, you can have the bucket full of the most solid nails ever, but if a dumbass is using a piece of wood to hammer it in all of a sudden, then it ain't as good. We
will be defeated. If we go to war, we will be defeated because of the political will and the will of the people. It won't be because the military doesn't do its job. If the military suffers defeats, it's going to be because of the political people at the top of the military. Because once you get past the field grade officers, above colonel, even when you get to colonel and major, once you're past about company level, politics starts creeping more in. And all those generals that you see, those guys are politicians.
Dude, that's the sea of metal. That's all visual shit.
And when I was still working for the DOD, the people used everybody getting out over the last 2 or 3 years as scaremongering about people leaving the military, and it's there's a basis of truth in that, but the realistic answer to why everybody got out in 2020 wasn't because of the wokeness per se. It was because they all joined right after 9/11, and they were coming up on their 20-year retirement. I mean, you figure everybody that joined in 2001 became eligible for retirement in 2021. So they got out. Now, with that said, I spoke to a lot of guys because, they'll let you go past 20 years if you want to. And almost to a person, they said, I'm getting out because of the decision to get out was made because they didn't want to continue in the Army because of what was going on and what they saw the future holding. But I'm telling you right now that the United States military by itself is still far above. They make a big deal about the Chinese carriers. They've got 3 quote unquote super carriers.
Snap together models.
Well, it's not that. It's not necessarily that. Yes, that's partly true. But the big thing is they don't have a culture. They don't have a culture of waging warfare like that. The United States Navy has been waging warfare like that since the 1920s. And they learned to do it on a global scale in World War II. And you realize a Navy carrier group by itself, just one Navy carrier group, is the 4th most powerful Air Force in the world. And we've got 13 of them. Or we've got 13 carriers. I think we've only got 8 carrier groups now, because they take turns. Some of them are always in port getting fixed and everything, doing.
Because there's a constant rotation.
And even with all the wokeness, you can't. A lot of those guys are professionals, and they do their job. Well,
see, it's that way with everything, Grumpy. It's like when you look at, it's always the upper echelon that screws everything up.
Mm-hmm.
Your boots on the ground, because it's, in all honesty, it's like probably most of the actual boots on the ground, just like, look, I decided to join the FBI. See, they're probably righteous, and they probably try to do the right thing. It's all that shit that trickles from up there, and then the directive that gets put. And that would only scare me with the military, is it's not that it's like a carrier group. Okay, got badass carrier group, but if nobody ever deploys that carrier group close to where it needs to be, well, then there you go. And that's the shit that bothers me, is that, what do they call that, like geopolitical kind of game shit?
Or they don't unleash it. That's even worse. Worse than not sending it out is sending it out and not using it.
Yep.
And here's an interesting fact. This is what a lot of people don't know this, and you hear this in the news all the time. They talk about how big China's Navy is, and they've got 3 times as many ships as our Navy does. Total tonnage in ships, we are almost twice as big in total tonnage than the Chinese Navy, and only about 10% of their ships can operate past the littoral waters, which is, it's either 250 or 400 nautical miles. It's that brown water up next to the coast.
I think it's right at 250, because I was out at 220. I was at 215, 220. Yeah, one of the things, and I think it's right there, because you can see international waters, and you go, oh yeah.
But they can't operate that, and they made a big deal. You remember when they sent those 4 ships out by Hawaii? 2 of those ships were supply ships, and the other 2 were small. They were somewhere between a destroyer and a frigate. They weren't very big ships, and it was everything they could do to send the ships out there. And had that been wartime, those ships would have been they would have been reefs about 10 minutes after they left port.
Well, yeah, because I think, isn't it too, when they list off their naval boat, it's pretty much, if you go throw a gun on a fishing boat, they call that part of their Navy all of a sudden, where we at least break shit down and go, okay, no, our shrimp boats, just because the damn, Louisiana got a gun on the boat, isn't a part of our Navy. So they always make it. But see, there's one thing though that here lately, because I will say some of them have been hammering away. God dang, you'd think they'd pay him or something through feed. It's like when he talks, crow. But damn, I just lost my train of thought. Thanks, BB.
Well, and here's something else to think about too. Our Air Force, our Air Force can shoot down satellites with planes. They've got planes that can shoot down satellites. And the Russians did that. I'm going to say about 5 years ago they did that, but it was a one-off thing. We've been practicing doing that since I was in the military. We've had F-15s that could shoot down satellites, low orbit satellites. Our air defense system, we're the only country in the world that can project air defense across an entire theater at every level.
Well, that we know of. Grumpy, see, that's the part I've been starting to think about because, like, in these, that's what I was going to say a while ago, and I lost my train of thought, was here lately in some of these hearings, like they had the FTC, I think it was the FTC lady, and they had somebody else in some hearings, and they were pushing because, and I didn't realize, I knew it was a scam with China and this whole developing thing, but I didn't realize just how hardcore of a scam it is until I'm listening to them describe it in these hearings. And it's like, so wait a minute, this is like the perfect scam, dude. They've been sitting there going, hey, we're just still developing. Meanwhile, the rest of the world, you're getting your electronic components from them. They're literally reverse engineering literally everything you have them make. They're reverse engineering it, so they have duplicates right there. You ship your shit over going, here, I want you to make this for me. They go, sure thing, we'll make that for 50 cents. And it goes over here into the scanner. You got all of them breaking it apart. Next thing you know, while yours got printed out, they now have a full-blown model of it over here that can replicate any if they want. That's the shit that bothers me. It's we know what we know. What bothers me is what we don't know.
Well, and yes, I agree. But the thing, you need to start listening to Peter Zeihan, Zeihan. He's a geopolitical guy, and he's a little left leaning on some topics. I don't completely agree with him on everything, but he looks at demographics and economics, and he's got his last book was the end of the world as we know it, surviving the end of globalism. But he talks about all this stuff, and the thing about China and the chips, right? They don't have the capability to make the high end chips that put stuff into space. You know, the United States, Taiwan, and somebody else are the people that make these high end chips. China is great at making the low end chips that go into all the toys and the cheap electronics. They do a really good job of that. They don't have the manufacturing capability to make those high end chips. That's why all their stuff, their militaries. You know what Wish is, right? Where you can order cheap stuff. Their military for the most part. Now, don't get me wrong; it's still dangerous and it can mess you up, right? But their military is a Wish military. You know, go look at all their stuff. It's cheap knockoffs of Soviet stuff and it's cheap knockoffs of American Western stuff.
All right, let me just throw an idea out there, just food for thought.
Okay.
So, part of Taiwan, like, doesn't mind being part of China. So there's parts of Taiwan no different than over there in Ukraine, Donbass and them. They want to be part of Russia. And it's like, no, you need to stay with Ukraine. Well, there's actually part of Taiwan that's like, hey, man, if they want to come over, I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah.
You know, so you take some of that and you go, okay, well, how much, like, we've used that going, no, Taiwan is separate, but is it really? You know, everything around them comes in and out and it's all controlled by them. Half of their people are like, yeah, we're totally cool with them. So is it really a separate thing like we see things? And then I sit here and I look at the things that we did. I'm sorry, looking over Iraq with some little old centrifuge motors and shit. And we said, hey, you know what? If we can get this little bit of code in, guess what it'll do to that little sensor up there? All of a sudden, that little sensor is going to wind that motor up and shit'll burn up and then it'll shut it down. What? Yeah, we just got to get this flash drive into there. Got it, boss. Bam. Next thing you know, oh my God, look, the centrifuge is wearing up, the motor's burning up. What the hell? Well, then you just look at your house and go, oh, well, I don't know. Where did that semiconductor come from? Where did that resistor come from? Where did that stuff? And you go, well, yeah, what is really on the back end of this? Because, you know, those people have hated everybody forever. You know, like Japan kicked their ass. And then they finally got out from underneath that thing and they're like, yeah, look, poor us. But, you know, you kind of start wondering about somebody with a grudge.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you as a fact, I can't divulge where it came from, but I know people that know people. Let's just put it that way. And they are privy to information that your average people don't get, right? And I can tell you right now that the United States government knows for a fact that in all our major electrical systems, the Chinese have built backdoors in. And that's, you know, that's a rumor that's been something that the Patriot communities talked about for a long time. I can tell you for a fact that it's true. And there's a huge movement going on that we don't hear about with the U.S. government trying to plug all these holes and stuff. Remember Huawei? Whenever Trump said Huawei, that was the beginning of the United States government saying, "Hey, this is bad." You know, and even and I don't know.
That's the TikTok.
Yeah.
TikTok was part of that because people are just, they forget because Trump got attached to it, and of course then you got the Trump hatred. But the initial start of TikTok was the fact that the minute you install that app, it collects all your data, text message, phone numbers, recorded stuff, pictures, everything, and it starts going back to the main servers.
Ooh, and I guess from what I'm reading, what I'm hearing, that Temu mobile app, you know, Temu's the new rage. They spent a ton of money at the Super Bowl and all that stuff. From my understanding, that's even worse than TikTok as far as collecting information goes. In fact, it's so bad that China or India, I think it was India, banned it from any being deployed in their country.
Oh, I can see it. See, anybody, it's because it's like once the 2020, and I won't say the complete name because I still don't know if that particular whole phrase is a trigger. It was, but you know, the little Jackass movie. Well, people saw the Jackass movie, but they associated that to the election. And I said this before, even showed just a tad bit of footage just to kind of highlight it. I think what saved me in the old days is they're not going to sit here and go through 12 hours of shit. So I slip shit in the midways, and but when you look at that Jackass movie, you go, oh yeah. Okay, well, hold on. That little snip of data that you're getting shown, that geo data, that was purchased by a private group of people for that purpose. So when you know that principle, then you go, but wait a minute then. What about everything else then? And it's like, there you go. There's like right now, the time's being monitored, you know, everything is just because it's, once this did, that's the one thing I got to say. I told her, I sit sometimes and I get so mad because at myself, I never saw that really kind of coming. And I remember when we did the digital shit and it was all about going from analog, and we all saw it like an upgrade because all of a sudden you don't have all this freaking ass snow. You don't have all this noise over here.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, all your communication stuff, the video, audio, it clears up, and you're going, yeah, man, digital. Let's get this. Can we? When are we going to start turning that system over? Okay, now with Nico, and then now I'm looking, going, I don't know, man. Let's go back to analog. I'll slap a TV. Let's get a little fuzz in the picture.
I gotta go to work here in a little bit. I don't want to be too time blind, but Amy Roberts made a comment, and I want to respond. Not necessarily respond. I just want to say something about it. So she said the government can't even find out whose blow was in the White House right now, though. And then she laughy face. Yeah, okay, I understand that was a joke, but one thing everybody needs to understand: they know exactly whose that was.
Oh.
When don't kid yourself and don't buy in that whole thing that they're so inept. No, they know exactly whose that was. They're lying to us, just like they lied to us about that Titan sub sinking. The United States government knew about 10 seconds after it happened that it happened, and they lied to us for 3 days because they wanted it in the news cycle because it covered up stuff that was going on that looked bad.
Well, that whole plea deal shit.
Right. So don't make no mistakes about it. These things that we think they're inept at, they're not. It's not that they're inept. It's that they don't care and they're lying to us.
No, and I will say, though, there's actually a little hint to me. There's a little bit of a hint of encouragement that somebody around all that gives a shit because there was a decision made because, you know, that's all Secret Service domain. So somewhere along the way, somebody said, well, I don't know. Let's just get the DC to test this and see what it is. Click. Hey, can you come over and test this? Oh, it's what? And list out on standard frequency shit. And it's like, yeah, I wonder if they didn't intentionally want that to kind of.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I can tell you this. I can tell from working and living in Washington, D.C. for 2 years. and it may have changed, but back in the day, because I was in DC whenever Vince Foster thing happened, right? You know, so it used to be that investigations went to the Capitol Police to die. That's where anything important that they wanted to not get an answer about went to the Capitol Police. You know,
in the White House, or
any place in Washington D.C.
Oh wow!
Any investigation that they don't want to answer to, they used to send to the Capitol Police. You know,
that's the fall guy.
Well, I don't know I don't know if they were purposely inept or if they're politically driven or or what. But yeah, it was just you could always tell whenever they wanted to cover something up because the Capitol Police got involved.
Well, now I will say that according to some representatives and then Christopher Wray even backed it up. Whenever they had him during that hearing, apparently Secret Service is leading this whole investigation into that.
Well, and that's something. How do I say this without getting in trouble?
Another smoke and mirror.
Guys in the Secret Service, there's a echelon in the Secret Service that's extremely political. But from my experience, and I've known quite a few Secret Service guys and worked with them, they are very patriotic, and it's all about the position. They're protecting the position, not the person. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, totally. That's why I love my country. I despise my administration.
Right.
Well, it's kind of like I despise Biden, but I don't want to throw the presidency title away. Right. We need a president. We don't need that one.
And people need to remember too, the Secret Service just isn't the political protection, the personal protection group side of it. It's also it's part of the Treasury Department, so they do counterfeiting and financial crimes and stuff like that. And I just from my personal opinion, the Secret Service guys that I've known were pretty stand-up guys. Now we did have then candidate Bill Clinton came on board our aircraft carrier for a political stop when he was running for president the first time, and the Secret Service showed up and they wanted the ship to take away our guns, because I was on security forces. So our guards I carried a 45 and all my guards carried shotguns and 45s. And then we had a radio reaction group that had M16s that sat down there waiting to be called if something happened down in the berthing area.
Did they actually allow them to disarm you guys?
No. To the captain's credit, he said, "You are not taking my guys' guns away." And we heard about this, and it really kind of pissed us off. So while they were there, we spent all day screwing with the Secret Service dudes because we knew all the back ways. We knew how to get from point A to point B on the ship by like 5 or 6 different routes, and there's absolutely no way they could have done it. So we spent all day popping up behind them and just doing our jobs. But we knew where they were because we had walkie-talkies and we were on a different frequency than they were.
You knew what was up, so you could create the hassle and still let them do what they needed to do, but just make it harder.
Exactly. They were not really happy with us by the end of the day.
That's actually a hell of an example for me of what I see. That's what happened to Trump. He went in, but there was that whole layer that's like, wait, what? And it's like, oh, sure, we can look like we're doing this, but we really are screwing your shit all up.
Yep, absolutely. Well, I need to get the dogs in and get my stuff ready for lunch or for going to work. We're having a luncheon today. Dirty Water hot dogs is the main course, which is cool. I like that, but it's kind of strange.
Dirty Water hot dogs.
You guys see this before I go? Does that look familiar? It's backwards, but
fucking dare you. I'll put the full screen that way everybody can make sure they get it. Is that there over on Ghost?
Yep, that's one of Ghost Designs.
There you guys go. And if one of the mods wants to put ghostdesigns.shop in the thing.
We got our Never Alone shirts from him, and we're having him make some other ones. And then we're gonna do we got a special shirt that we're making for Midwest Preparedness Festival. There's only going to be like 5 of them made, but they're going to be fun. We're going to have fun with those shirts.
Hell yeah.
I
Yeah,
can't.
next month I'm gonna try to order a couple more from Ghost. All my shit's on a monthly basis nowadays.
I'm there with you, man. We're finally 2 years in, and all the construction and everything is we're finally getting running through all the money we made selling the other house.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I'll tell anybody that my only saving grace is that this is all paid for.
Amen. Amen. That's it.
That's if this wasn't paid for, that I don't know, man. I just all I can say is shit would be really sucking hard. So I remind myself that when I think it's bad right now, that it could be a whole lot worse.
We're living basically the same. We don't travel as much as we used to, but we don't have time. And when we do travel, it's going to festivals and taking the vendor tent and stuff. But we paid for this house. We took a 60% pay cut, and we're basically living the same lifestyle. I can't buy as much ammo and guns as I used to, but this is going to be sacrilege, and somebody's going to call me out on it. At this point, I really don't need any more pews or freedom seats. I mean, you can always you can always need more, but at this point, my heart's not going to stop if I can't buy any. You know what I mean?
Well, it's a better investment if you already reached a certain point. Then you divert that and start going into the food and the other stuff that's a necessity.
Yep.
No point in having a whole shitload of this with nothing to actually use it for. So
yeah,
you can't eat metal.
I don't train nearly as much as I used to, but I don't have time to train as much as I used to.
That's probably the biggest thing.
Yep. All right. Well, the dogs are barking at the goats and sheep right now. So you guys take care, everybody. Like we always say at the end of our videos, go live life done free. Take care, y'all.
Make your day a good one, brother.
You too.
Keep your head on a swivel.
And how do I get out of here?
Hit either leave studio if you got that, or you can just close the browser itself. Well, you're backstage. That added you backstage here. I'll do it for you. I'm slowly getting more where it's not such a big deal. At first, I was so hard to go, man. It's hard to
I got it. I see it. I see it. I'm out.
All right, later, brother. There he goes. So, hey, what's up? And I'm sorry, everybody, I've missed. I hadn't said morning to you. We was just talking. What's up? Random. Let's see. Random. Eric. Tiger. We got G-Mo, Lady Smith, Sherry Leach, Yard Dog. Dude, y'all ought to check out Yard Dog's videos. He does some cool little videos, I got to say. What's up, Amy? Mr. Kevin. Make sure I'm just going to scroll up a little bit. Jerry Lee. G-Mo Nana, Southern Fried Pepper. Oh, no, let's see. Scrolling up. Well, I don't want to go too far, then I'll just get behind even more. So everybody that's here, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever it's working for you. For those coming in, just hang out and chill. I guess there's some mods. Aren't there some mods? Oh, I feel like mortal shit, Jen. Random, but let's see. Okay, that's what I was thinking. There we go. Cool. Okay. Okay. There we go. Oh, you got it, Yard Dog. Okay, so since more people here, so I'm going to cut a hole in the door over here, a rectangle, put hinges on it so that this side opens and closes. And then I'm going to build a frame inside to put a screen door inside. So then during these 103 days, like yesterday, I've got to do it. That way they've got air kind of that can flow through between the front door and then that side. And eventually I'm going to build a screen door for the other side. So then during the summer down here in Texas, I can just open up the big doors and have the screens locked. So, and Billy, the best life, he actually told me way back when I was building it, going, you ought to put a door over there. And I was like, but I should. I should have done it then. And I don't know. I need to just tend to it. And so I figured, well, everybody's been with me while I built it. I guess while I modify it, you might as well, y'all can just hang out, chat, and if anybody wants to come up, all you gotta do is let me know. You can come up and I can post the link. And hey, what's up, Hillside? So I'll probably just start Pandora was my plan, and I was just gonna start doing shit. Try to getting it done because I think Backwoods, I don't know what time he was gonna go live. Hopefully it won't be until later in the afternoon, but wasn't trying to step on nobody. Rescue have Backwoods installing. Right. Well, that's what Grumpy was like, put a fan and get a little solar panel, 12-volt system. But it's like I just told him, if I don't have it right here, then it's just, that just adds. I mean, everything I do is off of a monthly thing. So, hell, I don't even mail some shit out like I'd like to, because it's all about the Benjamins, baby. Sherry says, where do you live? Do you give the chickens ice water? No, ma'am. I live in Texas, Southeast Texas, in the Piney Woods. And I don't give them ice water. I just give them fresh water every morning, cool. I let it run until it comes cool. It's well water. Hell, I think she might have bought a bag of ice and had it in the freezer. We don't even make ice. I don't even, because I don't even use ice cubes. Just like the water I drink, I don't drink water out of a refrigerator. I just drink room temperature water. Every now and then I have an ice cold cup of tea. And nowadays that almost makes me sick to my stomach at first. And once that cold hits, I gotta wait and adjust. It's kind of weird. Life's weird. But yeah. Alrighty. Like I say, just anybody wants to come up, you can just let me know. But yeah. What's up, asshole? Look, he comes staring at me. You see him up there staring at me? Throwing that one eye at me. Woo. BB the Isher is finding that bird interesting, yeah. Oh, and he's so irate, man. I go to walking up, he's stumping and he's fluffing, and the minute I reach and get that rasp on that thing, he starts working to the back, and it's like, you're not a badass. In that heat, I'd be bathing, and that's why I'll free some. I want to grow some watermelons, and then that's what I want to grow them for, is to give them to them. Amy, you hitting into what it is? Oh yeah, Amy. Yesterday was 102, 103. The other day, I think we were up to about 107, 100. For some reason, I want to say one day must have been like a 109 or something. I don't know. I can't remember. But yeah. But I mean, it is what it is. All right. Oh, damn. Rescue getting two 1938 GE Transformers. Going to make nice table bases. Oh, cool. They're already drained and cleaned and everything, Eric? That'll be badass. Scat pack. That will be very cool, Eric. Okay. Yeah. It don't happen till you do it. That's what they say. No, clean, but not drained. Oh, they'll be heavy. Kids get all their fun in the morning time. Come on, David. There you go. I have a connection at the power company. Oh, cool. There you go, Eric. Hell yeah, buddy. That's what's up. All right. Right, Scat. Scat says, I hope we all do it. Well, yeah, well, then I can't put it up today, but like if you know how it goes, Eric, if you mail it to me, if you email it to me, I'll put the pictures up. Uh, maybe I can either do it at the end of this one or I'll do it. I'll do it other ones. Sherry says she only goes outside when the smoke from the fires are not too bad. Are they close to you, Sherry, or is it just the smoke that's close to you? Definitely be safe with you. Fire ain't no joke. All right. All right. I'm fixing the. Okay. Well, did I make Eric a mod? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, okay. Here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna move them today too. They've been working that grass pretty good. Sherry says we have 38 active fires in our region. Closest is 4 hours away. Oh, you're in Ontario. Ooh, damn, Sherry. Looky there. If y'all want to, take a minute and look at that picture that Eric put up. That's the transformer. I can't look at it through StreamYard, Eric, so I'll have to wait for go back on the replay.
What day is it? I'm at my local Winn-Dixie, feeling kind of risky, cause I forgot my surgical mask. And it seems the count is with me, cause man, I'm Mississippi. I
Can y'all hear that? Can y'all hear that? Hey, what's up, Pete? We're about to get hammered. Oh, you got a storm coming in here, Billy? Okay, cool, Jen. Thanks. All right. We got back. Just got back from the gym. We got to send the dogs to pee. Oh, I'm sorry. And there's your dog in the back. What's up, buddy?
What's up? Here at work, walking the yard, looking for something to do.
Hell yeah. Oh, look, there's Hillbilly.
My goodness.
So what's up, buddy? You got bad weather coming in here, Billy?
Yard dog.
What's up?
Oh shit, freezing up. Hello, can you hear me? Can you see me?
Well, you see your thumb over the camera.
There we go. Yeah. What's going on, guys? Good morning.
What's up, buddy? Still sunny side up?
Yeah, barely this morning.
Right.
Yeah, shit, dude. We got some fucking serious weather coming in right now.
I think what y'all are getting, we're supposed to get tomorrow, I think.
I just checked the radar right before I popped up on here, and there was nothing, and then all of a sudden, just it spread like a wet cotton ball or something, and just the radar is fucking red and yellow and purple. Hell yeah, let's get it.
Our weather people can't get it right. It's supposed to rain today, and now they're saying tomorrow, and who knows?
Well, I was supposed to head out this morning and go offload like 250 bales of hay, but he's coming from upstate New York, and he canceled the trip because of the rain.
Oh, damn. Is it supposed to last like all day?
It's supposed to be like this for the majority of the day. Just random pop up heavy thunderstorms.
Oh damn. We sunny. We clear skies. Clear blue skies.
I see that. It looks nice. And I bet you it's hot as fuck though.
Look at that shit, boy. Just pretty blue.
Yeah, it is. Shit. Take you out, show you what I'm dealing with out here.
No, don't get water in your phone.
It's not. It's not raining yet, but there ain't a blue sky or sunshine to be found around here. Fucking garden needed it though. I can tell you that.
Yeah, hey, Billy, that video of that truck, them guys just left our yard before they done that. And that was
really?
Yes, that was a 90-degree turn. That they had no business even being on that road.
Damn.
Yeah, that's what you were saying. There was like all kinds of signs, right? No 18-wheelers.
Yes.
Well, they didn't teach them that at the school. They didn't
right,
care.
isn't
All
that
they
like
wanted to do is pay that money, and they got their certificate.
Western
right.
Express,
I mean, you would think that's on the punch list of like qualifications to drive a truck like that. Literacy.
It used to be.
If you have a pulse, they will put you behind the seat. Western Express is a second chance company. If you screw up a whole bunch, they don't care. They'll hire you. Same thing with Swift.
Oh
yeah, Swift. Yeah.
Way back in my day, it was you always avoided JB Hunts, and you always avoided the pumpkin patch, the Schneider trucks, because back then those two dumbasses.
Yeah.
I keep hearing JB Hunt, but as long as I've been in this, JB Hunt's always been good as far as here.
Oh yeah, no, down here, it's got the same type of drivers down here. That's why they always got associated that way. And then, of course, that was before Swift came on. Swift, I guess, came on and said, shit, man, hold my beer, watch this. And they proceeded to produce way more. I don't know. Because you can always see something stupid from a Swift driver. It's almost like that's a hiring requirement now. Can you drive stupid?
Right.
All right, good.
Yeah, right. Can you drive stupid?
Greta says, where are you? Well, Miss Greta, I am in Southeast Texas. Hillbilly is in Connecticut. And Yard Dog, where are you at? Yard Dog?
Georgia.
That's it.
I like
Greta,
beaches.
The guy talking about storms. So that's Hillbilly, and that's up in Connecticut.
Yeah, I'm in Connecticut.
Mama Red.
East Coast. Oh, man.
Yeah,
the motivation level is not too high today with this weather.
Hey, mine wasn't either. This is something I told her last night when I come out here, got the last of the eggs, and I said, man, I reached in and got them eggs, and I said, hell, you'd have thought they just came out of their ass just that moment. I said, them things are so warm, and I said, man, inside that thing felt so warm. So I said, I just need to put an opening so that big old box just doesn't become like a heat box. So I said, well, because I know it'll probably sound all sissified and shit, and I really don't care. But if I came out here one morning and opened that door and one of them were dead from just like the heat and laid in there and died, dude, I'd feel like mortal shit. Knowing that I sat here and boxed these damn chickens up and basically put my shit to the side and ended up killing one, that just would make me feel really bad. So I said, I don't really feel like it. I feel like shit. So that the only way I can encourage myself to do this is if I go start a stream, then I have to go through with this because then I've already said it to the fucking world. So you're either going to be a hypocrite and back out, or you just got to get it done. So
let the world hold you accountable.
Once you tell the internet, you've sealed your fate. That's it.
That's it. You kind of push yourself in that corner so you can't come up with no more excuses.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you don't have to get, and it doesn't sound like you plan on it, but you don't have to get like all bougie with it. You know what I mean? Like, keep it simple, stupid. Just as long as you got air flowing through there, that circulation of air, that's all you need, man. Those chickens, you know what I mean? As long as they got water, and you're not keeping them in a roasting box. You know what I mean? They'll be fine, dude.
See, that's the way that feels right now, because the only ventilation to that box, when I shut that door at night, because I was going from the mindset of, I don't want any predator to get in at night or nothing. So I want them to be secure. Well, by doing that, that wiring at the very top, go up a little bit. So that little screening right there on each side is really the only ventilation that damn box has at night once I shut the front door.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, man, 103, 106 degrees out here all day long. And it's like, yeah, no, I need to put a screen door here. And I'm going to put the outside part on hinges so that then that way, like in the winter, I can still shut it and then it'll be a solid in winter. But during the summer, I can fold this one up and latch it, and then it'll have a screen door. Next month, I'm going to buy the hinges, and then I'm going to make the screen even a door so that then I can open up both, and that way I can even clean part of the coop from this side. I'm going to end up building a screen door on my entry door over there the same way. I just got to wait till next month or next week, actually. Possibly next week, because I get my check this month is next week. Might have to wait till next week.
Like I was saying, now you got that screen up on the top, so circulation. So even if, like I was saying, them little vents, they're only 3-inch circle vents. You can get them in metal or plastic. They're a couple bucks a piece. And you drill them in, put them on the bottom, so you got that air coming in and coming out the top.
Uh-oh, we lost your dog.
They use them a lot for vinyl soffits. Soffit vents. Just an idea, you know what I mean?
Eric just put in central air. Hey, if I could afford the solar panel things, I'd do that. I'd do little solar panels on top, and then I'd put a little fan so it could pull some air.
Yeah,
this is some hot
put a little fan little fan right inside the wall.
I hit the wrong button. My bad. I can't see chat or anything either. I'm not ignoring nobody. I just can't see.
Yeah, StreamYard's changed that too. Like before, guests could never comment to chat, but you can now.
I'm on my phone, and that's what I was trying to do, see if I could hit the chat to see the chat, but I can't. I hit something. I don't know what the hell I hit.
Yeah, I got a chat option button here on the bottom, but I'm afraid if I hit it,
don't hit it.
I'm afraid of what's going to happen. I'll be gone.
Oh, so when you actually clicked on the chat button, it took you out.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Huh.
Some days where chickens are dropping dead in Arizona due to heat. See, that's all I worry about down here, man. Because and it's not a chicken thing. It's like that's like why people down here get pissed off when you have your dog out here and chained up out in the open sun at 106 and there's no water. People get pissed off about that shit. You put your horse out there and there's no water because shit dies around here all the time during the summer.
As they should. I mean, you wouldn't want to be tied up in a parking lot with no sun, no shade, right? You do it to the fucking dog, I'll do it to you.
I don't agree with none of that shit.
We've had that a couple times here where you got people running the store, they leave their dog in the car with the fucking windows up or it's cracked that much. Yeah. Man, I'll tell you what, if I ever see that firsthand in a parking lot, I'm going to smash the fuck out of your window.
Yep.
Man, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if
we rescued, or my wife rescued a cat and a dog the other day off her property. Woman was going to there wasn't nothing wrong with the dog, and just up in age, and she was just going to have it put down because she didn't want it anymore.
That's fucked up, man. Yeah.
Hey, Amy. And he said, break time. Oh, hey, guys, the Missouri meetup part 2.
The people that get pets and don't realize that that's a lifetime commitment, man. It's like Dude, my animals are like my kids. I would never, oh, I'm tired of feeding you. I'm just going to put you down. I'm just going to give you away,
Yeah. And it's an expensive little dog back in the day.
Hey, Monique, there's the little maple leaf.
I had to put my pit bull down in 2019. She was about 15 years old. She was blind. She could barely walk. It's what was best for her. Man, that's the hardest fucking decision I've had to make as a 41-year-old.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I've shot hundreds of deer. I've shot coyote. I've murdered plenty of animals that needed to die. But to make that decision of taking my best friend's life like that, man, it still bothers me.
Hey, so who loves you,
our
baby?
boxer died in October, and God, it was worse than losing a human. I didn't think I was ever gonna get over it. It just, I don't know. You're not expecting it, and it just, I don't know. It was hard.
Yep.
Dusty Country Road said some lady in Texas just baked a loaf of bread in her mailbox with a red brick around it.
Hey, I found an egg on top of one of these trailers the other day.
I saw that.
I seen that. Did you eat it?
No, hell no.
Damn. Oh,
shit, I done left my nicotine in the house. Son of them.
Well, that might be a good thing for you.
You don't know me that well, do you, sir?
He wouldn't be on chat very long if he didn't have nicotine. I know how that goes.
If I don't have nicotine, caffeine, or THC.
I feel you. I feel you on all of it.
Right. Not necessarily all three at the same time, but 2 out of 3 usually.
I can kind of relate because, I mean, I do my little vape for my nicotine kicks, but definitely the other two. The world needs the other two just to get revolving.
Right. Definitely. Picked up my my Oakley Farm business cards the other day.
You did what now?
I'll show y'all.
Oh, yeah.
Business cards for my business.
Hold on, going full screen. Bam, bam. There it is.
My info is already on ghostdesigns.com, so it's .shop, so it's not no OPSEC. Yeah, man.
Hell yeah.
Local. It was a local business.
Hey, Milkmaid.
Milkmaid. What up, girl?
Southern Fried.
Hang on one second, y'all.
Hey, girl.
I'm on a live stream.
We'll go up top. I'll show you the new vegetable stand I've been working on.
Look. Oh, your dog was talking to somebody and said, I'm on live stream. Apparently, he said, he must have said them out. Oh, and he goes, hey, say it.
Well, I didn't want to screw him up and not tell him what was going on.
Yeah.
He said, you doing OnlyFans?
It was another yard dog that I used to work with out here. And I was trying to get him to move the trailer so I could work on it.
Check out this bad boy I did.
Oh, hell yeah. Look at that.
The only thing I had to buy was, actually, I didn't buy anything. I had the roof panels, the lumber I got for free. I did it out of pallets, mostly.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, I got the light pole right there that's got power to it. So I'm going to bring a mini fridge out. And, oh, yeah, it's coming. Going to put a mini fridge in there to keep the eggs in and whatever. I'm going to try to work with some of the other local little farms around town. Maybe get them to put some of their products in here too.
Hell yeah, bro. That's rock solid, dude. Let's see. Oh, hey, what's up, Yankee? All right, Pete. I'll tell you what. I'll throw the link.
Good morning.
And Monique said, so now is Hillbilly going to be like American Psycho with the watermark on his business cards?
Maybe.
Milkmaid said, how'd you get Yard Dog up there? Well, I put the link in, and he said click, and
What's
the computer
up,
did the
Milkmaid?
rest.
Yeah, he's one of those that actually contributes, to the stream. Actually pops up and, hangs out.
Oh, wow.
That's right. I'm talking
Sophie,
to you. That's right,
I never
Milkmaid.
thought about that. Sophie did it. Well, she said when she was down in Southern Cal, she did like little mud baths for her chickens and shit.
Hell yeah, that's
Water
a
and
good idea.
Okay, yeah.
Hell yeah. Make sure
Yeah, this place where we make stoves here, stoves and microwaves. They're part of GE. They've really slowed down a lot.
Everybody said that they like that Hillbilly, that they look great.
What's that? Oh, my little stand?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, here we go. We got Pete coming up. Corky's fight referee. What's up, Pete? We got a black screen, but
can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got a new laptop from work, and it's doing all sorts of cool stuff. So bear with me just a second here.
Damn, I'm moving up. I'm on a live stream with Roman Prepper.
Hey, man, I'm feeling like, wow. I got all three of y'all up here. It's like, damn. I feel like celebrity status now.
Right?
Shit, I ain't nobody.
For
You're
real,
Hillbilly Homesteader.
the engineer is absolutely confused as to why my voice goes through and I have no video. This is so bad. Hang on, I'm going to try. I have an extra camera.
Did you authorize the camera?
Yeah, but it's a new PC, so I don't know if like the IT guys did something.
Well,
magic.
yeah, but that's
there's
just
my logo.
it. I'm wondering if, like, when you came up, you should have had to authenticate your audio and video.
I
wonder if the IT, you're not allowed.
Access denied.
No video for you.
It's like, be gone. Y'all, you hear
No,
me?
for you,
Andrew Wiener incidents happening, so no video for you.
I'm telling you.
We got soup Nazis, we got camera Nazis.
I'm telling you. They either that, well, I try to be nice to the IT guys. I used to be
one of the only ones that ever did.
Oh, for real. I used to be one in a hospital back when they were going from the old orange screen computers. You remember those damn things?
Yeah.
To Windows. And man, I had these old doctors would be like, "You're a Gestapo," is an old Jewish doctor. And I was laughing. I'm like, man, I'm the only Puerto Rican SS I've ever met. That doesn't make sense. Because I needed a password. He'd get angry at me.
Shit.
Can
you
hear the thunder?
No.
In the background or no? No.
I can't, but then, I'm outside.
Don't be bringing your gloomy, rainy-ass day, trying to ruin our sunny day, Hillbilly.
They'll be trying to rain on our parade.
Yeah.
That was a good one, too. I'm surprised you didn't pick it up through the earpiece. That was a pretty good clap. Shit, I tell you, it was about, 2:30, 3 o'clock this morning. I sleep on the couch, and it woke me up. We had a front that came through this morning, and it lit the whole sky, lit the whole house up. Came down, I don't know, we must have got 2 inches of rain in like 20 minutes. It was something else.
Damn.
Wow.
And we're just starting. Well, I don't know if you guys catch any of the news that happens out my way, but we caught that flooding from up in Vermont because the Connecticut River runs, north to south straight through Connecticut. And there was a couple of spots in like Middle Haddam where the water was coming through so fast with so much debris that it busted up docks, ripped the docks right off their piers with boats attached to it, and they were floating down the river.
They're gone.
Crazy,
That sounds like a hurricane.
right?
Ooh-wee.
Nope, just flooding in July.
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of pop-up showers late afternoons, and then they'll be down hellacious storms. It won't last 20 minutes, but it dumps the hell out of rain, thunder, and lightning like crazy.
Yeah.
Almost like Florida. After it rains like that, it turns off humid and real hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in my part of Texas, we were at 114 yesterday on my truck, 111 on my watch.
Man.
Yeah, I think we were at 103.
Oh no, it's ugly hot here. Like we got guys out doing, you got solar panel folks out, the linemen out on the lines, the power lines, you got the oil and gas guys. And if folks ain't careful, man, you will drop out quick. Like you'll have a dude on the ground and then you have to drag him away. So our safety guys been busy.
Yeah, I bet.
Monique said yesterday she had a tornado touch down not far from her. Ooh-wee.
When I was doing power line clearance, we would have stand down meetings daily, every morning on those hot days. I mean, and our heat is different than your heat, but still, when we'd get those 90, 100-degree days and humidity, we'd have to have a stand down, and they'd go over hydration and heat stroke and all the signs and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. And you got to do buddy checks too.
Yeah,
Later,
buddy checks.
I'm going to leave you three gentlemen to talk for a minute. I got to go around to the other side and work my way where I can lean over and I can try to reach, and I'm going to punch a guide hole right here so I know where to start. So I'm
You
listening.
won't do it. Yeah, the buddy system's important when you're working like that. We used to swap out. You'd have, because we were cutting sometimes under the big high lines. It's just wide open. There's no shade. And you got to wear chaps and all the PPE. We'd swap out. One guy would go cut for half an hour, 45 minutes, while the other one stayed in the shade. And you guys would swap out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and especially you're up on a drilling rig, you're surrounded by metal, or you're up on a line where you're exposed to the sun, there's no shade. You make a mistake, someone's getting hurt.
Yep. Hurt or dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had an older fella here that drives out here. He had to go home pretty early. He got pretty hot in one of them trucks.
Now, this will probably sound like a stupid question, right? But only the unasked questions are stupid. Do you have people in Texas, right, that don't have air-conditioned vehicles?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there are a lot of, the company vehicles are maintained, but, people's personal vehicles will, I've seen guys driving around windows down, and not because they have the dogs in the back. You're pretty sure they just don't have an AC working. Right. That's got to be dangerous.
Oh, it's definitely got to suck. I mean, it sucks here. I have two vehicles that don't have air conditioning, and I couldn't imagine it being 115 rolling with no AC.
A lot of times, if it's not too terribly hot, I prefer the windows to be rolled down over the air conditioner.
Well, I'm supposed to start a graduate program this September, and I'm looking for my tuition. The company is going to cover it, which is neat. And I can't find my login. I'm locked. I hadn't even started class. I'm locked out already. I got to get the camera. The corgis are having an absolute brawl right under me.
Oh, man. Well, shit, I thought it was going to dump on us, but it sounded like it was just a bunch of barking. Little driblets of rain. That's all we got.
It's holding back till it gets here in Georgia.
Well, from the looks of the radar, it was moving up towards Massachusetts and Vermont, New Hampshire. It was moving south to north. But like I said, it just came out of nowhere. Very unstable environment.
Yeah, I seen this morning where Chicago had got some tornado or a tornado. Oh damn! That's the day after tomorrow shit.
How you making out over there, Rescue? Oh, he's got his tactical level. He is composing a line. Some badass gloves he's got on there. I like those, Rescue.
Look at that rooster's having a blast.
All right, don't inch it on yourself now. I did that the other day, and I was cutting roof panels for that little vegetable stand. I needed 28 inches. 28 inches. I had cut like 6 panels already at 28 inches. I get through cutting all the panels, and I go up there and I start installing them, and I put this one up, and I'm like, what the hell? This one ain't right. 27.
Oh, Lord.
Damn it. That was like a $13 mistake.
And just think, if you'd have been telling her the truth all these years, you wouldn't have missed that inch.
All right.
God.
Even from 12 feet away, you can talk shit.
Man, I'm going to have to do some research and see if they have a mobile camera that we can mount on rescues that when he's working, it can follow him.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I mean, I'm sure there's a wireless one that he could probably mount to the chair.
Yeah, like a Bluetooth or something.
Yeah.
A what?
No, get you a Bluetooth.
Oh, I hit the wrong button again, yard dog.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, he's no mas.
There you go. I think I got to get out on the quad today. Go out back, see what's going on. We've gotten a lot of rain lately, so I think there's a lot of mud to play in.
I was going to say, you just want to go play in the mud.
Yes, I do. I got invited to go to Maine the beginning of next month on a quad trip. Not sure if I'm going to be able to go or not, but
Oh, hey, Rescue, there's 2 gun shows, by the way. There's one in Dallas and one in Lubbock in the next couple of weekends, but I don't remember which comes first.
Oh.
So if you're looking to go and look at new toys or see what goodies are on the market.
Right on.
I plugged in my spare camera and it still won't.
Did you hear about Austin, Pete?
oh, we lost him.
Oh, yep. Well, he's back there. Hold on. Wow, that's weird. It's like he's there, but let me see if I can click him to add him back to stream.
Ah, there I am.
Yeah, okay, there he is. There he is.
Hey, man, I tell you, YouTube's doing the weirdest stuff lately.
Yep, there's changes coming.
Yeah. They've been sending me all kinds of emails on like how to like Like they want me to start the membership program and and to do like all these different things on my videos and like try to make money with ads and shit. I'm like, no. First of all, I'm not monetized, nor am I anywhere near being monetized. Second of all, like, no, I don't want to play in your monetary sandbox. No, thank you.
Dude, that's the one thing that keeps me from doing it. It's like, I don't know. Even if making them 30%, it's just like, no.
Right. It's like working for the government.
I mean, I pay for a subscription. So, I mean, but I paid for that for over a decade because of just no ads, listening to the music. So just starting to do this was just an after effect, but I've actually had a subscription
the
since the
YouTube
beginning.
subscription. Yeah. I pay for that too. So I didn't even really do it for the ads, to be honest. I did it so I could still listen and close my phone.
Oh, yeah.
So my phone didn't have to be open. I was going through my battery life like crazy.
Yeah.
But
my problem's fixing to be is my battery.
Yeah.
Oh, now StreamYard is a battery hog. That video shit on StreamYard will pull it down.
Yeah. My phone's been plugged in the whole time, and my battery life hasn't moved. It stayed at 71% the whole time. It's like just holding it right there.
Well, it's probably the firmware is probably designed to, when you plugged it in, it kicked over from that battery and it's actually just running off of that outlet. You would disconnect it, it'll start pulling from the battery.
Yeah.
Just depends on how they write that. Some of them will charge your battery up, trickle charge it as you're using it. Some just maintain it. Could be your adapter too. Your block might not be. You might have like a 1 amp, need a 1.5 or a 2 amp.
Right, gotcha.
This tablet's that way. When I started, I was at 97%, and then I went ahead when I was going to start, I plugged it up so it wouldn't die out. Now it's already topped out at 100. I just leave it plugged in.
If y'all notice, the last couple of live streams I did, I was driving and then the phone just dropped. The battery makes the phone hot, and then there's like 110-degree sun coming through that windshield.
Yeah.
And the phone lasts about 10 minutes, and I get the little overheat symbol that says your phone is overheated, and then
it just shuts right down.
I'm gonna put that rooster on speaker. I want to see what the corgis are gonna do because they're all like arguing in my room right now.
No, Rescue, that's what you're on right now is a tablet, not a laptop.
Yeah, it's a Samsung Galaxy tablet, little 10-inch tablet.
Oh no shit, because your picture is clear as hell.
Yeah, and I got you on the front side that way I see chat, and it's some mornings when I'm showing you all the chickens, I put it on the back camera, but I got it and a kind of Jimmy rig thing here. I can't exactly. Well, I don't know. I guess I could guess to myself in and with my phone, but so riding a bike I used to ride. So there's an X grip thing to hold your phone that you could clamp on your handlebars. Well, I don't ride no more, but I had one and it had broke one of the things. So what I did is I glued it so it was stationary, and then I've actually clamped that onto this little tripod head up here, and so then I can just sit there and I'll tilt that how I want the tablet. I don't, but I will say if I don't make sure and center that third leg in the middle of this tablet, all of a sudden it'll be like woo, and it falls over because since that thing's holding it out there, it's the weight of that tablet's out there.
Yeah. Nice. And that's the camera from the tablet?
Yeah.
No shit. Yeah, that comes in pretty good, man.
Now, when I'm in my house and you see the flag and shit behind me, that's just my PC with one of those little Logitech cameras.
Yeah.
I'm going to mark lines while y'all are shooting the shit. I might can spark him to get him to crow again, Pete.
Oh, no, that's fine. The potatoes got tired of fighting, and they're all passed out in the back here. You would swear I had wolves in my office right now. In their minds, that's what they are, just with short legs.
Damn. Huh.
Your dog, where are you, in a county park or on the property?
On the property, I'm in the yard.
That's so nice out there. We got like mesquite trees with thorns and damn cacti.
Damn.
And javelinas. And those are ornery little shits. Rescue can speak to that. They get mad and they come running after you. Nasty little things.
What is it?
It's basically a cousin of the peccary, but it looks like a little warthog. They run about 100 pounds, 150 pounds. And they're not smart, but they're very bad-tempered. Usually you can spook them, but when they get mad, they'll come running 5 or 6 of them at once and just run right through you.
Damn.
Yeah, I'll have to send a picture. So one of these oil hands found one under a pumping truck, and he took a video of it. He grabbed this little piglet. It was probably the size of a fat puppy, and that thing was mad. And he put the little piglet in the grass, and it come running back and charged at that man. I mean, that's all 20-pound little thing, but he was mad. They're just mean.
Tear you up. Are they considered a nuisance animal there? Like, are you allowed to take them out?
You can in certain seasons. They're kind of a bit protected because they are native. The feral hogs are bad here, though.
Yeah,
those are,
I've heard that.
Those are domestics that went loose, and those things go to 300 pounds and get tusks out here. I don't know what the hell they eat, but sometimes
they eat anything and everything.
Well, you hit them with an AR, and sometimes they don't go down. Like, you got to hit them with a 308 at times or a shotgun.
Yeah, we actually have feral wild hogs here.
That's the one they shoot out of choppers, out of helicopters and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. They just leave them there dead.
There's a guy out here. He does helicopter hunts. He's a Marine Corps pilot who does that now. And I'm trying to get the bosses to bring some clients. Let me bring some clients and do a hog hunt with our customers and whatnot.
Oh yeah,
if I'm not mistaken, I think the Luttrells actually have a ranch down there, and that's what they're one of the things they do on their ranch is that helicopter hunt.
Mm-hmm.
They've got one of those little birds that they fly around, and they'll take vets out, help them with PTSD, stuff like that.
Well, the guys I'd probably be shooting with all did tours, so I spoke to the pilot. He said you have to use his rifles because they're modified to drop the brass down and forward. Because when they first did it, the ARs and the AKs will send brass up, typically up and away, and it was hitting the rotor blade. So they're like, no, we can't do that. So he's got a little. He modified the receivers on his ARs to kick that brass forward and away. I wouldn't have even thought of that.
Huh.
Yeah, right. To think that they eject that high up to affect the rotor blade. That's impressive. There was a show a while back on, I don't know, Discovery or something, that there was the family. They did hog hunting. That was a while back.
Hey, prepping artist, I'm sorry I didn't see you when you came in, but make it a good day.
Yeah, here comes some rain finally.
What the hell's he doing?
If it's anybody I've missed, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever it's working for you.
Bye, Sophia. All right, gentlemen. Well, I'm going to skedaddle.
Sophia.
I'm going to have to do whatever outdoor crap I have to do while it's still 80 degrees because it'll probably be 104 by lunch.
Yeah.
Yep. All righty, Pete. Well, hell, glad you came up, brother.
Yeah, I'll try and fix this camera. It's a new computer. I've had it 4 days, so I'll figure it out here in a few hours, I'm sure.
Yep.
You're a dog, Hillbilly. It was a pleasure, Rescue. Thank you for having me, man.
Stay cool.
Roman.
You're always welcome. All right, brother. Make it a good day.
All right. You too. Stay blessed, guys.
Have a good one. How you making out over there, Rescue?
Yeah, I got my starter holes and take my sawzall and go start cutting. The only thing is, once I cut that hole, I gotta stay on top of it because I guarantee you, one of them little heathen shits. The minute there's an opening, she'll be like, "What you doing then?"
Mm-hmm. And once one is interested, they're all interested.
That's what makes him so jealous. Because Louise is my girl. If I open that door, dude, that chicken would follow me around.
Is that your 12-inch DeWalt Sawzall blade with 72 carbide teeth?
I still watch that show. It still comes on. You talking about Two Time?
Tim the Tool Man Taylor.
Yeah.
Back when men were men.
Exactly. I think I done some jail time back in the day.
I know, man.
Tim Allen did?
Yeah. I think it was drugs.
Yeah, he liked the nose candy.
So what?
He likes the nose candy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's friends with Hunter. Oh, yeah. Here she comes, boys.
Oh, dang. Tiger be smoking a brisket. Hell yeah.
What time we're going to be ready? I'll be there.
Got some barbecue last night, and it wasn't worth a shit.
Come on, how you gonna have bad barbecue in Georgia?
I don't know. He needs to leave the damn barbecue to somebody else because he sucks. Dry as hell. I don't know. It just wasn't worth the damn what we paid for it. Hell, $30 for a rib plate.
Remember says I'd rather be streaming than pretending to work right now. Well, you got the link, brother. You're always come up anytime. And anybody that wants to come up, if I'm busy, just if somebody want to get one of them to holler or call me, and I can.
Well, we can't see the chat, so we're not much help.
I don't know. That's weird. Well,
we're on cell phone, so
I thought. Well, on my phone, I thought it takes and what it does. I thought it puts the video like in the back end and puts the chat then over the top, so you can't see both. It's like one or the other.
One time the one time only I done the live, I could see it when I had done the live myself. I could see the chat, but anytime I've ever joined one, I can't never see it.
Wow, that's weird. Yeah, because they on the PC, I know. On the PC side, they just added the feature where now, because it was a TT1 and me were talking about that. It's now when you're a guest, you can actually join chat and then you can actually sit there and type and communicate, where before you couldn't do that. You had to be on YouTube side to be able to do that.
Hell, I don't know about all that damn tech shit. I do good just to get it up on my phone.
Same here.
It comes to a laptop or something trying to do all this YouTube stuff, I'm screwed.
Georgia has the yellow sauce, pale imitation of proper barbecue sauce. I'll eat it there.
That's one of the reasons why I buy older vehicles, because they're not full of electronics and sensors and fucking everything else, man. I can trace the wire harness on a 1990.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, man, that shit back in the day, that shit was just easy. You could just trace and follow anything. You know, whatever was wrong, it was so easy. Now it's like, oh no. Which of these 10 sensors is it?
Damn college degree to work on any damn thing.
Right.
Hey, and they're gonna make it worse because you know that then what is that, OBDI or that port that you have under your dash? So you can do your little handheld diagnostic on shit. Yeah, they're taking that port away. They're going to be using it in dealerships wirelessly. They'll just communicate wireless to the thing. And it's like, see, this is one of those little shyster ways to cut out the shade tree guide
It's
so you
on
don't
that
work on your own
side.
shit.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah, absolutely. But
Still ain't
that's
cut
one
that
of those
hole yet?
things. You
Nope,
know,
not yet, bro.
there's so many older vehicles on the road that, you know what I mean? Like, it would take so long for them to phase all that out for it to really affect. You know, probably wouldn't see it in my lifetime.
Right. Hey, later, milkmaid. Stay hydrated and make it a good day, man.
Bye, milkmaid.
All right.
Well, shit, man. I got stuff to do in this fucking rain,
Start swimming.
right? Maybe I'll go and work on my boat.
Yeah, I'm trying to set me up a trailer to work on now. I've got the driver moving.
Pretty much all I have to do today is write up an invoice for some work I did last week, so I can get paid for that. That's all I really got. I got to go look at a job at 5 o'clock, but
Nobody says, would there be an aftermarket way to put a diagnostic for it back in? See, no, not if they. I mean, well, you know, they probably will be at first because their initial thing will be to just take the port out. So then what somebody will probably do will be to go and pull the schematic, and then they'll design a little spliced in type thing that you would do. And so then you'd go into your
yeah,
harness and key tap into it and then bring it out and mount it. But I guarantee you what they'll end up doing to cut that off will be
There was a hole right over
any alterations in the firmware. Like, I know this is going to sound funny, but on the gaming side of things, that's actually what a lot of things are looking for when they're doing their anti-cheat stuff. They monitor the memory flow on your motherboard, and so they can detect if the data went into the memory, if it's the same coming out, or did a program just change it. And so just depends on how far they want to push it because it's their firmware on that shit. That's what it comes down to.
right.
They could actually even code it to where if it detects any intrusion that it actually locks up and locks down, and you know.
Wouldn't that be some shit, right? You try to fucking work on your own vehicle and it locks you out.
Yep. You go up into
Wouldn't that be some
AutoZone and
shit?
say, I need this, and you break the wrong shit, so it detected an intrusion, all of a sudden now your car is bad.
Right.
That's some shit there. That's, man.
But when you look at their actions overall, it's like, look at what happened with Amazon and that dude with the delivery, and you go, well, wait, nobody really said shit about that. So then would it really be too hard to conceive them shutting your car off?
Right.
Oh,
Well, I mean,
that's
they
the
can
whole
do that
ESG
shit.
purpose.
They can do that shit now with that OnStar program.
Yeah.
You know, they can fucking remotely unlock your car. You think they can't remotely turn your car off?
And just think
You know
about
what I
all
mean?
the hackers that can do the same shit.
Yep. Yeah, if they can hack into your Wi-Fi and hack your fucking security camera, they can hack your car.
Yeah.
These
If you ever want to
motherfuckers are
look
smart.
up, you want to look up some funny stuff just to see how vulnerable all this wireless shit is. Look up what a flipper is. It's just
A
like the
fluffer?
dolphin, like the show Flipper. Search for
Oh,
flippers.
flipper.
It's a little box, and you can actually buy it off of Wish, Alibaba, a lot of the back end ones. I used to could get it off of Amazon, but I don't think you can anymore now. But dude, you can do so much shit with this little thing. This little box, you can fuck around with red lights. You can fuck around with gas station price signs. You can fuck around with
Oh yeah,
people's
yeah,
cars,
yeah.
and that's why it's called a flipper. It literally, you can sit there and go through a menu of whatever device you want to fuck with.
Yep, I've seen that. Stoplights.
That's why I've never
Billboard
been a
signs.
fan of this wireless technology. It's like, yeah, there you go.
Yep. Somebody sent me a video. I forgot. Go ahead.
That's something I've always wanted to see is some people start fucking with the damn stoplights and shit. How much chaos that would fucking cause.
Well, I've heard rumors. I don't know if it's true. Don't some like first responders have something like that where they're able to make the light turn red in the opposite
Metropolitan
direction?
cities. Yeah, a lot of trucks in metropolitan big cities.
Yep.
They can get it's a trigger button, and when they hit it, it'll hit the lights to red on the oncomings and give them greens.
Yep.
Oh hell.
Somebody sent me a video, and I forgot who it was, but it was how they were able to figure out your location of a video using fucking Google Earth and Google Search. They
Yeah,
pick out.
every time you take a picture with your phone, it's got your geo data that's back stamped into that whatever data that leaves your phone.
Well, yes, but I'm saying, like, right, you could take somebody's video of being out in public and find, you can pause it, find a street sign or find a real estate sign. You're finding certain things in that video, and you can literally pinpoint their fucking location within like 2 miles.
Oh yeah,
that shit is crazy. Well, fuck, we heard about it at the meetup. Was that Backwoods telling us that some couple was like live streaming, and they got somebody fucking found out where they were, tracked down their location, and fucking murdered them.
Oh fuck.
Oh well, that happened.
Yeah.
That happened.
I think that was in Arkansas, but I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, that's happened in other platforms. The whole TikTok thing, Instagrams. You know what they do is they get these little well, they become still a social media thing, and they forget some conversations they have, and next thing you know, they're wanting to tell you that they're going down to this harbor and they're going to be on this boat. And, I mean, it's kind of like, it reminds me of the beginning of the Facebook days when the older people started getting into Facebook, and next thing you know, you started seeing all these little status things. I mean, I'm taking a shit. I'm going to eat. I'm taking a shower. I'm going down to the restaurant.
Fucking
we're going on vacation for the next 30 days.
Yep.
You know, I mean,
well, they'd go back and their home was empty.
While they're panning around like this or something in their house with all their devices going, yeah, we're going to be going to Switzerland for 30 days. Be sure and get a good surveillance of all the vehicles and toys.
Yep.
YouTube is the first social media thing I've ever done. I've never had Facebook, MySpace, none of that shit. This is the first social media platform I've ever done or been on.
Dude, the only reason I ever got a Facebook was when I had my computer shop. Customers would talk about that, farm life and cafe world. And so, and it's like, motherfuckers were worried about their little crops dying off in a fucking game. And it's like, but yet you go down here to the store, I wonder how many of them people now are going, oh no, what are we going to do? I don't know. You should have been harvesting your crops on the digital platform. Oh yeah, they'd get pissed, man. I got to go collect the eggs. Oh no, I'm supposed to be cooking this stuff in my thing and it's not starting up. I don't know what's wrong. And they'd be like, what the hell is this shit they're talking about? So I went and signed up with Facebook, and I'm like, oh my God.
I'm not even going to lie. When my sister, I got a little sister that's 7 years younger than me. She's the one that told me about Facebook. Fuck, I was like, I don't know, mid-20s maybe. She told me about Facebook, and I was like, what? What is this? You can find people? I did it to find girls. You know what I mean? Like, I hooked up with girls that I went to high school and shit with. You know what I mean? Like, oh, hey, what's up? Da-da-da. Facebook, this is cool. Hey, let's meet for a drink.
Later, Miss Sherry, make it a great day, man.
It was like a dating app for years.
It still is, I think.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. Like a few years ago when my ex and I broke up, it was when this like Facebook dating aspect of Facebook started up. I went on a few dates through that. Oh, man. I got to be some kind of productive today, I reckon.
Yeah, I know. I've debating on if I want to climb up this ladder and patch this hole or not.
We started getting cucumbers this week, and then
hell yeah,
whew, dude, I shit you not. I grew English cucumbers this year, which I've never grown before, and dude, this fucking thing had to have been 18 inches long and had, I don't know, 2 inches around. It was a fucking monster. Whew.
Hey, have you heard from Elusive? He ain't
Yeah, I
been caught
think
up in none of that. He hasn't
last
been hit
week
up
or
by them
so?
storms or nothing, huh?
I don't know. I hit him up. I sent the fucking all the boys a message. Well, except Yard Dog because I don't have his number. But you, Backwoods, Hutch, Elusive. Forgot who else I hit up. Milkmaid. You know what I mean? Just like the check in, and he responded back.
Okay.
But I haven't spoken to him recently. You haven't seen him in the chat?
No, I saw him. What was that? Last week, he had stopped in the one morning. But see, then I know that up there's had all them storms and all that shit.
Hillbilly, if I get time, I'll email you my phone number. Same for you, Rescue.
Alrighty, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, roger that. I had AJ hit me up a couple weeks back.
Oh, not necessarily time, if I can freaking remember it.
I hear you. Man. I tried mowing the lawn last night, but I have one of those lawn tractors where the tires don't like to stay inflated. So I get one pass around the yard, and then I got to stop and fill up the tire again.
I thought there was lawnmowers, not lawn tractors.
Are you?
Huh?
What'd you say?
I thought they were lawn tractors.
I said lawn tractors. I thought there was lawnmowers.
Lawnmowers, lawn tractor, yeah. I don't know. North, south, tomato, tomato. What do you want to fight about it, huh?
Yeah, swim your way on down to Georgia.
Right? It probably only cost me like $800 in fuel.
Right.
No, probably not that much, but
it's kind of ironic too, because you can shoot up pretty good ways on pretty much just a mild hill, kind of straight. But once you start getting into that, like right there around in the Georgia and that Arkansas, Missouri, everything from there up just starts going up and down, and that fuel gauge just goes.
Yep. That 350, man, that thing sucks up fuel like fucking crazy. But I'm telling you, that truck will pull a house off a foundation.
What's up, Backwoods? Kiss off, morning, ma'am.
Backwoods.
Good
morning, sunshine. It's about time you got up.
There you go, Backwoods.
Shit, I don't know if I have enough medicine to get through the day. Fuck.
Oh.
I texted my guy last night. I said, hey, can you do a drop? Usually he'll leave it out for me, and I'll just swing by at some point during the day and pick it up. So he fucking forgot.
No,
so I'm SOL. I'm SOL till like 6 o'clock tonight. Man, I'll smoke some roaches.
Yeah, that's oh, fuck, I'm out.
Roaches. Ew.
Shit, that's the best kind, man.
Hell yeah. You get double fucked up.
Yes.
I tell you, if you can keep that son of a bitch lit, you're fine.
Exactly. That's something to be gummed up, gumming out the eye, have that shit all over your lips.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I've kissed the wife a couple times after that. She's like, what's that on your fucking mouth?
I was cleaning one of my pipes the other day, and I got it all over one of my shirts, the brown THC shit. And
man.
And it's this looks like a doo-doo stain down there.
It probably still fucking smells, too.
Yeah.
What's up, Backwoods?
Peace to you, brother. I was flipping off Yard Dog over there.
Oh, what's up?
What's up, brother? Hillbilly, what's happening?
This fucking guy right here. This fucking guy.
I ain't gonna lie. I just got up here about 20 minutes ago.
No, wait. You just woke up?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? That's like 9 o'clock your time, bro. Would you stay up all night drinking?
It's pouring down rain, man.
The fuck does that mean? The world stops turning because it's raining?
How can you lay down that long?
I mow grass.
You don't feel like all stove up laying down that long?
No. Well, I mean, I didn't actually go to sleep till about 2 o'clock this morning.
All right. Well, there it is. There's the real reason. They just say that. You know what I mean?
I couldn't sleep, man. I went to bed at like, it was like 10:30 or 11, something like that. I laid there till 2 o'clock, man. I couldn't sleep, just tossing and turning. And just
I hear you. If
sleep.
it ever starts raining and I can hear it, oh yeah, you ain't getting me out of bed.
But yeah, this morning, yeah, I woke up. I think it was 5, something like 5:40, 40 something. I kind of looked at my phone, you know, it was 5:40 or something like that. Man, it was pouring down rain, thundering and lightning and shit, and I was like, grabbed them covers, boy. I snuggled up. I was like, fuck it.
I snuggled up with the puppy dog instead of bed.
I did. My little beagle was up there with me, and we snuggled up and said, fuck it, we sleeping. What's up, Kiss Off?
My lab jumped on the couch this morning when he heard the thunder. Daddy.
Well, hell, it just, pouring down rain, man. It's kind of hard to cut grass. And we have that kind of sandy, type soil here. And, you try to put 1,000-pound mower on that shit. And man, you just leave a bunch of ruts,
Fuck. Man,
you got fleas?
I'm starting to have an allergic reaction to your fucking excuses and bullshit. Fuck.
You just got fleas, bro. That's all there is.
Oh shit.
See, you shouldn't have cut corners. You should.
Teach you to try to talk shit to me.
Hey.
What's up? What was you saying? Shouldn't have tried to cut corners.
Yeah, I'll just tell you, you shouldn't have cut corners. You should have paid that other lady the extra money, and then you wouldn't end up with shit Ajax don't wash off. It's okay. Yard dog got it.
Oh, he's talking to me?
I did.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it. I got it.
I missed it.
He's talking to you.
You lost me.
And it's okay, brother. You're from Connecticut. We know.
They're burnouts.
Come on, man. Come on. You know what? You're goddamn right. I'm from Connecticut. I am from Connecticut. One of the first states to sign the Declaration of Independence. Thank you very much.
And
so what happened?
And one of the first ones to turn.
I don't know.
Are you trying to stand up and take responsibility for the clusterfuck we're in right now? Is that what you're doing?
Right.
You're still a Yankee in my book.
I am still a Yankee. You're right.
Oh.
Hey, but you are our Yankee, so it's all good.
Yeah, you're the one of the good ones.
Should change your name
to
Yankee.
I will take that proudly, sir.
Should change your name to Yankabilly Homesteader.
Yankabilly.
No, hell, like I said, man, there's guys that'll get out there and cut as soon as it quits raining, man. But man, it leaves them mud marks, when you run over grass, it's wet, you get mud tire marks and it ruts the properties and shit.
Not to mention, I wonder what their maintenance is on their mowers with all that moist mud and grass shit and all that corners.
Oh,
it's
man,
counterproductive.
It'll eat your blades up, man. It'll dull the shit out of them quick, and then you start tearing the grass, and it looks like shit, man. And I won't do it. I'll work tomorrow before I'll go over there and do that to them people's property,
Yep.
Because the weekend for me, the weekend for me, it's not really much of a weekend. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because I don't have. I work Monday through Friday. What's up, Hutch? Hillbilly.
Yeah, when you work for yourself, what the fuck is he saying?
Yeah.
home of Bernie Sanders and hillbilly Transtetter.
This motherfucker comes out of the woodwork for been hiding away for weeks and comes out right out of the gate on my ass. Good job, sir. I miss you, buddy. I miss you.
I think the link's still up in there.
Hold on. Well, that's an interesting topic that I kind of wanted to bring up. So here now we're gonna fucking blow up the internet, right? This transgender bullshit, right? Trans. Let's look at the root of the word. Transformation. All these motherfuckers are doing is fucking getting boobies implanted and dressing like a female. You're not transitioning into shit. You're just a weirdo with a set of tits.
Oh, yeah.
You're not transitioning into shit.
Oh, no,
so
man.
This transgender is a bunch of fucking bullshit.
Your whole skeleton is going to say it all when you die. They're going to look and measure that pelvic bone, and they're going to go, well,
right?
That's a male. And
you want to be a woman.
That's a female.
You want to be a woman, go get your fucking plumbing changed.
Dude, that won't even help. I'm telling you, when you die, your skeletal frame is going to lay in that ground, and all your little shit's going to dissolve, and your little old bones are going to go, nope, you're a man regardless of what the hell you thought you were, and you're a female regardless of what you thought you were, because the bones.
Oh, I agree. The fucking chromosomes are the chromosomes, but don't you this half-ass fucking transitional bullshit. Fuck you.
Well,
I
it's
can
a
still
mental
remember
disease.
when they announced it, taking it off the books and CDC. I can still remember when they done that. It wasn't just 5-6 years ago when they took it off, labeling it as a mental disorder.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a mental disorder, and that's how they made the jump to the kids, because that's why they're really pushing for those puberty blockers in the kids, because see, most of these emotional little things that they're dealing with kids is that pre-puberty shit. So it's kind of like, that's when you get your tomboys, you get whatever, your son's playing with Barbie for, a year. It's like, or whatever. But then puberty hits. In the male forms, we all say our nuts drop, our voice gets a little deeper. Well, see, they're intentionally targeting that point right there, because they know that if they can get in before that, that's how you mentally fuck these people up. And then that's why we'll get kids that get suicidal and stuff, because you can't recover from that. If they do it after the puberty hits, most of them all go, man, nah, this is me.
Yeah,
it's because their nuts drop and they go, okay, no, I'm a guy.
They know exactly when the minds are most impressionable on these kids.
And they're intentionally reaching for that spot.
Exactly. They got a fucking laser sight on that fucking window of children. And it's disgusting.
Oh, Southern Fried Pepper said, tell that to Chris Christie. Dude, that dude, what was it? He was saying something about, oh shit, I don't know. That dude is such a piece of shit. And what really gets me, man,
jack off from New Jersey?
The missus totally started to despise the media over the way that they started talking about him way back in, what was that, 15 or something, when they would make all fun of how fat he was. It pissed her off so much. Well, but if you go and if you bring him up now, I think all that empathy's been burned out with all the stupidity he's done, because she ain't got no sympathy no more. But yeah, you used to piss her off, but dude, he's so fucking, he's sold out. That's a piece of shit. I don't even understand how they let him have an R after his name.
Amy was talking about don't forget the penis pocket, and Monique says, what is a penis pocket? And basically they were making these underwears or whatever.
Oh, that's the Target shit. That's what the main point of the Target deal.
Yeah, Target.
So you can tuck your wiener?
Yep.
Oh my God.
See, it's just, and they're doing it at that age level on purpose. And what gets me is anybody that knows that, dude, we got laws. You can't drink. You walk up to anybody and they're right. Anybody, just go up to a store and go, hey, do you think that 12-year-old ought to go in here and buy a bottle of whiskey? Well, what? Do you think that 12-year-old ought to go in that titty bar over there? What? Think that 12-year-old ought to go in that gun store and walk out with a 9? What? But yet somehow this is getting all diluted to where people can. But I guarantee you, if you were to walk up going, do you think a 12-year-old ought to be able to cut his pecker off? And his parents not say nothing, they'd be like, no. But see, people aren't paying attention. They got all this stupid shit. So people are missing the point of what's actually happening. These people are targeting kids for a reason. That gets my shit shut down. I don't give a shit. But it is what it is. Dude, you look at the reactions of the Sound of Freedom shit. You know, people are focusing on some of those direct comments. No. You need to look at the scope of that. It's like when you look at something like, what was that? The New York Times or the Rolling Stones did one where apparently it's a superhero dad film with brainworms. Okay, and we'll see people are focusing on this brainworm. No. Stop for a moment, slow to roll. There was somebody that wrote that. There's an editor that looked over that article. There's printers that printed that, and that didn't like set off nobody that like, wait a minute, all that movie is about is trafficking kids. Why are you targeting that? What makes that a bad movie? That's what people need to wake up is all those people sitting over there ignoring that on purpose because they know what's up. That editor that approved that story to get printed out, he knew what that story was about. He knew what that was going to do and the picture it's painting. He allowed it. That's the people. That's the motherfuckers right there.
I think Glenn Beck, y'all know who Glenn Beck is?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he funded a good majority of that project.
Well, that movie, here's a funny fun fact for you. So that movie was actually filmed several years ago and was owned by Fox. Then when Disney bought Fox, Disney had it. Disney didn't want to do on it, sat on it. Finally, a group of investors, I forgot what the crowdfunding is what they call it. They got a crowdfunding group that got and bought it from Disney. And then that's how Angel Studios got it. And then that's how it was able to get out. So see, this has been out. And here's another tie-in. Before this, there's a movie called The Ableist. And that's actually the same guy. That's Tim Mallard, the same agent. And it's about a previous operation. And so there's 60-minute shows on his operations that few years ago. So they were all on the okay sign until we got to where we are right now. And now all of a sudden he's the bad guy and people need to pay attention to that.
What did you say it was? The Ableist?
Ableist. Yeah. The Ableist.
Babel or Abel?
Abel. A-B-O-L. Okay. What is it? N-I-S-T? Abel. I don't know. I'd have to.
All right. I got it.
If you Google close to that, you'll get it. It's because it's a movie. But yeah, and I guess you can get caught up in the anger and everything of it. And I get that. But I think in order to really approach this, man, we got to start looking at the quiet ones, the ones in the back end, not the frontline targets. It's like the same thing with these politicians. You can go Lindsey Graham. Yeah, okay, he's a piece of shit, but we need to know who laid that turd. And that's those little quiet people sitting back there in the back writing these things and shit. So
you need to cut the root system out.
Yeah, we're talking about the turds. We need to start looking at who's shitting these things out.
Right. We're only going after the leaves on the tree.
Yeah.
Right. You still got the fucking branches, the trunk, and the roots. And that's where you need to fucking get to. But it'll never fucking happen. It will never happen. But whatever. I know you guys know who Bear Independent is.
Never ain't got here. Never ain't here until it's over, brother.
You can think what you want about Bear Independent, like him or hate him, whatever. I believe 100% in his grindstone ministry.
Oh, TJ's rock solid.
And I donate to Grindstone on a regular basis because I believe in what he's doing with that. Yeah. And what little fucking percent that I can provide and that he can do to help is better than 0%. So,
He's
very true.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong. Ain't nothing wrong with Bear Independent. I don't know. I mean, I like him. That Grindstone Ministries, man, that's awesome what he does. I've
That's
watched
it.
him for a long time. Watched him doing that stuff, man. That's you got to give him mad respect for that, for sure.
He does a lot of things that he doesn't let the people know, obviously, but it's disgusting, man. And these fucking, like he says, like bad things need to happen to these bad people.
Oh, absolutely.
But it goes so fucking deep. It's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. But back to what like Rescue was saying, Disney had their hands on it. Of course they weren't going to fucking do anything with that. They were going to sit on that and fucking hide that in the closet as long as they possibly could, They didn't want that shit getting out.
What are you talking about with Disney? What's happening new with them?
Man,
the movie they had that movie.
Yeah, they sat on
like
that
ownership
movie.
or whatever.
Originally when it was it was getting made, it was being made by Fox. Well, Disney bought Fox, so then Disney had it, and then they sat on it for a few years, and they didn't want to produce it. They didn't want to put it out, and a crowdfunding group is what got together and bought it from Disney, so that then they put it into the Angel Studio hands and got it out. I don't know. When it comes to the kids, man, I mean,
that new Freedom movie, what's it called?
Sound of Freedom.
Sound of Freedom, yeah. That man, anybody that opposes that just tells 100% about them. You know what I'm saying? People that are
I have to go check that out.
the people that are out there, talking shit about that movie Sound of Freedom, man, that tells everything you need to know about that person. You know what I'm saying? Man, this child trafficking and stuff, man, it's horrible, dude. I don't understand how anybody can oppose anything when someone tries to stop, or bring to light the child trafficking that is going on. You know what I'm saying? It's really beyond what little brain I got. You know what I'm saying? To understand how anybody could oppose anything about that. You know what I'm saying? Bringing that to light and trying to stop it and trying to get people aware of what is going on and what's happening. It's
all about that money. There's so many high people up there making money.
Well, man,
you know what? But it's almost, is it okay? If you can stand there and watch an adult harm a child, punch them in the face, body slam them, and you don't feel a need to like aggressively do something, then that DNA genome, whatever they want to figure out, there's something wrong from that moment on with that person.
Mm-hmm.
How severe it is, don't know. And that's what gets me, is how can you even remotely even know that this could possibly be happening and not even be inquisitive about it? How can you just let this go by? Fucking unbelievable, dude.
Mm-hmm. There's something like 800,000 to 1 million children a year that go missing and are trafficked in this country.
What the hell?
Mine's turning 15. I'm about got mine raised. I'll be glad.
Well, our own government just lost like 87,000 of them that they let in.
Yeah. Well, now it's not your kids are grown, right? But your kids are going to have kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's them you got to worry about now.
Yeah.
That's what I worry about. My grandkids. I worry about my grandkids, and when they're at that level to start having kids, what is the world going to be like? And like, oh shit,
Mm-hmm.
I try not to even think about that part because it's going to be a freaking worse shithole than it is now.
You guys know I don't have children, but there's, kids that I'm involved with. There's kids that live on the street, and man, I'll tell you, I know every fucking vehicle of every person that lives on this fucking road. And if there's a vehicle that comes down, because I'm all the way down at the end of the road, if they come down this way and I don't know who you are, like I don't recognize your vehicle, I'm looking to go see who you are and what the fuck you're doing down here because there's kids here. And if we don't know you, I want to know what the fuck you're doing down here.
Right, exactly.
And we had a similar kind of, we had a weird dude in a fucking white van driving down our road a few years back. And
Chester van.
a couple of them, yep. And it was like an older white guy, and he was like, he had been down this road a couple of times, and a couple of the mothers had reached out to me because we have one of those neighborhood watch type fucking systems, you know. We got each other's phone numbers and shit, and they know I don't fuck around. So they had told me to watch out for it, and I confronted this guy one day on my quad. I pulled right in front of his fucking van and confronted him, and he's like, "Oh, I'm looking for Ashley." There ain't no fucking Ashley here, bro. But beat it. Don't ever let me catch you on this road again. You're not welcome. Get the fuck out of here. I will. Oh man, that shit pisses me fucking off, dude. So fucking bad. Fuck.
You should have just shot him, man, because he probably was a sex trafficker, and he just went on to another neighborhood, man. You didn't even.
This was like 5-6 years ago. Like I really wasn't. My eyes weren't really open to what actually is going on, but it was still like you're fucking weird and you don't fit in here. Beat it.
Yeah, no. When I was I don't know, I was probably 23, 24 years old. I mean, I carried a pistol on me back then. And when we were at this grocery store, and my wife back then, my ex-wife now, she had went in, and I was just sitting out in the parking lot waiting on her, you know. And I saw this van, this guy. He was sitting there, and he was just sitting there the whole time. He was there when we pulled up. He was, you know, and I saw this woman and this kid, right, and they're walking out, and this guy, he's just like staring at him. He's just like fixated, and I don't know. It was just I got that weird feeling. You know what I'm saying? It's just like something ain't right, you know. And I got out, and I walked up, and I just kind of walked like up there and kind of walked real slow past that woman and that kid, and they started getting their stuff, and they were parked like right next to that van, and they were putting their stuff in the car. And that dude, man, he's just like looking, and I walked by, and I kind of tapped his van, you know, and he looks up at me, and I just looked at him, you know, and he just kind of like we made eye contact for a minute. Man, that son bitch put it in reverse and fucking left, you know. And I mean, back then, you know, it's kind of like what you were saying, Hillbilly. You know, I wasn't, you know, didn't think about it correctly or whatever. I should have called the police on the guy, but you know what I mean. It was just, I really think he was
back then like that.
Yeah, I really think that he was, you know, he was stalking them folks. You know what I'm saying, or looking to do something.
Yep. I think this shit happens under people's noses way more than you know you want to than you know or than you want to admit. You know what I'm saying?
Fellas, I'm just going to jump off here. My phone's dying, and I got to get some work done, or my boss is going to be down.
You gonna get something done?
Appreciate you, Rescue, for having me up.
You know,
brother, I appreciate you coming in.
You know, Yard Dog, that why don't you just come clean and stop lying to us? You know, you're hanging around them old truck lots like that for food and for sexual favors for money.
I am not no lot lizard.
You man, come on, Yard Dog.
No, I really
work on. You're an iguana.
Yeah, sure.
What is it? Backwoods, $20 is $20, huh?
Right.
Hey, y'all have a good one.
All right,
y'all. Bud.
See y'all.
Peace out, brother.
Make it a good one. See, there's it. Hey, guy said, rescue. The guy's name is Carlos Slim. He's bad connected with drugs and cartel. The director even says in this video, he's the money backer. Oh well, there's a. I think there's even. Damn, where was it? Because there's a clip of like that, and he went to the dude. He went to the cartel dude, and he actually talked him into backing it up because he actually told him. He goes, "Don't you want to put a stop to this?" Well, the cartel dude's, like, hey man, and so he actually got his attention because he tells him, he goes, "What if it was your daughter? Would you want me to find your daughter? What if it was your daughter?" And he leaves the room, and the dude goes and gets him and says, "Okay." And then that's actually how he gets it. So, I mean, yeah, so that's true. There's cartel backing behind it, but it's also like this. And I watched an interview. Shut the fuck up, dude. I watched an interview, and they were talking about, it's like, if you actually look at this very topic, you wouldn't think about it, but in prison, there's a stronger moral code in prison about this than there is out here. In prison, did you kill your neighbor? Did you kill, 45 people at a mall? You're one thing. Oh, did you just put your hands on a child? You get no quarter. You're instantly categorized and
Chomo.
That's it. You're done. I mean,
They call them chomos.
So yeah, it's kind of ironic how in there even that, but out here it's been polluted enough to where trying to get a mass people to react to that. When yet you can take all the worst of the worst, but that even the worst of the worst will have a moral code when it comes to that. Dude, if you don't shut the fuck up, I will put your ass on a grill.
Yeah, I mean, I think Backwoods and I were talking about that yesterday. That that Nessier guy or Nesser, that the Olympic gymnast trainer, that molested all those girls. Somebody finally just fucking stabbed him all up in prison last week or a couple days ago, something like that.
Yeah, something I read something. He finally came out of protective custody. He wanted to watch some soccer game or some shit. And so they let him out into the day room part, and it was oopsie. It's like, it wasn't the place.
Yeah, exactly.
See, that don't make any sense. What Hutch is saying is correct. I'm saying it don't make any sense. That how can you get a hate crime? How anybody that voted for that law to make it a hate crime to attack a sex offender, man, that tells you all you need to know about these people, man.
See, that's what I'm talking about. You start looking at the back end of this shit of how it's going.
There's some places where you get a 5-year minimum for assaulting a sex offender. Yeah, hate crime.
What in the fuck? Yeah, exactly. That tells you all you need to know about the people that's running this fucking show and making these laws.
I mean,
because the crime the original crime that these motherfuckers are committing in the first place is way worse than a fucking hate crime. Let's make that perfectly clear. Right? These child molesters, that is way beyond a fucking hate crime.
I'm sorry, isn't that like the pinnacle of a hate crime? You're literally robbing
violence against another
of a human beings of a whole life. So I'm sorry. Exactly, who's filled full of hate?
Well, I can tell you, they would be charging me with the correct crime because if I ever get hold of a sex offender, it's going to be a hate crime. I'm gonna hate. I hate them fucking people. You know what I'm saying? Well, I get hold of it's going to be a hate crime. All right, you yeah. And you know what?
Decisions are worth making.
You know what? I would obviously fight it and appeal it and all that good stuff. But you know, if I had to go and serve 5 years because I destroyed a sex offender, especially a child sex offender, so be it. But if I catch one,
you're going to have to identify that motherfucker by his dental records. Because there will be no face.
Oh, absolutely, Southern Pride. I mean, hey, it's you know, it's like I'm not trying to lessen, you know, any at all of a sex offender like sexually assaulting a woman. You know what I'm saying? Because that's no different to me. But it is still, it's that little next level when it's a child. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's
Well,
yeah,
it's worse because the pain's even going to be longer. Because
man.
that's the one thing I've never seen. It's just like, you know, how you sentence some of these damn little rapists and shit. Okay, well, you send them to jail for 10 years, 15 years, whatever. The woman, that's a lifetime.
Yeah.
And she never gets over it. So wow, that's bullshit. And then now you throw kids into the mix, and it's like, no, you just don't need to be here no more.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, you know what? It's like I said, don't think that GM and Ford and Chevy and all them didn't make vehicles by the millions. But you know what? Every now and then one rolls off the line and shit just ain't, something didn't come out right. And they don't spend 3 months trying to figure out what it was. They just ship that shit over to the scrapyard and keep on rolling the line. And that's, you know what? People
Well,
act out like that. Some shit just ain't wired right. And well, ain't no
well,
point in wasting taxpayer money on it.
I have to disagree with you on one thing. Chevrolet, GM, they roll a lot of shit off their line. Just saying.
Just saying.
Wait, who had to just have their whole fucking truck rebuilt?
Ah, damn, it's got 250,000 miles on it of back roads and
I gotta say, dude, you cracked me up, and it was, I just couldn't type fast enough. Half the time I'd probably chime in, and half the time I hear y'all, but I just can't type. But dude, you were talking about them damn spark plugs been in there that long. I'm like, well, first off, before you pat yourself on the back of the truck still running, you ought to kick yourself in the ass because you haven't been changing those.
I know, right?
I was like, holy shit! Just because I can only imagine the carbon buildup on the end of those spark plugs.
Well, I ran because I was you know, I knew I was going to have it done. I've been running seafoam through it, and that does help to break the carbon down off of it. You know, so I've been dumping a can of seafoam in it every time I put gas in it, just about. And the dude, when I went and picked my truck up yesterday, he said none of my plugs broke off, man. He was able to get them out right, you know, pretty easy, which I was surprised. I figured they'd all break off, you know.
I believe in seafoam and Marvel Mystery Oil.
Yes.
Did you get your fuel filter changed as well?
I changed it.
Yeah, well, that's one thing that you want to do it when you run that seafoam, because the seafoam breaks up the carbon. Well, it ends up going through your fuel system and clogging up your fuel filter.
Yep.
You may know, but there may be some people that don't. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh, and you're expecting them to listen to somebody from Connecticut?
Right.
One day Jay's gonna go, this motherfucker.
Yeah, Southern Pride. It's a 5.4, that Triton motor. It's a good motor, man. They, you know, I heard news. Right.
Ooh, that's a cold one.
My brother-in-law, he bought a new Chevrolet truck one time, and we went over there, and I said, man, have you looked behind because it was a 4-door, and I was like, have you looked behind the seat, the back seat? And he was like, well, I mean, no, what do you mean? And I said, well, they've got a brand new pair of shoes back there, man. They sell with every new truck. And he's looking at me all funny, like, well, why? You know, what are you talking about? And I said, well, they know you're going to break down sooner or later, so they want you to have a new pair of walking shoes, you know. He was like, man, shut up.
Dude. All right. I'm going to mute myself. Does Hutch want to come up?
Hutch, man.
Or is
forget Hutch. He don't want to. Hutch is being all one of them kind of people, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, Is he being holier than thou?
Maybe he's
Too
just
good
doing
for us.
things. Maybe he's working on a video for somebody. You ever think about that?
What is it? So I'm working on.
Maybe he doesn't have time.
Well,
Why is he in chat then?
I can see that because it'll take him a year to make a damn 20-minute video.
Maybe he's tired of your bullshit.
I don't care. What does that matter? He fucks around. I might drive up to his house in the morning. How about that?
Oh, so
You ain't
you're
fucking
basically
driving.
saying Hutch ain't tough enough. He can't take it. So he
Right.
might be so sensitive that
No,
that's why he's running from backwards.
don't try.
Man, I
don't
can't
try
believe
putting
you'd
your
be so
Texas twist
insulted
on my
to
words,
Hutch.
brother.
I
Don't
thought Hutch
even
was your
try it.
buddy and shit. There you are, just running the bus over him, talking
See
shit
what you
about
do
him like
over
that.
there in Texas. That's where you turn
Man,
people against each other.
I can't believe
Come
what you
on.
just did. That was so hardcore.
Oh man, that's just
Basically,
like you people.
calling Hutch out like that and shit.
I know, right?
Man, oh man, I can't believe it.
That's all right. I think I could take him. He's not as big as I thought he was.
That's usually the first mistake people make.
Yeah,
That's the mistake they've made with me time and time again. Oh, he's a little guy. He can't do nothing. Okay. Now you're choked out, laying on the street. Now what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna have to go wash my feet now. All this bullshit laying in the floor. Just saying.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to come up because I was going to mute myself while I go cut the hole in this thing. Well, I'm going to go get the screen first because after I cut the hole, I'm going to staple a screen over the hole until I can make the door. So they're
You're right
going to come
backwards.
jumping out.
I couldn't even find my way out of a wet paper bag.
Oh, yeah. I'm just glad you find that's the first step is admitting it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am. I'm pretty useless.
He said, Hutch said, shaking my head, little boy.
Damn Yankee.
I'm gonna let that one slide.
Oh, you mean you thought you had a choice?
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Because you didn't have no choice. Man, I tell you, it's there's a big another freaking big old huge storm coming at us. And shit, it'll probably be here in about another hour or so. If it keeps on and it rains and storms like that, it's gonna ruin my day for mowing. So I'll probably just work on these arts and crafts some more today, and
there you
I
go.
got it. That's about all I got left to do. All my projects are pretty much done. So stuff
I decided to do this, and then I was just going to do it live, but I wanted to do it before because you had said something about going live, and I was like, well, hopefully he waits till like noon or something, and then that way I can.
If I do, it'll be later this evening, where we can get our drink on, get a drink and a smoke on. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. Shorty,
what's up?
Camo Carl, and I saw D-Dog in the house. Oh, Hutch says he's building a door for the rabbits, just lurking today. Right on.
Fucking lurker.
Lurking.
Creepy lurker.
Mm-hmm.
You're building a door for the rabbits, and I'm fixing to cut one for the chickens.
So that's what I was going to ask, Rescue, because I didn't catch what you were actually doing.
Well, So last night I've been meaning, which way back when I built this, Best Life, Billy told me, he goes, "Oh, Rescue, you ought to put a door on that other side." And I was just like, ah. But yeah, I meant to. I just keep putting it off. But last night when I come down, or yesterday evening, and I got the eggs, man, them eggs were still so warm you'd have thought that they just came out of their ass.
Oh
And I
shit.
was like, I told the missus going, man, you know, if something happens to them chickens because of all the heat, these 103, 105, 108 days, I'm going to feel really like shit. And so I said, okay, well, tomorrow I'm putting a screen on that side. In the long run, I'm going to end up with a dual door is my overall plan. It's going to be, I have the solid door that in the summer I can raise open and then clip it. And then I'll have a screen door. And then if I want to clean it, I can open the screen door. That's the long
Right.
run. Right now, I'm just going to cut this one and then put a wired door in there. And then I'm going to put the outside door on. So, but then that way at night, I can open it and they'll get air. Because right now, the only air they get is up at the top.
Create a breezeway, basically.
Yeah, because like at night right now, when I shut that front door on them, then there's nothing but just that little part you see up there by the roof.
Right.
And so it's like, well, that's all it gets is a stagnant flow unless it has a
Yep.
strong wind to blow through it and create a draft. So I thought, well,
Yeah,
so that's
it definitely needs some kind of air opening.
in a couple of months, I'll get things together and then I'm gonna do the other side. I'm gonna my main door that I put on it, I'm gonna put a screen door inside of it. So that then that way I can open both sides during the summer and then I'll be able to close it all up in winter.
I mean, y'all's wintertime, what's some lower temperatures that you get? Some of the lowest.
Well, we can get freezing, you know,
Okay.
so we can, it has like, we'll have them little blast through where and it could even be 20, 28 degrees and shit. But most of the time,
you can go get you some of that styrofoam block, you know, that like the insulation that the you can get some of that and just put it up there, you know what I'm saying, to block them holes during the wintertime. Yeah. So it, well,
see, that's why I used 3/4 inch treated for the floor. I used 1/2 inch for the sides, and it keeps it all free. That's why in the winter I put the shavings, and that's at first because when Nikki brought them to me, I was worried about them getting cold. So I kind of and I didn't want predators to get in. So I looked at everything from just those two variables. Okay, nothing gets in, and I want them to be warm.
Right.
I never goes, oh yeah, well then later on I need it for 103. And I've been meaning to do the front door, and I still haven't even done the front door. That's what made fun of me about that one time.
Devil Dog had asked me, arts and crafts, are you dazzling some stuff? Yeah, I'm touching I'm touching my Devil Dog. I'm touching my inner feminine self here. This is one of my projects I did here. And so I've got some more stuff here. I'm gonna build some more of these and just building some stuff to. This shit's always been in my family, man. All my family members and stuff have always been real arts and craft type. Would do a lot of stuff. So I don't know. It's just something to try to supplement a little bit of income for winter time. You know what I'm saying? There's no grass grows during the winter, and I do a lot of brush cutting and stuff like that during the winter. And so just trying to do some stuff to try to make it, make it where I can try to make a few extra dollars here and there. And if it sells, it sells. If it don't, it don't.
That's what my OnlyFans is for, to get me through the winter time.
Damn, no wonder you was so broke.
What do you mean? I got fat last winter.
You told us you didn't even have gas money to drive down to Missouri.
No, I didn't say I didn't have gas money.
That's what you told me in Hutch.
That's not what I said. You senile old fuck.
Yeah, I didn't take it as any disrespect, Devil Dog. You shoot, It's
Anybody
something.
need a door handle?
It's something that's kind of in our family, you know. Just we've always, my family members have always, you know, made shit like this, and so, you know,
Crafty.
yeah. My grandma, man, she was a hell of a painter, man. She could paint fucking anything, man. I mean, like legit start with a blank, you know, tapestry or whatever, and like I've got one picture in there that my grandma painted. It's an Indian man and woman, you know, like Native American, and
Yep.
yeah, they're so yeah, it's man, it's a beautiful painting, and I've got it in there in the house. Where am I selling the arts and crafts? Well, I hadn't started selling them yet because I just started this stuff last weekend, and then you know, just getting everything together and kind of figuring out what I want to do, and so we got a farmers market up here every Saturday, and you can just go up there and set up a table and a canopy, you know, and so I'm gonna do that for a little bit. And I was thinking about for wintertime, if I start selling enough stuff, and I thought about maybe taking a chance. We got a flea market here, a pretty big size flea market here downtown, and I'm thinking about renting a booth down there for you know, a month or two, and just kind of see if I can sell some stuff, you know. So we'll see. Canadian, what's up?
It doesn't get cold enough there for you to burn firewood, right?
Here, shit,
Yeah.
we get down to, you know, like on a normal during the winter, you know, 32, 33 degrees. It's not nothing to get a cold blast and it be, you know, 14, 12. I've seen it negative 3 and 4 or 5 degrees here.
Oh, really? No shit.
Yeah, it gets cold as shit.
Do people use wood burning stoves?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, so if you could you sell firewood to make a little extra money?
Yeah, can you hillbilly? Can you? Well, you may not be able to see it, but that's the flue right there to my wood burning stove, right over there. See it going up?
Oh, okay, I can see it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, my wood burning stove's on the side of that table over there.
Roger.
Yeah, that's one thing. Prepper Nation teases me a lot about they're going to come and take my stove, you know, my wood burning stove. And I'm like, shit, they're gonna take some hot lead.
Hey, what's up, Canadian?
We'll just answer that statement with that.
Right.
I fucking dare you.
What's up, Mother of Freedom? I guess that's a mother.
Ghost Designs, that shop.
So what's up, everybody? Anybody I've missed? Good morning, good evening, good day, wherever it works for you.
Yeah, G-Mont, Nana, I'm going to sell some stuff online, you know, offer it online, but you know, it'll have to depend on how big it is and all that, you know, because of the damn shipping.
I'm just going to kind of prove something, just to show the difference between Southern bred U.S. and then the Northern Canadian. While I totally love my little maple leaf and I respect and love Canadian, but you want to know how little small Canadians are? So see, these are gloves from Canada. In order for me to get this glove on, you're going to watch me work 5 minutes on each hand to get my hand inside their version of a large glove. And it's like, dang, how big are it? Is this like from China? Look at this little bitty glove. I got to get my hand in this thing, and it's like, man, what is this like for little people? Don't y'all grow them no bigger?
Damn it, man.
Y'all are actually starting to look Canadian. Y'all are starting to look like Connecticut. I'll tell you.
Whoa.
God dang. Hard to tell the difference, ain't it?
I mean to tell you.
Hard to tell the difference.
I had to watch his neck muscles flex.
Shit, I picked some cucumbers yesterday, and then the rest of them weren't ready. You know, they were still kind of small. Man, I went out there this morning to let my dogs out, you know, and let them use the bathroom and stuff. And just walking by, and I've got like 4 or 5 cucumbers. They're ready to pick, man. I mean, like they literally, man, they're
Overnight,
dude. It's insane, man. Because I'm like, how the hell does something like that grow? And I've thought about because I'm wanting to get I'm wanting to buy a new camera that I can you know, like make videos and stuff while I'm out, like fishing or, you know, out in the yard and stuff, and then transfer it to my phone so I can, you know, edit it and stuff. And
like a GoPro.
Yeah, I don't know about a GoPro, but you know, I'm
Are there other versions of mobile cameras? I don't know.
Well, there's,
I'm asking.
I mean, they have several different kinds. I've you know, so anyway, I was looking at them, and I've thought about, you know, like as soon as I get one, because I'm thinking about buying one this weekend, and I thought about setting one up out there on one of them cucumbers and just let it run all night, you know, and try to see if
time lapse.
That time lapse, yeah.
That'd be pretty dope.
Do you, what does that say? Succession sow your cucumbers? I don't know what that means.
It means like you stagger them. So like you plant, I think you plant like now, you know, day 1, and then 2 weeks you plant again. So you have like, they're you know what I mean? They're ready in cycles.
Oh yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah, we started doing that last year, and I did it heavily this year, especially with my tomatoes. I did a lot of that. I planted. I have like 3 stages of tomatoes right now. So.
Well, no, I mean, I don't. Right, it's not, Monique. I agree. Like I just replanted cucumber seeds at the beginning of this week. I got you. No, I mean, I don't know. I just think I've had so much other shit going on. You know what I mean? I do have some. Now I do have some potatoes over here that we let sit in. We let it sit in our pantry in there, and kept it next to the onions. And man, they're freaking vining out.
Eyes on them.
Yeah, rooting out or whatever you want to call it. They're like crazy, man. I mean, they got some damn roots on them like this long already. And
nice.
I was going to
you can get a second set of potatoes in.
Well, what
I forgot when the plant date was. Potatoes are.
What I was trying to do with them is I want to plant them. We've got a bar in there. You know, it's separates our kitchen and our dining room. It's this big bar, and so I was thinking about putting some buckets up there and taking a look and cutting a hole in the bucket and putting a valve on it and running a little hose over to my sink. So when I water them, and the water, you know, the water that does try to run out, you know, I can just turn the little valve on and let it run off in my drain. And I thought about trying to grow them into the house.
Oh yeah. I've never grown potatoes inside before.
Get a waterproof 1080p Wi-Fi camera, $120. Okay. Yeah, I've been looking at some.
$20.
Yeah, I've been looking at some of them, Devil Dog, on Amazon and stuff like that. Because you can get them a lot cheaper. You know, I hate, promoting Amazon, but god dang, man, it's, especially like for me in this little small town, man, you can't get shit here. You have to go to the bigger town, and then the shit's expensive, but yeah, I do need to get me a greenhouse, Rabbit. I agree with that 100%. I do want a greenhouse. Just can only afford so much, man. We just, like I said, we just dropped $7,000 on my daughter a car, so I need an outbuilding out there. The one that's out there is just, it's too far gone. Last 10 by 20 by 7 cost me less than $200. Yeah, that's, like I said, man, we just dropped $7,000 on my daughter a car, and we're having to get a few things done for, because she's going to be staying in a dorm, and so we're having to buy her a few things, a little refrigerator, and we're having to buy some stuff like that. So I just don't have the money to set up a greenhouse, and like I said, I need an outbuilding out there also. So I prioritize, exactly, Rabbit. That's just what I'm having to do right now. I had to put tires on my truck. We just got through putting tires on my wife's vehicle. That was $1,000, and then $1,000 for the tires on my truck. So you can only afford so much, man. You know what I mean? That's why.
If you're the government, you just spend and spend and spend and spend and spend.
Yeah, well, I'm not the government, so I have to also think about having the the money to pay my mower payments and stuff, my equipment payment through the winter. You know what I'm saying? So just is what it is, man. I did double my business this year, and I'm hoping to double it again next year. You know what I'm saying? I've got my own properties I think I can take away from some people, and even more business next year, but.
Hey, so you have the ability to pull up another screen, right?
Yeah.
So I just got a notification from the news and Why It Matters. You know who they are, right? Yep.
Right. Yep.
Silencing the victims. This is all I can read. Silencing the victims. Why is DOJ removing child sex trafficking, ... That's all I can see.
I haven't got their notification yet, because I always get their, because I watch all their stuff, the news.
What's up, Rescue? How you making out, brother?
Get in there. Got that screen now. Now I'm going to go ahead and cut across the top and make the hole. I stopped. I got the side and the bottom part, but I thought, well, before I cut this top, I better go get that screen ready before them little shits come running up out the hole.
Yeah.
Oh, there'll be a little shell shock for a few moments, but that'll wear off quick.
Oh, they've already been whining and bitching. All that, the minute that saw started going off, they were whining and bitching.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Well, I guess I go whatever. Oh.
Dude, my wife told me here the other day. She said, we're down to 8 years on our house. We owe 8 years they'll be paid for. And now that I've kind of got all these projects completed and I'm good for a while, I told my wife the other day, I said, we're going to start dropping another $100-$150 a month on the house payment. I want to hurry up and get this bitch paid for, man.
Mm-hmm.
I told Grumpy, hell, my only saving grace right now is that all this is paid for. So I don't have that mortgage thing. We got her car note. Then we got stupid loans. Just little shit.
I'm down to 29 years on my mortgage.
29.
Hey, that's 1 year better than it was last year.
But on the bright side, I could sell my house probably literally in a week and almost double my money. I got my house for stupid cheap, and the market right now, I could almost double my money.
But keep in mind, where would you go?
Right. Well, exactly. Hence why I'm still here. And I have 7 years of work invested on this property, even though I just legally bought it a year ago, well, a year and a half ago. I've lived here for 7 years. I rented it. So I put all this work in. Then I have to start over somewhere else, right? Like, no. If I sell, it's because I'm getting divorced. And if that's the case, I'm splitting my profit. I'm taking what I can fit in a fucking truck and a U-Haul trailer, and I'm hitting the road, Jack. You know what I mean? So I'll take fucking $150K and fucking hit the road.
Hit the road, Jack.
Yeah, we got everything on my property's paid for except for the house and my wife's vehicle. That's the only two things we owe money on.
Yeah. The only thing I owe money on is the house.
My shop building here, it's paid for. Everything, man. We worked really hard on paying shit off, you know, and not stretching it out and paying the maximum payment. You know what I mean? Paying the maximum because you know, of interest or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I got two credit cards that I actively use, and I pay triple the minimum amount payment. You know what I mean? So if the minimum is 25, I'm paying 75.
We'll cut this last piece.
Yeah, Devil Dog, apply the principle. Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah.
Devil Dog's correct on that. When overpaying on a loan, you send in 2 checks, one payment, one for the payment, and then one and mark it as apply to principal, because it pays it, and it drops. You know, I'm trying to think of how to explain this. When you do that 150, like say $150, you know, you pay extra and apply it to the principal, then that drops your interest payment. You know what I'm saying? You don't pay as much on interest.
Well, most of the time their algorithms are set up to where whatever you send in, there's only a percentage that's going back to you, and then everything else will go on to their interest rate. Where if you send in your payment and then you send in a follow-up when apply to principal, well, then that's the one that'll hit the interest benefit, and then the next one goes straight on your principal. And when your balance comes down, then that means your interest is going to be coming down, because now you're not paying the interest on the same amount of balance, because you're actually chipping away at the main balance. Yeah. And I'm sorry, when I go cut this line, if this saw is loud, just bear with it for 2 minutes. I'm trying to mute myself, but with these leather gloves, I can't mute myself.
I guess since it's your channel, I guess we'll be okay with it.
Well, I mean, I just figured if I said that, at least maybe y'all would still be around. Well, there you go. I was going to say, now, Hillbilly, I thought he was just jacking around doing that because he went out and come back, and I was, oh, shit, well, I ain't going to be able to add him right now. I'll take the glove off.
Right.
But, yeah, so just bear with me. If I interrupt you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got super lucky, man. We literally got locked in on our rate at a low rate like 3 months before the rates went fucking sky high.
Rescue's getting it done, man.
Huh?
Rescue's over getting it done, boy.
Oh, yeah. And we're just fucking sitting around watching them work.
Right.
It wasn't supposed to do this rain that is happening right now, so this is kind of fucking up my day, what I wanted to do here.
hang on, and I'll tell you, Kiss Off. He's basically making a door in there and a vent, an airflow and it's going to be a door.
Hell yeah, I see it flopping. He's almost there. Blammo. Oh shit. What time was that? 3:11. 3:11. Mark that down. We gotta fucking clip that for him and make it out a video.
Dude, I'm gonna fucking use this on you.
3:11.
All
Hey,
right,
who the fuck is...
back to work, guys. Busy hands. I'll be listening. All right, Lady Smith.
Peace out, lady.
So I'll be honest with you. I get antsy when it rains like this, because I can't work, and like I said, we dropped a lot of fucking cash here lately, and I get antsy, but at the same time, I kind of get that. Oh, man, thank God, there's a the rain is forcing me to not be able to work. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just kind of
But and it's allowing you to be able to work in the coming days.
Yeah. Normally, normally in the past years, in July and June and July, we didn't get very much rain at all, and I'd be pretty much cutting dirt right now.
Right.
But all this damn rain coming through like this every couple of 3 days, yeah, it's keeping the grass growing, man. It's keeping me busy for sure. I love it. All right, Anthony, if you're still here, man, have a great day. I think we got around 2 inches the other night. It was nice. Yeah, we probably got there. I think we've gotten like an inch and a half of rain over the last couple of days, and it's supposed to rain some more tonight and tomorrow too, I believe. So I have plenty of time to work on my damn project. I got a video that I've been thinking of that I want to make, and it's going to be Rabid Heathens is what I'm gonna call it.
The what?
I've got a video that I've had in my mind that I've been wanting to.
Sure, how many times I've heard that shit from you, backwoods. No offense.
Bro, I'm busy.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you. Go ahead.
Prioritize, bro. I had to, I have to make money to make sure my daughter has everything she needs for her college. A lot of new clothes and athletic shoes and stuff like that being bought as well.
I'm just busting your balls. Relax.
But
those
yeah,
are in your feelings.
No, I ain't in my feelings.
Not that serious.
Oh, I know it's not.
All right, so stop fucking yelling at me, bro.
But when I start yelling at you, you're fucking.
I will rent a car and drive to Arkansas.
Shit, I wish you would. I wish you would.
I wish I could, motherfucker. I want to get out of here.
I know. I wish you could too. Shit,
other than your fucking stupid ass temperatures y'all got right now, I'm good. I'm actually good here. to be honest.
You get used to it.
When it cools down, though, yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm wanting to work on that video this evening some too, and I'm gonna work on a few of these craft projects, and then start working on some of that video, and I'm gonna try to go live later on this evening. So I've got several things there that I got to do. Yeah. Then the damn wind came. Yeah, I had a little alert thing that said we're gonna get some strong winds after a while. It's gonna get really super windy, so I don't know. We'll see what happens with that.
Yeah, we had some good gusts that came through here like late afternoon, early evening. Fucking blew my greenhouse. I had the fucking yard with like blue buckets all across the fucking yard. Blew a couple tomato plants over that weren't quite tied up correctly yet. Weird, man. The weather's acting strange. Sign of the times. Some shit's about to go down. You know what? I'm gonna throw some random ass corn seeds out in the fucking yard right now.
We went to down to Lowe's the other day, and we was looking at some different wood and stuff, to build some projects with, and there was a trash can over there, and they had 4 or 5 planks of wood, and they were the cedar fence posts or the fence slats,
Ooh.
and some of them were kind of bent and damaged a little and stuff, and my buddy was like, what are y'all going to do with that stuff there? And that guy goes, I'll just throw them out. And he said, can we have them? And that dude was like, hell yeah, you can have them. So he walked up front with us. We got a big old stack of them, man. He walked up front with us and told him, he said these were throwaways and these guys are going to take them. So
hell yeah,
they let us take them. It was free.
hell yeah, dude, you can't beat that shit.
We're going to do an experiment. I got about 25 corn seeds. I'm going to go throw in the manure pile. See what happens. Manure, corn, boom. Fuck it, see what happens, right?
I don't know if y'all could just hear that, but we're doing some gaggling ass strung. I was like, what the hell is that shit?
Well, hell, you threatened to cut his head off with that saw.
Oh, look at him. He's up there, and he's up there now to go look at what I just did. He just looked at me through that screen going, yeah, what did you do? And it's like, I'm setting up the grill, homie. That's what I'm doing.
I'm making a hole where I can reach in there and snatch your ass out and put you on the fucking barbecue. Hell.
Just get me up there talking.
Would you grill them or would you fry them?
Grilling.
Or, would you grill them or fry them?
Grill.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's just hard to beat fried chicken, man. I'm just saying.
Well, I've adapted because of all this colon gut shit and all this stuff. So I always worry about the crusties. See, it's like I love the crunchies. But then I got to thinking going, well, I don't know. I don't want one of those little fuckers to wedge up against nothing and cause nothing. So now I just eat grilled shit. But I love fried stuff. Hey.
Right. Yeah, I don't blame
you. What is it? Piss off your side hurt. Yeah, well, and that's not.
I want to try to.
But
I want to try to do.
Go ahead.
I've seen fried chicken where they make their fried chicken and they soak the chicken in pickle juice first. Have y'all seen that?
No.
No.
Yeah, they soak the chicken in pickle juice, couple hours, take it out, pat it dry, and then do your breading, sear, however you bread it, and then fry it, and it's supposed to be like fucking really good, man.
They're saying you need to go and push them kernels down into that pile just a little bit.
Roger, I'm gonna go out there and start cutting on that firewood in a little bit. So
Yeah, they say you need to do that.
yep. I'll be dumping some more manure on it later in the day, I'm sure.
What's up, Bull Monty? Yeah.
Oh, hey, Monty.
I'm gonna put on a Martha Stewart apron and do some arts and crafts. You know, why not? You want me to, Monty? You want me to send you a picture?
I mean, as long as you're drinking whiskey while you're doing it and not Bud Light.
Well,
I mean, I
hold
guess
up,
the
you need to.
the
I
apron's
think you
okay.
need to sign up on the My Only Fan first.
Right.
My link is in my about page. I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I don't know. You know, somebody told me it's not you're for a man. It's not arts and crafts. It's supposed to be woodworking. And I said, well, whatever you want to call it, woodworking, arts and craft. Hell, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, you're not gonna open up backwoods arts and crafts, but you might open up backwoods woodworking. Sounds more manly.
Backwoods woodworking. We sell nice wood.
We work your wood right.
Real men do things.
Yeah, it sucks, man. Because if it wasn't for that one other storm, I could. All right, Yankee Watchdog, man. Have a great day at work, bro.
Peace out, Yankee.
Hillbilly.
Is that super loud?
Are you standing like right underneath it?
I'm filing a chainsaw. I'll mute my mic.
Okay.
Gladly.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's right there. I was like, that's got to be like right there. You could hear.
That'd be the first thing we would have to teach Hillbilly when if he moves down this way. Rescue is we're gonna have to teach him some Southern hospitality, you know, and not like interrupting people while they're talking and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like this is how things go down here.
Right.
Later, Yankee. Have a great day, brother.
You know there's a fucking delay on the internet, jackass.
Not here.
And the delay is for the slow people, or what are you trying to say? I mean,
well, you know, he has to have an excuse for interrupting people, you know. Like Hutch said that one day, I'm sorry that the middle of my conversation interrupted the start of yours.
Right.
Yankee said he got to do drywall mud, man. That does suck. I hate messing with
that mud.
Yeah, I hate messing with that damn drywall mud.
Make it a great day, Yankee.
Hell yeah, Southern Pride.
It's got 35 minutes till I'm off. 72 hours this week. If no one calls in sick tomorrow. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Be off 72 hours, man. That's awesome. I wish all these damn rainstorms coming through and stuff, man. I want to go fishing, but you know, all of them's got a lot of lightning in them, man. That really sucks.
Yeah.
I've fished in the rain many times. It's you know, the fish are wet already. You know what I'm saying?
It's that amperage though that kind of ruins the day.
Yes. Lady Hammer, what's up?
Lady Hammer.
Yeah,
Did y'all ever get that worked out? Did you get a hold of her back then? Remember?
I think so. Yes. I think I think everybody was. I've got my list around here somewhere.
Chelsea
Yeah,
took her first.
I believe she got Holt the Ghost. Or where'd that list go?
Oh, there she said I got my T-shirt.
Oh, okay, good.
So
Hell yeah, awesome.
cool deal. Hey, that's awesome, Kiss Off. So Kiss Off, she says Chucky took her first vet tech test. She missed 1 out of 100. She's been in there for a week. Pretty good for being 18. Hell yeah.
Nice. That's what my daughter's doing, going to be a veterinarian. This is my notes, Rescue. Old envelopes. I got shit wrote all over them, man.
That's what you used to find around my desk. A receipt, whatever, had to put blank open space. Wait, is it what I got to write? Hey, that looks big enough here. And then you forget what all you wrote it on. Matter of fact, I pull out boxes to this day. I can pull out boxes and I'll look and I'll go, damn, I wonder what that number goes to.
I got all kinds of them damn things around here. I write shit. I'll just be sitting here and, I bring these envelopes out here and I'm like, well, I got this idea. Let me write that down, whatever. Willow. Hey,
Willow.
So,
Tiger says she does the same thing backwards.
Yeah, I see that. Rabbit says I have piles of them type of notes around here. Well, it's when you get that moment, you know what I'm saying, that idea, and you're like, damn, I don't want to lose that. You just grab the first thing you can.
When it hits, it hits.
Yeah. Right on, Paul Monty. Yeah. I don't know. It's one of them days where like I said, man, I woke up pretty early this morning. It was storming its ass off, and I was like, fuck it, I'm snuggling back in. And I'll wake up when I wake up.
Well, I would have probably done that myself if I hadn't made the commitment. And then I started to put it off. That's why I went ahead and made the stream. And I'm just being honest about it. But I got to tell you, there are days, and this was one of them. I fill out all that shit on StreamYard, that you fill out, and that blue button down there. And I linger for a moment and I go, is that really? Yeah. And there have been times I went click and that stupid little thing goes all shaded and it starts creating. And I go, fuck, I don't know that I really wanted to. And it's like, oh, well, it's there now.
I've done that several times over the past, come out here and be like, I'm going to go live, and then I fill out all that shit and I'm going to just be sitting here and I'm like, fuck, I don't, what am I going to talk about, and this and that. And then it's like, fuck it. Now I'll cancel it,
Well, and it's like this. If I didn't decide to do this in front of everybody, then I'd have talked myself out of it. Probably it'd have been hard. It'd been like, and I just can't do that.
So I'm just kind of curious. Is anybody in Top Chat right now?
Hell, most people are. I don't think I've even said that one time today.
I am.
They're probably all
in Top Chat the whole time.
Look, Monique says Backwoods had a moment. Don't you say? You don't say. Don't you know?
Oh.
Yeah. You weren't supposed to do that, were you?
Motherfucker, my chain brake handle just broke.
What? How the hell did you just break your chain brake?
My handle, the fucking handle just fucking broke.
What?
Damn.
Do you leak gas on it or something? Is it to get brittle?
It is like 8 years old.
Oh, do I need to go get you one from my neighbors that's like 30 years old? Can't believe you just broke the man. And you weren't even cutting nothing with it. That's the ironic part. He broke it while he's sharpening the chain. You pushed too hard on it, huh?
I did. Motherfucker.
Damn.
Well, I guess I'm going to fucking town. I don't have an extra one of them later.
Modified a little bit.
I could
Take
probably
your little
fucking
strips
melt
in
it
the middle,
together.
drill a hole on the each side of that brake, and put little plates on each side, put screws, and bam, bolt it together. You can make a splice.
Melt it right together too.
Well, you could do
Well,
that too.
I was gonna say you
Oh,
can
you
melt
know,
it and then take you a little small piece of PVC and cut just enough out PVC pipe, cut just enough out of it to put it around it. You know what I'm saying? And then put you a couple of little screws through it.
look what I just found.
Right, Rabbit?
Plastic weld.
Yeah, Tiger said Gorilla Glue. Rabbit said that takes some type of skill right there, Hillbilly.
Right.
Yep. That's right.
I don't know. I think my streams are like some kind of magnet for weird shit. I would say since I've started doing this, I've had all kinds of weird shit. Hell, Bug Out's been on his way to work and seen alligators and peacocks and all kinds of shit. And I've been on here when old Scooter there, we call him now because it's you people. Well, he decided to show off his little battery-powered scooter time that night, and he takes out. We watch him live on the stream just like this, and then hear this, and it was like, oh shit. And then Roots can tell you, Roots was sitting up here with me, and it was like, oh shit, yeah, okay, I think he's okay. And then all of a sudden, he's Roots was up here with me.
Who are you talking about? Wrecked on the scooter?
Well, I think his channel name is actually called You People. But we call him Scooter. He ain't been buying a little bit, so it's been a little bit, but he lives in Arizona. You might have seen him up on a couple of panels way back. He used to get on a pet. Sometimes he'd be sitting without a shirt, and he had that little image thing of like it might have like the little halo over the head, or you know how they used to do those overlays.
Yeah, I don't guess I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he was pretty cool. I think he's more on the cop watch side, so that's probably why he don't hang around much more. He does the cop view thing, but he's pretty cool. Yeah, but that was funny as shit that night. He's like, "Oh, hey, Rescue, check this out. Look what I bought." And so I said, "Oh yeah." And so he goes into the garage and he's showing this scooter. And I'm like, "Oh wow." He goes, "Yeah, I was gonna take it for a ride to show you, but this and this or something. I forgot exactly what it was." And then he ends up sitting there talking to us while he's fixing it. And then he goes, "Oh, yeah, here, I'll take y'all out." So we're like, "Oh, cool." He has his phone looking down at this little gauge on the handlebar deal, dude. And he starts taking off. And that thing got it. I think Monty might have even been sitting up here with me. It was like 40 miles an hour or some shit, dude, going down this little street. All of a sudden, the whole picture starts to wobble. And then it goes. It was so funny. And then we watched him go all the way back to the house. And I got to say, that was a badass little electric scooter.
Two firefighters shot in potentially targeted attack. Suspect at large.
Where at?
Let me click on it. That's terrible, man. See, this is what happens when you don't prosecute criminals, when you don't go after criminals. Birmingham, Alabama.
Damn.
2 firefighters were shot inside a Birmingham, Alabama fire station Wednesday.
In the fire station? What the fuck?
Shit. So they come up on the fire station.
Aren't there rules to that shit?
Was,
like, that's home base. Like, you know, aren't there rules?
I wonder if that was targeting the firefighting side, or if that was like, you know, did the cheating husband or some kind of family matter, and that's where he was or she was.
The suspect and motive are unknown. That's, you know, if they would hunt people down like that and catch them and just fucking do away with them, like you're done, gone, we're going to bury you, you're done. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that was the purpose of the chain gang. While it was also punishment for them, but it was also a visual representation and reminder for any
Right.
youth coming up in people to keep it in check, because this is the punishment. But then whenever you don't
That's
do
what-
that, and now you end up with a generation that says, dude, I don't mind doing 5 years or whatever. Hell, I got cousins, my uncle's in there. I got a nephew
Right.
in there. You know, my brother's in there. They don't care no more.
That's why in some countries, you know, if you get caught stealing, they cut off your hand. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. You know what I mean?
Well, D-Dog says, I saw the rescue was Digital Hawk with the scooter. I don't know. That doesn't sound familiar, D-Dog. I thought it was you people. And then we kind of nicknamed him Scooter after that. But Digital Hawk, it could be. Yeah, see, that was one of them moments. I wish I had remembered and labeled that little clip. And dude, there's been some fucking hilarious ass times. There's been some awesome discussions. There's been some just crazy moments. Hell, bug out. Man, there's been all kinds of weird shit on his way to work and stuff. Used to have outdoors with Ron. He'd be driving like Mayhem does. You'd see all kinds of shit. Yeah, Money said, yeah, I was up on panel right after Crash. Bandicoot crashed. And then he said, it was you people that crashed the scooter. Okay. Oh, that's right. Digital Hawk is the drone guy. Oh, what? Brr. Brr.
That's why I just hate reading the news. I've gotten to where I just hate reading it, man. That's why I don't have them big rants anymore, because I just don't watch. I just don't read the news much anymore, man. It just because it just infuriates me. I had one there, two suspects sought in a kidnapping attempt on a 14-year-old in a mall.
It was on Hawks. No, D-Dog, it wasn't. It was on mine. It was at night. And it was that you people, Roots, Money, and I think somebody else was even up. And he was showing it. He always sits with no shirt on. We used to make fun of him going, put no shirt on. It's hot. Well, that last year in Arizona, of course it was. But I think he just does it all the time. He sits over in this little room. He's got to do in his streaming.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I know it's hot and muggy here.
That's why I think I stapled that just so they can't get out. And I'll wait. I think I'm going to wait a few hours and let this shit kind of get to that side. Then this will go back to being in the shade. That's why I scooted out over this way, was by them trees. Now I can be in the shade. I thought about moving them this morning before I did this, but I didn't. And once they come out, it's such a pain in the ass. I either got to put them inside because I worry I'll run over them with those wheels in there.
Right. Yeah, I understand that, Camo.
Let's see, backwards, I used to call the nightly news Depression in 11. Now it's like 10 times worse. Yeah.
That ain't no shit, man. I saw a video where a guy was talking about this one dude that this guy was on a I don't know, he's on the subway, or I don't know, he was somewhere, and some dude had stabbed this guy to death, man. And he saw it happen, and then he fucking started taking selfies and did a video, and he's standing there like this and going, man, this dude just got stabbed to death right here in front of me, y'all, check this out, and like he went viral or whatever they call that, and people was watching. I was like, God dang, man, people, because I don't know what all happened there, but the dude that got stabbed to death was there with his wife and children, man.
Well, the one that made the news backwards, the old man that got shot by the guy on the little scooter that, I think that Salty Cracker and several little people, Tim Pool, talked about it. That dude that got shot. If you actually watch that footage, You'll see that dude come by on the scooter, shoot that old man. That old man starts walking kind of there, and it's like, oh shit. It churns, and you can actually see the blood coming out his back, coming down the shirt. And as it gets bigger, you'll watch this guy come up, and he just kind of looks around him, and it's just like, there's no like, hey, call 911 or nothing. It's just like, oh wow, dude, you got shot. People are just so disconnected nowadays.
Yeah, and they're at this point they're just desensitized to it. I mean, it's fucking happening everywhere.
Well, you know where it starts, right? When we dehumanize a human being that's in the womb, that's where it starts. When we start dehumanizing, you know, when we make it to where a woman can get pregnant and that's not a baby until it's born, that's the start of the dehumanization of people. You see what I'm saying? And you know, there at one time, New York, I think in their house, they had passed to where the baby could actually be born. And the mother could then decide that they didn't want it, and then they would kill it. And the people stood up and cheered that it passed.
Yeah. I think Colorado's like that. And what is it? I think Virginia.
And yeah, and I think in New York, I think that it failed the Senate, but you know, it's just like, what the fuck, man? I mean,
see, well, and it's like everything else.
That's
See,
murder.
they think that they can make them now. Now you have baby cloning things, so they can clone and they can make. So that takes the importance, that takes the cherishness of the rarity of that. And if you think about it, we've done it with literally every fucking thing we've ever been given. When we first doing cars were well maintained. You took care of your car. That was an investment. That whole perception. Why? Because there wasn't thousands of models out there. There was only 4 or 5, and people would try, and then those would fail. And so there was only very rare. So you took care of it. TVs.
They were designed.
They were rare. They were expensive. You bought it. You maintained it. You cherished it. You took care of it. The more that it came of ease of use, all of a sudden you don't give a shit. Well, now, you can go get inseminated. You can actually have it done over here in this little tube. And if you decide you don't want to, well, then you can go ahead and take it out. We'll see, it's totally disconnected now. Yeah, it can be replaced. We can do whatever. It's whatever. And it's like, yo, homie.
Because things used to be built and designed to last. Therefore, the mentality was that you took care of it for it to last. Like you said, it was an investment. It was something you took care of. Now we're just in a fucking throwaway society, and the big they have transformed us into that.
Well, that's the corporate world. So see, that's the product marketing corporate world. So they want volume of quantity. They don't care about quality. They want volume of quantity, because then that's their flow of product and money. That's what all their world revolves on.
Well, see what Hutch was saying. They're saying by 2027, a man will be able to carry a baby inside their body, and that's still hard for me to understand, man, because a woman is set up, you know, bone structure wise, for one, you know, and to be able to do that, you know, because men, I talked about it yesterday, men are pigs, you know, we are. And, you know, so we always talk about childbirth and hips, you know, on a woman and everything, you know, and that's because women are designed to be able to do that. And it would seem to me that even if they could figure out some way to make it where a man could carry that, I mean, I'm just not getting that, you know what I'm saying? How does...
Right. Their internal organs are designed to carry a baby. The vagina is designed to stretch and retract to push out a baby. That is the natural creation of a vagina. And
but where are you going to get your umbilical cord? I ain't got no fucking umbilical cord.
Right. Well, that's what I'm getting at. How would that work? Because, you know, again, I mean, you would have to do C-section, you know, I mean, that's just all there is to it.
See, I could see a play on words. I could see them like somehow they do some little half-ass tie into your system and like implant this into you and they let it develop to a certain point, there's no way you're fixing to do it to birth.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like
No.
this. Like I'm gonna tell you like this. Like I can't understand why any man would want to carry, you know, a baby inside them. Because number one, like, man, when I need to poop, I want to get that shit out of there. You know what I'm saying? And I couldn't imagine,
Right.
you know,
I'm not holding that shit for 9 months.
Same
Yeah.
mass confusion of the guy that goes down and decides to get his shit cut off.
Right.
And it's
But
like,
look,
you know,
look back on how they tried to introduce this same concept with a movie. Do y'all remember the movie?
talking about the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Throw some rice and some
Nope.
toilet paper.
Nope.
Oh,
Nope.
I
Nope.
thought you was going back.
With two very big names, two very big actors' names. Junior. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Danny DeVito.
Right.
Arnold Schwarzenegger carried a baby. They got him pregnant.
Did they? I don't think
Yep.
I remember even seeing that movie.
Go look, check that movie out. They've already tried to fucking throw this into our fucking society decades ago. They've already implanted that fucking thought process into the fucking culture with a stupid fucking movie.
Well, you start to
And
desensitize. You introduce it so you
Mhm.
can start to desensitize. You start to wear out the
Yep.
shock value.
Go, go check out that movie and see what the correlation, whatever, some similarities, yeah,
Correlation.
to where we're going to now, you know.
Well, I'm not watching that movie. I never did watch it because I didn't, you know, it never appealed to me to begin with, and now it really don't, you know. Watch a fucking man carry a baby. What the fuck?
And is it ironic that Arnold Schwarzenegger starred in that movie, who ended up being the governor of California, who California just happens to be the fluffiest fucking state in the United States?
I don't know. That's the land of pedos there. I just heard a story yesterday. I think it was on that little redacted chick, Natalie. He was talking about, I think the Simpsons must have done a World War III episode. And it was funny because it was one of the posters and something on the poster was similar to what was in the headlines. And it's like, I don't know.
It doesn't surprise me. They've been accurate on many things. It's fucking weird.
Yeah, they've been real accurate on shit. It's crazy, man. When you go back and watch some Simpsons predictions, man, it's like shit, dude.
And like way ahead of the time, not like, you know what I mean? Like it's been ahead. It's been years.
That's why I've always wondered if some of their stories, because they interviewed that dude one time and like they didn't like always think of every episode. A lot of episodes were suggestions from people that would write in, and you know, it's like, oh, and they would have, and there was talk one time about it's like you wonder if there isn't people on up in there somewhere that goes, trickle this out, and so then they do an episode, doesn't make any sense, but then where that little document came from actually starts to come into play, and it's like, wait a minute, they did an episode on that. And it's like, well, yeah, I wonder if that little document eased its way out before it finished its rounds to create whatever.
The one that really blows my mind is the one with Trump. Trump becoming president, being on that fucking escalator, the people up on the up high holding the fucking sign. Like the Simpsons had that shit, and that happened in real life. Like that still blows my fucking mind, dude.
That is crazy. I've seen that one. I've seen several of them. You know, that's just. Yeah, it's insane.
It's crazy. Well, we're gonna see if this fucking plastic steel weld holds up here in a little bit.
You see Camel Carl?
Link's too far up now, or I'd try to come up a spell. That's it. See, I don't know why this thing doesn't ever save it. I do it, and then I go to copy it again, and it's all of a sudden like, no, you got to go get it again.
I'll be back in just a second.
All right.
It stopped raining. That's nice.
That's one drawback about doing this with the tablet. It's, man, one wrong slide with my finger and other shit happens. What time is it?
Oh, man. Yeah, it's almost noon here. I got to go write up that invoice so I can get fucking paid. That's a good payday invoice for me.
What's up, gentlemen?
What's up?
Hold up. What's up?
I don't think I've been on a panel with hillbilly and backwoods before.
No, well, I don't. Well, not, at least not here.
No, I don't think
That's
so.
Hilly Homesteader, 1776. He was at the Missouri meetup. He's a cool dude. And then, of course, you got Backwoods from Arkansas.
Well, I know them both. I just don't think I've been on the panel with them. What's up, hillbilly? You working too hard?
Don't let him fool you. I'm a piece of shit asshole. Don't let him fool you.
I don't care what you say. I still like you.
Things are good.
You're out
Things
there
are good.
doing the real deal, man. You're out there farming. How many guys your age are out there doing this shit?
Right.
Not many that I know of.
Me neither.
What's up, Camel Carl?
What's up, Backwoods?
How are you, brother?
I'm fair to middling. I just got me a big old sack of weed. It's starting to rain, so I can't do much labor, so I'm good. I'm going to sit here and drink coffee. And, huh?
Did you empty your 5-gallon buckets?
Yeah, yep, I sure did.
Ready for the next round.
Yep.
The other day, he got up here and it was
days.
raining. It was raining there so hard, he had 5-gallon buckets around. He said that he was having to empty.
Damn.
They were filled in less than 2 hours, Backwoods. It was that quick. Boom, they were filled.
It's been raining like that. That's the kind of rain showers we've been getting. You know it. I mean that, and it's weird because you can just sit there and watch them, and there'll be this little pop up, you know, and it just sits there and grows. It doesn't move. It just sits there and grows. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it just like
that's exactly what happened. Yep. I watched that on the radar. It was a clear, sunny day, and I heard a thunderclap, and I went and looked at that AccuWeather radar or whatever, and it just like you said, it was little red dots growing out. Boy, they evolved out of nothing.
Yep, same exact thing happened here. Has been happening here. Lately, it's been following. We got I-91 that literally runs directly halfway through the state, and the weather is dictated a lot of times by that interstate. Why, I don't know. So
are you in Missouri too?
No, I'm in Connecticut.
Oh, all right.
The whole western part of the state.
Yeah, that guy's in Connecticut, huh?
Yeah, he's in Commie-Cut.
Well, I got no room to talk. I'm in Michigan.
Well, as long as you're not in Detroit, I think you're all right.
I'm between Flint and Detroit. How you like that? Any direction I go, it's crazy. But I'm in the sticks. I am in the boonies, kind of.
I'm not there, so it doesn't bother me.
Yep.
I am in Connecticut, but I am in the nice quiet corner, fucking redneck, right to farm area. So we do what the fuck we want.
I've been through Connecticut and I can't remember a dang thing about it. One of those drive-throughs, you know.
Yeah, in Connecticut, pretty small.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not that big. You can be north to south. You could be in and out in 2 hours. East to west, 2.5, 3 tops.
Yeah, from where I'm at, I can pretty much be out of our state, unless I go south, it'll take me some pretty good hours. But like,
what the fuck is going on over here?
3, 4,
I
5
will.
stops.
I'll be right back. I got something over the chickens.
I didn't know that, Ross.
Doppler radar is connected to heart.
Good to see you, by the way, Ross.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, these days, I wouldn't put it past anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I sure do. I sure do. The only thing I really trust all the way backwoods is God himself.
Exactly. That's about all I trust myself.
Hey, what's up, Ross?
God.
Well, there really is different levels of trust. There's guys I'll loan $20. There's guys I'll loan $100. But there is different levels of trust. There really is. It's just I can't trust nothing 100% except for the Lord above.
Right.
Well, the level of trust depends on the effect it has on you directly.
Well,
So,
you know what? An old farmer told me something once. Resky says, "You want to know how trustworthy somebody is? Loan them $20 and see how quick they want to pay you back."
Yeah.
Yep.
Because it's cheap. It's a cheap way out. That $20 ain't. Well, that $20 ain't nothing. It could cost you a whole lot more if you can't trust somebody.
Yep. Well, see, but I don't know. I was raised, I don't ever give anything I really expect back.
I should have been that way. I wish I'd have heard that one when I was young.
I give you $100. When I gave it to you, I wasn't really expecting it back. I mean, would it be nice? Yeah. Am I thinking about it? No. It is what it is.
No
But
expectation, no disappointment.
It goes into the character window, though.
Yeah, that's no expectation, no disappointment. I wish I'd been more like that in my younger days.
Yeah, my dad was kind of smart on some things.
The heck is that, man? Somebody's eating Doritos or something?
No, that's Hillbilly got a sack of feed, and so we're in the earbud, and the sack of feed is on the shoulder, about 6 inches from us. We're riding over to the feed place.
Is it that loud? I apologize.
No, it's all right. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was me making noise or something.
Oh shit! Rescue. What? Well, oh fuck! I'm making noise again. God damn it!
What'd you do?
Remember I was telling you about the spurs?
Yeah.
Just dropped one. Oh shit! Check these bad boys out.
Oh damn, son. Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty fucking big.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna dig it, homeboy. So what did you do? Did you just twist them off, or did you just cut them off, or?
No, you twist them off. So it's a 2-person job. Somebody's got to hold the chicken. You hold the leg, and you just grab them with a pair of channel locks or a pair of pliers, and you just back and forth, back and forth. You'll hear it like crack. It's just barely held on there. You can tell, like, this is really soft.
Okay.
What are you doing? Are you going to make like a jungle necklace?
Yeah.
And it doesn't jack him up?
No. He bled for a little bit, but it was just like surface blood. So, but what we did was, because we think he also has mites on his feet, because he's a bantam, so he's got fuzzy feet. So my wife put Aquaphor on his feet and his spur, so it like kind of stopped the bleeding. You could use Vaseline too.
Okay.
And yeah, the hens are way happier about it, I can tell you that. He's a big bastard, man.
I guarantee there's one hen in there going to miss those.
Right? They're all like drowned
Some
rats
like it
now.
rough. I think there was a song like that.
I gotta get feed, so I'm just gonna put you guys right there. Actually, I'm gonna mute my mic because I gotta make some noise.
That's Backwoods, and then there's Hillbilly.
Hey, Miss Rescue, how are you?
Good. How are y'all?
Pretty
Hey,
good.
how you doing? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yep, and that's Camel Carl. You always hear him, but
She does exist. I was thinking he had like, it was a myth,
it's all a myth. Well, that's a good place to shit, Rudy. Thank you. It's right there by the little compost pile. It's perfect. I just wish that was actually a sign of intelligence, and I didn't already know it was by accident.
That all they think is that that's why we raise them. We go around there picking up their poop, scooping litter boxes and stuff. They probably think that's all we want from them.
He just wants loving. And he's so weird. Oh, there.
Don't we all?
Lady Smith says Charlotte and waves. And then Miss Willow says hi, Miss Rescue.
Hello.
Ross says Miss Rescue, hi. Yeah, I took that.
Hey, Rescue, can I give you another little tip to help keep your chickens cool?
G-Mom Merkel.
You can soak their food in water. If you get I give mine tubs, you're just adding water to their diet is essentially what you're doing.
You know what I do when it gets super hot? I go buy the cheapest frozen vegetables like peas and corn and stuff, and we take it out there to them while frozen and give it to them, and it'll thaw out pretty quick. But they eat that, and it helps cool down their insides. It works really well.
Did you hear that? Backwards just said what he does, it helps cool his down. He just gets an old cheap bag of peas, frozen peas or something, freezes them, and then comes out and he just gives them those, and as they thaw out, they're eating it. Well, by eating it, it'll keep them cool. We can do that.
Well,
yeah. The vegetables, yes. Try to stay away from the corn though, because corn will actually make their internal body temperature rise.
Yeah, I just do a bag of peas.
Yeah, we do a lot of the peas and carrots actually is the ones that we give them, and they seem to be doing fine. We did it last year too.
I was just trying to give them a free little tip. You know what I mean? Water typically is free.
Hey, G-Mom Merkel. Morning, man.
Jake was telling me.
Y'all see that video going around with the? Y'all see that video going around with the one chicken and a whole big group of ducks, and he thinks he's a duck. He's out there in the pond with the ducks swimming.
No.
Oh shit! Internet.
I could see that though.
I got my first yellow squash.
Oh, what? Check, yeah, look at you.
Woohoo! Yeah, boy. Oh, and look at some spaghetti squashes over there too, boy.
I'll put you full screen. Hold on.
Ooh. Looking good. I love squash.
Oh, I see another one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there. Yeah, look at them hiding in there. Damn.
Heck yeah.
There's some zucchinis too. Oh, this rain has been beneficial, baby. Oh, I'm excited now.
Hell yeah. Look, Bibi's even excited for you. Oh. You can hear it.
Yeah.
Hey, Lady Hammer, that's what we were just talking about. And since you're in Texas too, That's what I was just talking about with backwoods, is getting like a bag of frozen peas and carrots and stuff and taking them out and give them those to eat on as they're thawing out. And that'll help cool them down. Because mine have been doing the same thing at this 103, 105, 108. They just walk around steadily, just panting. You'd think they were dogs.
I've got
go through that water.
Yeah.
I've got one of them cheap Lasco or whatever they call them, a fan, you know, just a cheap fan. And I run an extension cord out there, and I've got a part right there where my chicken coop ties to the pen, you know, and I've got a tarp over there, and it a big shade area right there, and I put that fan right there and blow it into the chicken coop and into the pen.
See, that's the one thing I told her about by doing this mobile thing. It makes some of that hard, you know, because depending on where I place them, like I can go place them, and next thing you know, they're in the sun all day long.
Right.
And so it depends on where I put them, and then you can't get electricity and can't put a fan. It makes all that kind of different little hard. And I'm seriously starting to consider doing over next to that little building and coming off the side of it and just putting that kind of over there. And that'll be like their little house within this pen, and then just let them have an area, and it's like there, and I'll just throw the feed like everybody else, and maybe I can take me some concrete pads and make me a path in there, so if it rains, I ain't got to go all in there, but I can get in there enough to throw food, because that's the main reason with this was if it rains and I get in one a fixed pen, then I get stuck in my chair, or I'm tracking chicken shit mud into the house and all that good stuff. So I was like, well, if I do this, I can move it.
I don't know. You can get a bag of frozen peas and carrots pretty damn cheap, man. You can especially catch them on sale.
Which one's cheaper, a bag of frozen?
Probably like $1 a bag or something.
And then we'll just freeze it there. More bang for the buck.
What's up, Hawk?
Great value. It's not
Hey, Hutch.
like
Even any cheap vegetable too, like you get watermelons that are on sale. You know what I mean? Chop that up, throw it in the freezer, throw that out to them.
Yeah, it's way too low.
Well, I know it's
I'll tell you what. Yeah, the cans are just a hair cheaper. The peas and diced carrots at Walmart are 62 cents, and the bag of peas and carrots is 98 cents. But now let's see the difference in quantity.
What's a fly strike?
32.
Well, Ross said had to kill 2
ounce.
chickens this year from fly strike. What the hell is fly strike?
I don't know.
12 ounce.
I had 2 chickens that died last week. 2 barred rocks. They just fucking died out of nowhere.
Was it real hot out?
Not too bad. And they were younger chickens too. They were only about 1.5 years old.
No holes in them nowhere?
Say again?
No holes in them anywhere you could find?
No. Nope. No, they were locked up. They were in the coop, and when I opened the coop in the morning, on 2 separate days, like 3 days apart, when I opened the coop, they were dead.
Yeah, they can.
They weren't old, huh?
No,
they can shrunk out.
They were both the same breed, barred rocks. I don't know.
Powered lights. You know those solar powered lights they make. Did somebody make a solar powered fan? Like they make these. I got a couple of floodlights that are real nice, man. I get free light all night long. But if they had like a little solar fan, you could hang in a opening or something that would run while the sun was out. I think that'd be pretty cool.
I'm sure somewhere on Amazon there's one.
or Alibaba or Wish.
I don't do Amazon, but I guess I should look.
So Ross
Walmart.
said that the flies lay eggs in the cut on a chicken, and maggots then will eat them from the inside out. Holy shit!
Oh shit!
Walmart makes a solar-powered exhaust fan kit for chicken coops, greenhouses, and sheds. It's $13.
Stop it!
Woohoo! There it is. I want one for my tent, man. I'm gonna have to get me something like that.
Is that in-store pickup or online only?
Let me click on it.
So a little. Oh wow.
$13. What's the size on it?
It's well, give me a minute here.
That's a good find, though. You found it quick.
I know. It's like what's the size? What's this?
You know
what's that? What's that? And it's like,
this is the problem. We've talked about this. See, this instant gratification shit. Ain't no patience. Can't wait. Here he goes. Hillbilly.
I know,
Damn
right?
Yankees.
Fuck it. I'm ready to fuel up and fucking go to Walmart, brother. You know what I mean?
For your first question, it looks like it says price when purchased online is $13.09. Okay. Seller shipping for $6 arrives Tuesday, August 1st.
So that's $20.
And the product size is a 14 by 14 by 2.5.
Take my money.
So it's a little 14-inch fan. So yeah, you're talking about that.
Just over
14 by 14.
By 14. Nice size.
No shit. And it's got a little solar panel.
Yeah, it's a solar.
No shit.
Hey, backwards. Does it look like it's okay? There. Hold on. I'm gonna put you full screen then.
Oh, look at that.
Okay, cool. That's what I was fixing to ask you.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Is that really 14 inches or is that 14 centimeters?
Well, let me look again.
Because I just was looking at that. I'm going, wait a minute. That's kind of looking like server.
It is centimeters.
Yeah. So that's going to end up being a fan about this big.
Yeah.
8 inch by 8 inch.
No, probably about a 5 to 6 inch. Little 5 to 6
I still want one. I got this one that runs on D-cell batteries for tents that you can hang. It's about the same size, but it'll be enough. I still want one. I want to get me one of them.
I'll tell you one handy thing I just saw in that picture, though, by that was the fact that there was a cord from the solar panel to that. So if you snip that, you can measure the output of that solar panel, and then you can always get a different fan and a motor to put on it.
Right.
Here's another one for $28, and it don't look real big, but I mean, because there's a laptop beside it.
The solar panel with the wire alone is worth $14.
Yeah.
There we go. With the solar panel.
Shit, I gotta go.
Put you full screen. Hold on, backwards. I'm gonna put you full screen. I like that. That's got a little protective cage. I could hang that up in the corner.
Oh yeah.
Pull air from the vent down into there. How much is that one backwards?
$28.
Damn.
Another $10.
Yeah, plus shipping. So there's fucking damn near $40 for that fucking thing.
You catch some of these guys on the right day, and you might get free shipping.
It says free shipping.
Oh,
Can you tell us the CFMIs on the fan, please?
Jesus Christ.
No, but I would ask you one thing. Can you drop a link of that into chat?
Listen, if I'm paying $28,
can you tell me if that comes
I want to make sure it's going to blow.
Which Lady Hammer was even wondering if you'd drop a link, and I was wondering if you'd drop it.
Well, I'm not a mod. I can't.
Oh, you're not? Oh.
Backwoods, does that come in camouflage?
Hey, listen.
Say something in chat.
Let me show y'all how easy this is. Hang on, guys. Just kicked off.
Oh, well, I'm just ribbing you now.
Yeah, let me show you how easy this is. Hit Google.
Not
Google search.
not
And
all
also,
of us
look,
are fancy enough to have a fucking computer backwards.
well, you can do it on
What's
your phone.
Google? What's a Google?
Backwards, say something in chat.
So all you got to do is type in solar fan. That's all I typed in, and it
Okay.
pulled
How do you
up.
spell solar? Hold on.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. So just remember, your search stuff is going to go off of the history of your stuff. So
I've never searched for a solar fan before. I never.
But
Even
what
thought
other
about
things have you though? And so, see, I don't know. We'll try it.
it. Timu has it for
Hey, I don't have to make you a
$12.
mod. It's okay.
How come when I type in fan, it only comes up OnlyFans?
You followed the wrong link of his.
Fan, oh fuck!
You gotta
That one
clear
says
your
that one says
browser.
fans only. Shit.
Oh, hey, what's that?
Oh,
You gotta clear your browser, bro.
the missus is here. We have to speak proper.
So, okay, well, Hutch sent me a link, and it's to one. It's a solar-powered electric ventilator, 10-watt, 12-volt dual fan, suitable for small chicken house, greenhouse. Oh, that's a tmu.com.
Oh,
Yeah,
another Timu.
The dual one is $24. See, it pulled it up. It's giving me that on suggestion as well. Right there, solar powered electric ventilator fan. Dual
I
fan.
ain't never heard of Temu. Temu sounds like it's in Africa or something. How long does it take to get there?
It's a bunch of China made shit, honestly, and I know several people who has been ordering from Temu, and they say they're actually getting some pretty quality stuff, you know, for what it is, and they're cheap as fuck, dude. You need to look on Temu. They have fucking everything, man. You can just type in camping supplies, dude, and it's just pages and pages and pages, and you can type in woodworking stuff. I found a handheld router on there. It's a plug-in, and the handheld router with all the bits, and it's like $32, man.
Dang, man, it used to cost $30 for one router bit.
Exactly.
That's because you're 100% supporting China's child labor.
Cracked its screws up. You can see a fan of
Oh,
mine.
you just ruined it for me, Hillbilly.
Oh, Tiger says, "Hey, Miss Rescue."
That's the same thing. That's the same thing you do when you buy from Walmart or anywhere else. You know, 90% of the shit here is made in China now anyway.
I know.
So if you're gonna have to buy China products, you might as well go to the cheapest one you can find.
You might as well buy the cheapest of the cheap.
Yeah, because you're gonna need to
You
be
know what?
replacing
You
it
know
pretty
what?
soon.
There's one way I will buy stuff like that, and it's if I'm buying it from an American. Like if I find something made in China, but it's at a yard sale, the guy at the yard sale is getting my money, so I feel better about it.
Right.
Right.
There you go.
That's justified. I agree with that.
There's all kinds of cool different.
But at what point of like so many like certain things are you going to buy cheap of when you're going to buy 3 of those cheap things?
You want a real answer? Because I got one.
Good things.
How about
Hey,
this?
you want a real answer? Because I got one about that. Now, I've not bought anything made in China in over 20 years. Everything I own is U.S. made. I've got even my truck doesn't have a single metric nut or bolt on that sucker. If I need a tool, I don't buy it online. I go to a yard sale till I find it. And then I buy an old one. And if it needs fixed up, I'll do it. I'll clean it up, whatever I need to do, because that'll last me. Every one of my tools is old Craftsman. I got, I'm a stickler about that. I really am, and have been for decades.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like you're going to buy 3 Chinese-made bullshit whatevers versus if you just bought one well-made, American-made, whatever. You know what I mean? Like it washes itself out. You just buy it right
it's
the first time.
It's not worth it, man. That stuff is junk. I had one of them cheap China wrenches, like a 5/8 wrench. great,
Well, Carl, you ain't
right
got
in the
no
palm of
solar
my
stuff?
hand.
You don't have no solar
I
panel at
do.
all, Carl?
All I have is these solar lights, and they're not made in China. I was surprised.
Where were the solar part made at?
It was like, Indonesia or something. It was one of those other little countries, but it didn't say China.
And I will say and I said this before. The one thing that only, and I'm not just, I don't know, just me, but it's like if you get set up on too much like little Amazon things that are like fixing the farm, the homestead problems. But keep in mind that what happens in 5 years, you got to replace that. But we're in a different, World War III's done maybe kicked off, or maybe we're not doing business with them no more, or, just so that's why I don't know, somehow hands-on and natural. And I don't know. That's why I just, I don't know. Them solar lights, those are solar lights. They come on at night with movement just so I can see which cat I need to pop.
Way more shovels, pickaxes, and rakes than I do rototillers and fucking weed trimmers and, all the mechanical shit, right? I have way more fucking hand tools than I do mechanical tools. There's a reason for that.
Well, yeah, because if it were to like, I don't know, just the worst thing, everything just goes boom, no markets, no electricity and stuff. Well, then that's bad, but it's not like, oh my God, the end of the world, because hell, that's how we got here. So it's just then, okay, now you're going to clear out stuff by hand with a sickle. Get old
I do it all the hard way, Rescue. I do everything the hard way. Screw that fancy shit. I don't want no smart refrigerator telling me what to do.
Yeah, right. Your refrigerator and your stoves telling you how to cook your meal. See, and it's those people. It's going to be that when they introduce the kitchen helper bot, the AI to help you, they'll be the ones that'll be like, yeah, because that's the next step for them. This ease of use and shit, that's what's pulling you down the hole. That's what's pulling people. Oh, it's easy. Oh, that makes it easier on me. If it makes, what? Life is really not supposed to be easy. Life is supposed to be hard because you should be putting into life that you get out and you experience a full life. So that should require energy. And if you exert energy, then you should feel that. And yet people are trying to find ways to not feel that. And it's like, but then you're really not living.
Man, this damn Temu has fucking everything, dude.
Yeah, but I'm like, I think might have been Teresa or Tyler. Somebody said that. See, I've heard something about that Temu. Oh, it was Teresa. That Temu is almost, it's supposedly could be worse than TikTok as far as the data it collects.
Mm-hmm. Elusive turned me onto that. And so I was like, oh, fuck it. A couple days after the meetup or whatever, I was like, oh, let me see what they got. I downloaded the app, looked at some of that cheap shit. I was like, nah, fuck that. Well, I forgot to uninstall the app. And, dude, my fucking notification bar was good. They were sending me fucking ad after ad after ad after ad. Say, get 90% off on this. Get fucking, 70% off on this.
Your car warranty expiring.
Right, exactly. Like, oh, you're telling me that I'm going to buy a fucking brand new pair of fucking sneakers with the fucking, the shock absorber system in it for $2.49? Get the fuck out of here.
Amy, they already have a refrigerator like that. Because when we bought our refrigerator freezer, they had one there that basically it would certain items that you place in there. I forgot how they explained it, how it works, but there's certain items like you use daily and stuff like that, and you could not only would it learn or whatever of how much of that product you're using, and it would start to get to where it'll actually, you could set it up to where it would order from like Walmart or wherever, some of these places, and they can actually it'll automatically send the order and shit of hey, you're getting low on this, and you've got a day's left this milk, a day's left of these eggs, yada yada. It was weird as hell. I was like, hell no, I don't want none of that shit in my house, man. That's crazy.
Yeah. Think of all that
It's
artificial
gonna get
intelligence that's
ugly,
in that
guys. I'll
shit.
tell you what. Back in the '70s, I saw this artwork of this guy that he was like doing prosthetic drawings of the future. So like what critters would evolve into, right? But when he got to the humans, and his art was depicting what a human would look like in, let's say, 10,000 years, and it would pretty much just Jabba the damn Hutt, because by then we're going to be so lazy and so obese because all we do is sit on our duff, let everything else do everything for us, and consume. And I'll never forget that, because there was some ugly humans in the future. They lose all their muscle mass. They get bigger mouths. Their arms get real thin and spindly because they never use them. That kind of stuff. We're going to screw ourselves in the end.
Just chime in real quick, a 2-bit thing for Hillbilly. Next time you're doing that, while you're brushing it, you need to tell yourself, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. Maybe it'll grow a little bit then.
Come on, it's growing. Get off my back. It's growing so good, my wife hates it.
Oh.
Why are you growing that? It's summertime.
I figured rescue. Instead, he stood in front of the mirror and goes, I'm just not man enough. I'm just not man enough.
I wish I was. I wish I was. I wish I was.
All right. I wish I could.
Sometimes, backwoods, you are just brutally funny.
That's fine. That's fine. You make your fucking beer jokes, but when shit hits the fan, you're going to love me.
Never mind. I won't say that. Just because it's Rescue's channel.
Dude, listen, why you got to make it weird, man? Why? You always make it weird.
I'm going to give you props for trying to grow a beard, because everybody else up here has got I see beards. It's like a beard guild around here, If you're trying to grow, I'll give you props for that. I think
it's not that
right in a beard.
It's not that I'm trying to grow a beard. I can grow a beard. I just don't usually grow it until wintertime.
Yeah.
Right on. You know what I'm going to do, Hillbilly? I'm going to make me and Rescue a couple gnome hats. And I'm going to come up on his panel. We're going to do a whole show as old gnomes.
What's up, Ohio? How you doing, sis?
I was going to try to get y'all where you can see. That way you can see if Miss Rescue decides to kick his ass, because if he fucks with her, she's probably going to beat his ass. So Willow try to give y'all a front row seat.
Willow says the little whiskers that could.
Hey, that could be a new little kid story.
I used to like
do a book on that. The little whiskers. We'll get somebody to draw Hillbilly's portrait, and we can step them through growing, starting to get the little whiskers that could.
Hey, I'm an artist, but I like to draw stuff I like to look at.
Is Hutch still in the chat?
Hey, will you do me a favor while you're in there too? When you do that, will you bring back that door?
He said something a little bit ago.
What is his thought about smoking like 6-year-old flour that's been in a jar?
It's fine. It's fine, man. Try it.
It ain't got no mildew on it, does it?
It doesn't smell like it.
He was getting on that.
Well, there you go. That's the only thing you got to worry about is what Backwoods said, and sometimes it like starts to powder, like powder or something after.
Watch. Here you go. She's gonna slap him with that damn thing again.
And Hillbilly, if it is kind of like a powdery feel to it, make sure you just pick out every stem and every little what you don't want to smoke out of it. It'll be better.
Let's see what we got here.
Yeah, they like that.
Hawks would definitely know. Hawks says as long as it don't smell like perfume, it's still good.
No.
Oh, did you ever keep a doobie in your girlfriend's purse and regret it? You never had a perfume, doobie? Back boy, if a gal kept weed in her purse, it tasted like perfume.
Well, it depends on the girl.
I'm gonna cut some of it off. So
I used to make
True.
My girl doesn't wear.
Because whenever you open it all the way,
the girl I used to live with, I used to make her put it down the front of her pants.
so I was gonna trim off some of it. So
Yeah.
The weed or the
my wife-
perfume?
Do what?
I said the weed or the perfume.
The weed.
I'm sorry,
My wife
I'm
has-
wide open with that one.
Come on, I'm
Right.
My wife has snuck joints into venues for me in between her breasts.
Oh, I
right, here we
forget who
go.
I'm with.
It's like 6-year-old weed. We're smoking out of the old jar. I found it in my basement the other day.
Hawks is saying if it smells like perfume, it means that the compound has broken down and the mold tends to set in.
You fucking hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking hear me? Fucking hear me?
Rescue.
He's gonna kill that motherfucker.
We're about to see a murder of a rooster on live screen right now. Get him, Rescue.
He's gonna snuff the rooster.
Tastes a little stale, but it doesn't taste moldy.
I don't even know.
I'd be looking around that basement more if I were you.
What?
I said I'd be looking around that basement more if I were you. If you're finding weed and shit just laying around.
Oh, I'm sure there's jars that I don't remember where I put them. Sure of it. When my wife moved in, all my shit got fucking buried and fucking put aside and fucking everything else.
Let me ask a question, and it may be a completely stupid question. I seriously do not know. Could you water bath can weed? Because I'm figuring in a pressure cooker you couldn't do that, or in a. But I'm saying like water bathing it.
Why would you though?
Well, just because
it'll take a lot of the. You take all the keef and all the good stuff. You take all the crystals off of it. I think.
By water bathing it.
Yeah, I think so.
Because
I think you would.
No, because it's going to be in the jar.
Yeah.
So it's protected.
I just think you would decrease the potency if you were to add any moisture to it.
But you're not adding moisture to the weed. You're just sealing the jar.
Mm. If that doesn't add any kind of moisture to it, I guess you could.
Well, I see Nikki in there and some of these ladies in here that do a lot of canning and stuff like that, and I'm just curious.
Man, they just went after.
Yeah.
Just vacuum seal it. Yeah.
You're just talking where they used to can stuff and drop it in hot water and then tighten the lid or something.
Well, I mean, you're just water bathing.
I guess I don't know what that is. I have to look into it.
I just took 3 little hits off this weed and I already feel high as a fucking kite.
Well, it's water bathing. Basically, I think you're just basically putting it in an open pot with water, the jars and the lids on it, and it seals it.
Right. You're creating that vacuum to fucking heat up that rubber seal and suck that lid down. That's all you're doing when you water can.
Everything inside would stay bone dry, though.
Correct.
Yes, as far as I understand.
Now, wait, did I just miss it? Were y'all talking about like glass and eggs?
No, water bath and weed.
Oh, okay.
Water bath canning jars of weed.
Add liquid to it if you water bath can it in jars. Okay.
Water bath.
Yeah, see, that's why I was
weed
asking.
in jars.
I'm still missing what is the purpose of Why would you can the jar of weed to seal the lid and preserve
to seal
it?
the lid, yes. That's
Okay.
the whole point of canning is you get a seal on there that stores it.
Wouldn't that cause it to like mold and stuff?
Well, that's what I was asking. I didn't know.
Because I think it does. I've had some that I put in just regular jars. I didn't like do the canning part. I just closed it, but then I kind of forgot about it for a little bit. Went and cracked that open, and dude, it was like moldy hay. Almost. It was like you could smell that.
Right. So Hawks is saying no, don't seal the lid. It will cause condensation, which makes sense. That's cool. If you and Hutch is saying weeds nothing needs nothing fancy. It literally lasts forever if you keep it dark and cool.
And them seeds can last decades. I've kept seeds for 25 years that still grew.
But vacuum sealing it sounds more, and then keep it stored in a cooler, dark place, and it would seem like that would be probably the best bet.
Shit,
I was just curious.
G-Mall Merkel's like mine never lasts long enough to preserve it.
Right. I found that jar in a wooden box in the basement, so it's been in a cool, dark place for like 6 years.
I've heard the experts say that when you get a big jar of good cola buds, or the tops, that they let it breathe. They'll open the jar up, leave it open for half a day, close it back up through the process of it curing. So I know that you got to keep that some air circulation in them, or they do get funky.
Yeah, you got to burp the jars, is what I know it as. But once it's cured, once it's at its full dryness, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't usually last long enough to. I don't know. I forgot that.
If you hide it on yourself, it lasts a long time, huh?
There's probably almost a quarter in the bottom of this jar.
I've never, looked at storing weed like that because I've always just smoked it all. But
that's it right there, right? Shoot,
it didn't lose its potency. I can tell you that. I'm fucking feeling it. Nice. Actually,
I have found stashes of weed from the years gone by, and been very happy to find it. Like when you've got nothing and you find some stash that you didn't even know you owned. That's like Christmas times 10.
Right. I'll show you the girls real quick. They've taken a pretty good growth spout. They've got a couple clones that are going to come off them pretty quick here.
So you just grab those spurs and then just twist it back and forth and then twist it and it just comes off.
Yeah. Have somebody hold the leg because you got to keep that leg straight. You don't want to twist his knee because you'll tear the cartilage. So you have somebody hold the leg. You just grab on.
So you're holding the foot like this. I mean, you got to hold that, but you're literally just going to grab that nub with pliers and go, and it just twists it up.
Yeah, gentle.
Billy, you know how to hypnotize your chickens?
You put their head down to the ground or some shit like that.
Yeah,
and draw a line directly away from their face in the sand. It'll work on 8 out of 10 of them.
No shit. No, I never tried it.
Yeah, but if you move them, then
grab the chicken. All right, listen. Grab the chicken like you normally would hold a chicken. You're holding his legs on the bottom, kind of folded backwards, and then use your other hand to grab right below his head, and you put his one eye, as close to the ground as you can. All right, and then you draw the line from his eyeball away off, it works within a foot, but you can keep going. And as long as you don't, snap him out of it, he'll go completely limp.
But you're fixing to grab him and start twisting and prying on a piece. So I'm not sure that chill mode effect would work.
It won't work on all of them, but some of them works really well.
Upside down. You hold them upside down long enough, they go right to sleep.
Yep.
Well, yeah. So you're gonna grab
His are
onto
getting
that
pretty
spur.
good now. We just looked, and
you
his
don't
are
have-
getting pretty good. I need to get. I'm gonna have to start thinking about addressing them.
You don't have to be like aggressive with it. It's just a little twist back and forth, and you'll hear it fucking like break and release, and then it'll fucking release and slide right off. You'll get a little blood. Don't worry about it. Put some Vaseline on it or something if you want to. If not, it's a fucking chicken, man. It'll heal. Or to be honest, if you're gonna keep chickens, I think you should have on standby. It comes in a little can. It's for horses. It's a antibiotic spray. It's purple.
Yeah.
Yep. And you know, if he's riding them too much and they get that bare spot, you spray that purple shit on them. It's a fucking spray, antibiotic spray. You could spray that on there. You know what I mean? It's like $5-6 at Tractor Supply, something like that. Farm store.
Nikki says you can also tuck their head under the wing and put them to sleep. You can also slap the shit out of them and put them to sleep sometimes.
Well, that's how. See,
Yeah, one good snap of the wrist, and you don't have to worry about it.
Apparently, been reading the same manuals because that's the one I think of as I can knock him the fuck out.
Well, you know,
And it's good to see you, Nikki.
This here is known as the attitude adjuster. It's a big giant metal dustpan. It gets used for the chickens, the wife, myself.
Are you that?
What's up,
You wait. Hang on. You use that, hillbilly?
Huh?
You're that scared of chickens that you got to have a big metal dustpan?
I mean, them fucking big roosters sometimes they need an attitude adjustment.
You see, you missed back in the day, man. When I had Rudy Poot, that big ass, mean ass rooster I had. I'd go in there and fight that sumbitch, man. That sumbitch attacked me all the time, man. It didn't matter what I did. I kicked that sumbitch one time so hard, man. He did like 2 or 3 loops and hit the ground, and he got up and staggered around and shit. And I went after him. He went down back in the chicken run where I couldn't get to him and shit.
Yeah. No, I don't use that for the chickens. I swat the shit out of some bees with it, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't even like chicken anymore. I mean, I'll eat it if it's just for dinner. But when I was a kid growing up, we had hundreds of chickens, and I had to kill hundreds of chickens and pluck and I just got so sick of chicken when I don't never buy it, you know. I mean, but if I was going to get chicken, I'd want a farm bred chicken. Wouldn't want none of that.
Well, it used to be that chicken was the cheapest meat you could buy. That ain't so much the case anymore.
Huh?
My wife asked me when I was getting more meat birds.
I know. I'm
Shit, I had some fried chicken last night.
You know, I had a guy reach out to me through the business that had meat birds. He had 3 Cornish crosses that he has to butcher, right? So he asked me how much per bird, and I was honest with him. I said, to be honest with you, I said 3 chickens, it's really not worth setting up for. But if you're going to do this, and I'm teaching somebody self-sustainability, I'll set up and do it. And I'll do it for $5 a bird, which I think is super fucking cheap. He told me that was too much. That was too much, too expensive.
Okay, how much would that chicken cost in the store?
I don't know. I haven't bought chicken in 7 years, 6 years, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know the prices either.
But I think you could probably get a roaster bird for, I don't know, $8-10, I'm guessing. And you're going to get what? Maybe a 3 pound bird?
That's when you got to bring up like a trade, you know, like find out if he had something, some old tools or something that you were interested in. So you guys could have pulled off a trade like that, and you both would have been happy.
Right.
Good day, everyone. Rescue I have.
Well,
But then,
Once I did a little research on his character, it didn't seem like a person I really wanted to do business with anyway. So I'm not really upset that he didn't want to do business with me.
oh, hey, Miss Sharon. Okay, just use a towel and wrap him up.
But I haven't harvested a bird here that was under 8 pounds. I'll take that back. 7.5, right? To 9 pounds is typically the birds that we harvest here. You're not going to find that size of a bird in a grocery store. I don't think, as like a roasting bird.
No, not that commercial marketing shit, man. They got them caged birds, and they're hitting the scale, and then they're sent out to process. You don't
And
find
they're like what, 3-4 pounds?
Yeah, they're only like 3, 4, maybe 5 pounds at best.
I sell them for $20 a bird in a bag, ready to go, and people eat them up.
There you go.
I typically get my feed cost back, is what it is, because it takes, when you do them in a batch of 100.
If I knew somebody like you doing that, I'd probably would buy a bird for that price because I'd know where it was coming from. I really don't trust it from the stores. Seen too much on chicken farming to trust it.
Right. And that's what gets the people, to be honest with you. Like, they know where it comes from. They've seen the setup. They know how I raise them, so they're pretty happy to pay $20 for a fat bird in a bag, ready to go, organic.
That was naturally farm raised.
But it's not cheap, man. Like, right? So for 100 birds for 8 weeks, it costs $600 in feed.
That was nothing like that when I was a kid. It was cheap ass shit. You get a giant 80-pound bag feed for what? What was it, like $6 or something in the 70s?
$5-6. Yep.
We grew our garden, so we used all the garden scraps. Them chickens eat anything, man. They'll eat each other if you let them. They'll eat whatever you give them.
Yep, they sure will.
Would it pay for you to look into like some of the grain farmers, even within like, a 70-mile range of you, to see if then you could kind of get a bulk deal with them that you just can kind of.
That is bulk.
Oh shit.
That's 1 ton of food. 100 meat birds in 8 weeks eat almost a ton of food. I have usually at the end, I have like half to 3/4 of a 55-gallon barrel full of feed left over from a ton.
So that lasts you how long?
8 weeks.
So a ton of food lasts you 2 months.
For the meat birds.
For the meat birds.
Yes.
And then they're processing. You get $20 a bird.
Yep.
What else do you give them? I mean, do you get any vegetables in there? What else? Do you give them anything else?
Yeah, we'll give them weeds or vegetable scraps, depending on when we're doing them. I try to do them so that they're at the end of the harvest season of the garden, so I can throw in all that stuff.
Right on.
But they eat that fucking food, man. That's how they get from a chick to 8 pounds in 8 weeks. That's all they fucking do is eat. So I make zero money. My feed is paid for on the chickens that I do. You know what I mean? For me and us. Other than that, the feed is free, and all the work is just the work.
I can remember letting them out in the fields when them grasshoppers would come out at a certain, I don't even know what time of year that was, but all of a sudden the fields would be full of grasshoppers. We'd let them chickens out. They would love that.
Hell yeah. I got to get my garden fenced in so I can let the chickens, my egg layers, so I can let them run free. But they'll fucking tear my garden up in no time.
We didn't even have it fenced in like that. We'd let them out. We had there was no neighbors or nothing. It was in the middle of nowhere. But they'd know to come back at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, there's places out here that you drive by and there's just fucking 30, 40, 50 chickens just running around in the fucking yard, in the field, crossing the road.
Cleaning your property for you, man. They're good at that.
Yeah. Eating all the ticks.
You get 50 or more chickens doing that in a day, and they'll clean whole quadrants.
What's up, Backwoods? You're quiet, brother.
I got a buddy of mine that lives up here. He's into leather work and stuff like that. Man, he builds some cool shit. Like he got into some of that old fighting, like building the old metal armor and stuff like that, and then leather and metal and stuff like that. Yep. And he was just texting me. We ain't talked in a little bit, and he had come over and showed me some, some stuff about leather work, teaching me and stuff. And so he was just hitting me up, and we were just talking back and forth there. Sorry, y'all.
I do a lot of that stuff, Backwoods. I've been a sewing machine operator for 45 years. That's my trade. I've got a custom-made portable industrial sewing machine set up that it mounts up in my truck. I can go do boat tarps and stuff sitting at the marina. I can go out in the fields and do tent repairs. I do home boat, car upholstery, commercial upholstery. I make custom military, law enforcement, and sporting goods. I make, tents, packs, outfits, hats. I do all that stuff. I've had a tailoring shop and upholstery shops and worked for a lot of upholsterers, That's my gig, man. One day when I come back down to Missouri, because I love Missouri, I love the Ozarks, and I'll be down there and I'll try to hook up with your brother. And if you ever have, like zipper repairs and coats and all that stuff, that's all my gig.
Hell yeah. I've actually, started trying to, I've made a couple of like seat cushions and stuff like that, but I'm still not real good at sewing or anything, I'm trying to.
Well, you need an industrial machine. It's called a walking foot machine. Most sewing machines, they have a feed dog that is only underneath the foot that feeds the fabric. With a walking foot, the top foot lifts as that mechanism happens, so it doesn't bunch up the fabric. It's there. You have to have one to do not the heavy duty leather work, but the moderate leather. It'll walk right over a blue jean seam like it ain't even there. But if you use one of them regular home machines or what they call a tailoring head, you've got to lift that foot a little bit and go slow going over a thick seam, or you start breaking stuff.
Yeah, I've got so my mom still has my great grandma's, and then it was my grandma's old sewing machine, one of them tables, and got the
a treadle foot pump style, like you pump your foot to get it to go.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and
see, now this is the thing. See, that's a good machine. My smaller detail machine, I've got a big industrial. Then I've got this little box one. It's a 135-year-old Singer sewing machine that used to be on a foot treadle box. All right, I took it out. I put a modern motor on it. And the reason I did this is because every part inside of that machine is made out of real metal, man. We're talking high-grade steels. Today, every new machine they make has nylon gears and all kinds of weak points inside of it. They won't last. I will build a new machine in no time. But those old machines, you can take a treadle machine and put it in a modern setup. Most of the bolt patterns, you can find one anyways that'll work. That's the way to go. I've been using that machine for almost 50 years now, and it still works. And it's 135 years old, man. How can you beat that?
Shit, that's almost as old as Backwoods.
My my mom had asked me if I wanted it, and I told her, hell yeah, I do. So, I just trying to, as soon as I can afford an outbuilding, I'm gonna get an outbuilding, and I'll be able to put my 4-wheeler, my mowers, and a bunch of that yard work and stuff and my mowing business stuff, I'll be able to put a lot of that shit out there and make a whole lot more room here in my shop. And I've also got one of them really, really big, nice, like commercial grade or whatever table saws also over at my dad's house. My dad's got it over there, and because I ain't got no place to put it, you know. And
oh, look at Amy picking on me now. They're not dolls; they're action figures, man.
You and Hutch, man, with y'all's dolls.
Shit, I thought Hutch's setup was pretty dope.
That's what got me into all this, you know. Back
It's not like he's playing.
GI.
It's not like he's playing with Ken and Barbies.
No, man. See, when I was a kid in the 60s, G.I. Joe actually was a military-themed thing. From 1964 to 69, they had camouflage clothing and tents and shooting weapons and jeeps and all kinds of cool stuff. In 1969, it changed. Because of the Vietnam War, it was too controversial, not, politically correct. And it went to something called the Adventure Team. And that's when it started to suck. Everything was yellow and orange and kung fu grip and all this crap. They quit shaving. That's when it got weird. But that early stuff is really what got me into sewing. I loved that old military gear so much that I started making outfits for my Joes and big tents and stuff. I still make tents for G.I. Joes that I can sell like hotcakes. It's what they would have made if they kept going. They're big tents where you can fit the guys all in there and their cots and everything. They sell. I got a couple of pictures on my community page of the white winter ones that I make. But there's a gig, man. Them 60s G.I. Joes, some of them are worth thousands and thousands of dollars. You ever find some of that stuff, you should get somebody that knows what they're looking at before you just go giving it away. Because there's pieces of plastic out there the size of a toothpick that is worth $1,000, maybe $2,000.
I have a nice old classic metal truck here that was made in the United States. Nope, it's a Nylint.
Nylint. Yep.
Nylint. And it was made in Rockford, Illinois, USA, baby. That was a flea market find.
Yeah, man. I mean, I've got a 1960s Tonka Detroit News van. And it's just because the stickers are perfect still, it's worth $100. This thing's only like 5 inches long. That's $100 bill.
Yep. I got all my old metal Tonka trucks up in my my mother's attic. I'm sure they're worth some money. They're from the 80s.
Well, that's when you want to go. When it comes to the Tonkas, the real valuable ones are from the 1950s up until about 1970. That's when they mass produced them in such a case to where the dump truck, everybody had the dump truck. But there is some transitional states where if you look at them, you can tell that, well, they made this plastic now, this used to be metal. The tires are a little different. Just research it because some of them are pretty valuable. I sold G.I. Joe on eBay for 25 years before they went all flippy. And I'm a moderator and an expert on the world's largest G.I. Joe site. I'm actually known worldwide for this gig because I was into it and started my mom was the one that was smart. She realized in the 70s that these things were going to be worth something. If you ever found a 1967 G.I. Joe nurse in the package, I've seen those sell for $19,000 at auction. So this thing, I mean, last time I did a full auction run for G.I. Joe, I did, I liquidated a lot of the stuff I accumulated. And I made $37,000 in that auction off eBay. This ain't no joke. That stuff, there's a fortune of stuff in people's basements they don't even know about.
Cool beans. I got to go get something to eat, guys, so I'm jumping off of here, and I got to get something done. It's already 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm about to do something too. That damn rain shower is about to get to us, so I think I'm gonna go in there and eat, come back out here and hook my air conditioner up and cool the shop down a little bit and start working on some of these projects.
There you go. Well, if I don't catch y'all later, I think I'm going on with Ghost tomorrow night for the shirt deal.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on there too. That's what I was saying. I don't know when exactly. I might try to go live, and then Ghost. It's tomorrow night though. Ghost, ain't it, or is it tonight?
Yeah. No, tomorrow, the 15th.
Yeah. So.
Are you going live tonight backwards?
I'm gonna try to. I don't want to put it out there yet because I don't know how the day's gonna go. You know what I mean?
Make a commitment. Make a commitment. Come on.
And I don't like to do that because then if something
I
happens,
feel that, man. I feel that. As soon as I say I'm doing something, the internet will go out.
Yeah, something will happen. And seeing plus, they're calling for about 7:00 tonight. They're calling for strong storms to come through. So if it's lightning and shit, I have to unplug the internet from out here because the last time we got a lightning strike and it popped real loud in my shop and it burned out the internet box deal in there in the house, and they replaced it once, but they said if it burns it out again because you got it hooked up out here like this, it's going to cost me like $300. So
unplug that shit.
Yeah, so I unplugged it. Start lightning, man.
Yeah, cool.
So
all right, well, if I don't see y'all later, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace.
Later, brother. Appreciate you being up here.
Later, Hillbilly.
Backwards, are you
He's
headed
like
out right now?
third Hillbilly I know. I know 3 guys I got to call Hillbilly.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out too, brother. I hadn't had nothing to eat yet today, and I'm gonna get me something to eat, and like I said, I'm gonna hook my air conditioner up and cool the shop down some, and come out here and start. I've got one deal. All I've got to do is put a few screws in and use some hot glue to hot glue the rope, and basically I'll have that piece done, and it'll be ready for sale. You know
what that made me think of? Tugging on my heartstrings.
Yeah. This one I've got a little sunflower, a little painted tin, and it says find your happiness, and or find your happy, and I'm gonna do the rope, that craft rope or whatever, and I'm gonna put it into a heart, and I'm hanging that find your happiness off that heart, and I'm putting old antique coat hooks on it in a couple of different places, and I'm gonna actually make a piece to where it'll stand up, and it's gonna be a piece you can like put on your counter and hang coffee mugs off of.
Hell yeah.
So
well, now you're gonna have to show it, not just tell it.
Well, I've got it kind of set up, but I'm not. Follow your happy, yeah. I hadn't got it all screwed down and everything yet, but that's it right there.
Yeah.
I like that kind of stuff, but I can't own it. I'm too portable. I got to keep it down to the bare minimums.
So that was something I came up with, and like I said, I've got a couple of more of these old antique hooks, coat hooks and stuff, and so I'm gonna try to kiss off. But
well, anyway, I appreciate you being up here backwards. I appreciate you visiting and hanging out.
I appreciate you letting me up, brother.
You got it, brother. Always welcome.
All right, man. Peace out,
What's
y'all.
up, D-Dog?
Hey, dog.
Later, backwoods.
We'll see y'all. Peace out.
Later, man. Make your day a good day, backwoods.
Yes, sir.
What's up, Devil Dog?
I don't know.
Want to buy some G.I. Joes?
Do you want to buy some? I got boxes in the basement.
I got boxes right here.
Well, but see, I gotta say, D-Dog's got you right out off the bat, because he can say I've got boxes in a basement, and you don't even have the basement. So he's not only got plenty.
I could dig one. I could dig one. No, but seriously, you got some 60s stuff? You got some 60s G.I. Joes and stuff?
No, almost all my stuff is 70s and still in the box, 70s and 80s.
I got my original 1965 Jeep, the good one with the shooting cannon.
I got my big brother's 60s vintage Marine with the dress blues.
Oh, right on. Is it? There's a rare variant where the cuffs and lapels are felt. That thing's worth some bucks.
Yeah, I don't think it's felt. It's been felt, but it isn't felt.
Yep, dress Marine set started. That was one of the early sets. They made that one for the whole run from the beginning to the adventure team.
Yep, I got a ton of that adventure team stuff.
That's pretty hot. Some of the sets are really rare. The later the set, the more rare it was. Like, because the adventure team went from 1970 to 1976 technically before it went to Super Joe and got little. But those later sets are the harder ones to find, and they can be pretty valuable.
Yeah, like I have that. What is that fucking thing? It's a 6-wheel drive command center.
Okay, it's called the Troubleshooter. It's orange. It's got an electronic thing on the back of it. It's a 1975.
Nope, it's green.
Okay, so that's the Recovery of the Mummy. That's the earlier yellow one with the 6 wheels instead of tracks.
Now you're talking a 6x6. It's either a 6-wheel or an 8-wheel thing. I can't remember.
Oh, all right. There's 2 of those. One of them's the command center, where it's all like a big box truck in the back, has a little radar that spins on the top and stuff. That one.
Yep.
That's the mobile command center. That one,
Then I got the yellow 6x6 for the Mummy, and then I got the orange 6x6 for, I think it's the Yeti or Bigfoot or something.
Well, the Troubleshooter came with the Vulture, the orange one. There was a couple variants on the yellow 6-wheel one because they made it a few years, different sets. There was a Sears exclusive. There is that's good. That's the more common pieces, D-Dog, but it depends on their condition. Like that mobile command center, the window always fogs up or gets broken or whatever. If you got a nice window on the front of it, it increases the value a lot. There's a little.
I'd have to open the box to check that, Carl.
Oh, it's still sealed? Well, then you got it's worth about $3,000.
I'd rather display it.
Did you get it graded or anything like that?
No, I don't go through that nonsense. I just enjoy looking at them and everything else.
Cool deal, man. That is a cool thing to display.
Yeah. And whenever I get doubles of a lot of stuff, I just give it to the grandbabies. They rip it open, have a good time.
Well, you letting them spend a few $1,000s sometimes you do that.
Yeah, that's fine. They're having fun with it because my girls and my grandbabies, they play with Barbie and G.I. Joe because Ken's a sissy.
Well, yeah. Joe was way better articulated too. He had like 7 points of articulation. G.I. Joe had 21. Uh-oh, what's going on? Am I still here?
No, Carl, you're not.
Something just changed.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
Barely. I think somebody tried to call me.
Yeah,
all of a sudden, my volume's way down.
Yeah, that's what happens. You have to back out and then come back in.
We'll go put this on the counter and cover it up for you.
I'll try that.
Yep. Rescue.
Actually, I'm going to get some things done. If you guys can hear me, thanks for having me up here, Rescue. I'll talk it. I'll still listen, but
You got it,
peace,
Carl.
guys.
Appreciate you, brother. Be safe. Make it a good day, bud. And Miss Amy, take my hat off because I don't breathe well and I was getting a headache. So I'll get sunburnt, but at least my head can breathe. What you got, D-Dog?
I've just been starting on a little project up here at the big garden. Because I don't like cold watering any of my plants. You know, if you do something at, ambient temperature, they always grow like twice as fast.
Yeah. There you go.
I take these tubs and I drill them out. I don't know if you can see this hole up here, but it's for a toilet filler.
Yeah.
Yep, and you never end up overfilling. You don't spill water. You can direct shit right to where you want it.
That says Nikki. Well,
And then in the bottom for the drain, you take a 1/2 inch and you drill a hole through it so it'll go all the way to the bottom. And that's the male end, and then you get the female end, and that's a 13/16 O-ring.
Hey, Nikki.
Hey, sir.
Hey, baby.
We got a project going.
Yep. I see that. I'm watching.
The
what is that, a sink hose?
But you get the one with the 1/2 inch on the end.
Mm-hmm.
And can you see that?
Let me put you full screen. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. Yep.
Yep, that's the hose you want. It's got the bigger end.
Nice.
Huh.
And then you have another 1/2 inch, which is just standard pipe fitting. Goes on the end. Then you just start piping it. Holds 27 gallons of water.
And then what do you got? Soaker lines?
Soakers, or I take and hard pipe it and drill holes so that it disperses. For the underground watering, I put 1/2 inch pipe, and then I get just the end cap. And I drill between 1/8 of an inch and 3/32 of an inch hole, depending on what crop it is, and it automatically waters the roots.
Oh. There you go.
Nice. Yeah, I'm having to water man, I need to get me some sort of watering system because this Texas heat is kicking my ass with the garden. And I got a small garden, not even like yours, D-Dog. Yours is awesome. Mine's tiny and it's kicking my ass.
Yeah, but this isn't a deal breaker because this is a $10 tote, $8 refill, $2 fittings, and a $4 hose.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch this because I kind of ducked out. I have the avatar thing on because I'm eating a fried bologna sandwich. It's lunchtime, y'all. I was taking a break and listening to y'all while I was cooking up some fried bologna. But yeah, I got to get me some sort of, I don't know, something. Water in the garden 2 or 3 times a day this time of year is a mess.
Well, because it'll suck it out just as fast as you can put it in.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's doing. And I got so many indeterminate tomatoes out there that they're still going and going. Most of them are cherry tomatoes, but some of them aren't. And they're still trying, but it's just getting so damn hot that I'm struggling to keep them alive. Because I'm gonna make some damn tomato sauce and water bath cannon. Right? I've been listening for a while. I was lurking today off and on because I was outside doing stuff, but
No, Kissoff says that D-Dog needs my barber's number. It's called WAHL.
No, I'm good.
But see, he's
D-Dog's
used to
like,
that. To me, that drove me crazy. I felt like, I don't know, it got to where it was weird.
Yeah, and soaker hoses. This is the best one for the money.
all right.
That's
Oh,
a
let's see.
100
Hold on.
foot.
Put
You
your
get it at
full
Home
screen.
Depot
Yeah.
for
Let me see.
Hold on. Put it back up there. Let me put your full screen there.
Soaker Pro
$40
system.
at Home Depot. It's 100 foot, and you have a ton of fitting.
I probably should get me. Ooh.
Like this one, it's set up for your garden hose.
Mm-hmm.
If you do a system with a tank and you're not under pressure, take that little bullshit blue washer out. Otherwise, it won't flow in it.
Okay.
Get 2 of these. You get 6 regular tees. A bunch of hose ends. Bunch of the other hose ends, caps.
Hell yeah.
And plugs.
So a full-blown system.
Yeah, the whole system and everything else.
Hell yeah, that's cool. Tiger says I'm investing in a soaker hoses next year.
Right. I got to do something because this is absolutely ridiculous. Sometimes I hand water, sometimes I break out the sprinkler and just spend time going out there and moving it around. It's ridiculous. It's like a fauna.
Yeah, yes it is.
I don't do any overhead watering because I don't want to fight the white mold and all that other shit, all the funguses.
Well, yeah, I got a little bit of that on one of my squashes this year, just one of them, but that was the only one, and it's just getting too hot for them now. I'm about to rip those out, and of course my brassicas, they're done. Gone. It's too flipping hot for them. So I'm in the process of ripping out all my pak choi and on the top of the grow, aquaponics grow bed, and I'm just giving those to the chickens and the baby chicks. And Nugget's doing good. Nugget, aka Bocephus, he's hanging in there, so cute. They love those pak choys. But it's so damn hot. I can only be outside for like 30 minutes at a time. And then when I go to mow the yard, I have to just do it in sections because I got overheated the other day, like heat exhaustion, where I got goosebumps and I was actually, like a cold sweat and with goosebumps outside when it's 115 damn degrees. And I was like, oh, this is probably not good.
Yeah, that's probably not good.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm dealing with now. But anyway, I'm a little bit at a time, right? But yeah, Texas is hotter than hell. That's why I said there's no way we can ever have a Texas meetup in the summer because we'd be killing folks.
Yeah, I got to experience the Texas heat once. Buddy of mine that used to work for me, he ended up going in the Marines for airport fire rescue, other known as Crispy Critter. And he was in San Angelo, and he graduated in late July. And the only vehicle I could take was something I didn't use for work, and that was a 76 Bronco. No power steering, no
AC,
no power anything, no air conditioning. But I had the back hatch open and the 2 side vents tilted forward, and it was still hot as fuck. And I think it was like 107. So that's not bad. It's a dry heat, and I was
No.
like dying in there.
Well, it's not a dry heat down here right now. It's, I mean, I just walked out when I popped on. I just walked out onto the porch because I have my sandwich made. And my face is I'm literally wiping the sweat off my face, and I'm just sitting in the shade on the porch. And that was what, 5 minutes? It feels like being in the sauna. I don't know how Brian's out there doing what he's doing right now, because he must be in the shade. Hopefully he's in the shade, because holy crap.
No, he's fine now. He took his hat off.
Well, that just means sunburn. I mean, unless he's in the shade. Oh my goodness. Okay. I think I'm done with my sandwich. Let me give the dog the rest of it, and I'm gonna go get my little stand, and I will actually turn my camera on so y'all can see how melty I am. I mean, I don't care. Hang on. Woo. Man, it feels so good inside. Can you imagine how terrible it would be if we really did have like some craziness happen and lost all power and forever, or for months and months? I feel like we'd all die. Well, not all of us, but some of us. Go, Bella.
Yeah, well, I don't deal with the fear tactics.
Well, I mean, me either. I'm just, whatever, day by day. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, can you imagine? We'd have to go back to the old school stuff our grandmas did with like hanging wet sheets and stuff in the windows, like watered down sheets, and hang them in the windows, and you get the breeze and it cools off the room, and, that kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I'm literally melting here, y'all. Yeah, I had to carry my off because I was eating my sandwich. I didn't want to be rude. Woo!
Yep. Everyone has to appreciate a good sandwich.
Fried bologna with mustard. That's what I ate. I love them. I know, yuck for some people, but I love them.
Hey, I don't begrudge anyone on what they enjoy eating.
I like all kinds of food. All kinds of food. Except for sweet potatoes and baked beans. What?
You don't like sweet potatoes?
I don't, but I'm growing the shit out of them because other than Jeremy and I, the rest of my family really likes them. So I grow them for everyone else. And
I like sweet potatoes so much that I won't even grow them.
Dude.
Yeah, because the family says, we need sweet potatoes this year. I go, nah, you need to go to the fucking store.
Well, they're really easy to grow, but the deer love the tops, and they keep coming through and getting most of my tops. But, apparently sweet potatoes are really resilient because they did that last year too, and I ended up with a shit ton of sweet potatoes last year, even though the deer kept coming through eating the tops, because they just come right back. So I have 3 sections of sweet potatoes. Now the chickens like the tops, and the rabbits like the tops.
Right.
And apparently the tops are edible for us too. So I just haven't tried them yet. Ooh, it's hot.
Yeah, on my regular taters, I'm getting ready to pull or harvest all the what do you call it, potato grapes or whatever, the big pods. Then you squeeze them out and you dry them, and then you have potato seeds, so you can do 2 potato plants.
Now what? You gotta have to wait. Explain that to me.
Okay, when your regular taters, they grow and stuff, they get a blossom on them.
Right.
And then when the blossoms fall off, you end up getting it's a potato fruit. And that's where all your seeds are. And, you can wait all the way till, your plants are laying on the ground and harvest them, and then open them up and take all the seeds out. Or you can get them a little early because after that, the shell on it starts to get hard instead of it being a little bit pliable. Then the seeds are done. You don't have to leave them on the plant any longer.
Okay. You know, I've only been gardening for what is like 3 years now. I've only had just very few blooms or blossoms or whatever on my potatoes that I've grown the last couple of years. Most of the time, mine don't even bloom, but I still get potatoes because I dug my first section of potatoes I dug up, but there were Yukon Golds and the small red potatoes, and then the second section the deer came through and ate all the tops down. There's probably still potatoes in the ground that I haven't even dug up yet, but then I have another because I intermittent, I plant some and then I plant some more, and then I do that with most of my stuff, a little bit at a time, so I can space it out. But like the ones I have right now, well, the chickens that get out, they go up there and try to eat them, but I run them off. They're not even blooming yet. They're still green as hell, and my potatoes just don't bloom, and I don't know why. Last year or year before, I think I had a couple, like maybe 2 blooms on the potatoes that I grew then. So I don't know.
I'll get 10 to 20% of my taters will actually blossom.
Bugs. Yeah, mine don't, but I have a shit ton of tomatoes this year. Last year was not good here for tomatoes for some reason, but this year tomatoes are going crazy. Okra. I planted my okra a little later this year than I normally do, but they're doing good when the deer don't eat the tops off of them.
Right.
I don't know. At this point, it's not even August yet. At this point, I feel like I'm just about to give up because it's so hot. It's so hot.
Well, I'm getting ready to put in my second crop of brassicas.
It's too hot. I was thinking about that because like I said, well, okay, here's my plan. Brassicas, okay, I'm really going to try in the fall to do brassicas more. But you're in Michigan, so but we still have way too long to go because it's hot, right?
Right.
So I can't even. I'm thinking I don't even want to start my brassica seeds for the fall until I don't know, end of August or middle of August to start the seeds.
There's a really good app out there for scheduling your crops, and it's called Seed to Spoon. And you end up putting in what area you're in, and it'll tell you when your late crops are of your brassicas and stuff like that.
Okay. I'll check it out. It's just, I have watered twice today. I watered this morning. I took a flashlight out there this morning at probably 4:30 and watered the garden. 4:30 in the morning. It was dark.
Yeah.
I had to take a flashlight. And then I watered again, second time today, and everything is still, I have to water at least 2 to 3 times a day now just to keep what I have alive. It's super crazy hot. I don't know. I feel like I want to give up. I'm not going to give up. I never give up.
Yeah.
I got
it's
a
just
ton of cucumbers and tomatoes this year, so that was awesome. I'm feeding most of the cucumbers. I throw them in the fridge, and then I cut them up in chunks and feed them to the rabbits as a treat during the day because it's so damn hot, the cold cucumber, and they love them. And the chickens, of course. But
yeah, like my cucumber plants, I'm probably watering them a gallon to a gallon and a quarter a day each plant.
Yeah.
But production on them is just crazy stupid. 5 plants. I get every 3 days. I get 2 5-gallon buckets of cucumbers, and I don't even eat cucumbers, but the rest of the family does.
That's
I used to
kind of
love
how it goes
cucumbers.
here. I do eat cucumbers. I like cucumbers. Jeremy does not like cucumbers, so it's me and the rabbits that eat the most of the cucumbers. But
Shit,
I
I
mean,
used
there's
to.
so many. I got cucumbers coming out of my ears, and so I just feed them to the rabbits in the middle of the day. Like probably when I get off here, I'll go cut 3 or 4 of them up in big chunks and put them out there to the rabbits, and that's their treat. And
Yeah, my whole life I've just like a cucumber, all that. So I'll just skin it and I'll eat it. I mean, yeah, it's a bonus if there might be some ranch to dip it in or take it, but not no more. It's
a
like
little bit.
tomatoes. I mean, I love tomatoes, but can't eat them no more.
You could eat cucumbers. You could do that because I got
Not the
this
seeds.
giant. I know, but that's what I'm about to say. You can take a cucumber if you're growing cucumbers, just a couple. Don't grow a lot because they're ridiculous. But when you just take it and cut it in half and take a spoon and scoop all the seeds and everything out of the middle. I mean, you can peel it or whatever, cut it in half, scoop all the seeds and everything out of the middle and just eat the fleshy part. You could do that.
Yeah, I could try that because that's why there were some of the tomatoes that I was going to try to grow for that very purpose too, because the meat is more.
Yeah. Yeah. If you just scoop all the seeds out, you could do it.
Although I'm
Man.
fixing to go back to my broth, I think for a couple of weeks. I just have to I got to figure out how much things have changed, but there's been a difference. There's a change nowadays. I don't know.
After the
I
trip.
Yeah, I think I think I sat and I just did too much and I didn't. I just haven't come back from that.
Yeah. I know that's a lot for I mean, that was a
Well, I just jumped in. I didn't even think about it. I told her after the fact. It makes me feel stupid because I go, oh my God, I can't even sit here and remember telling all them how I can't do this kind of shit because I paid out. I remember going a stream going, yeah, I have to time myself. And somehow with this, though, it was like a kid in Toys R Us. It was just like, what? Meet up? Yeah, I can do that. Here, let me pack this. Well, here, I'll do that. Let me get some of this. Let me do that. I'll drive all the way there. And hey, what's going on? And it was like, and then after the fact was like, boom, there's that brick wall. And it was like, yo, fuck.
I was kind of afraid of that. You know, when I was in North Carolina, I think the morning I met TT1, he was like, you should have brought rescue. And I was like, well, this is kind of a really long trip for him. I was like, I don't know. I mean,
well, see, something like that, what I would have to do is like if I rode with somebody like in a truck and it had a back seat, I could lay down in that back seat, you know, for a few hours or time. But see, the problem was I drove all the way up there and then these flipping ass cots that I didn't get. So what I should have done was come up about 6 hours earlier and just went and paid the $75 or whatever for that stupid ass motel room, laid on that bed for about 6-7 hours and let shit kind of get back where things are normally at. Then I could have come and socialized without paying.
well, all right.
But lesson learned. Hell, that's like I said before, I've done stupider things in my life, so it's not like this was the most stupid thing.
Right. I got you.
But I think I need to do some broth. I told her I'll just find out where I stand now because I'm swelling up pretty big over on my left side and shit. I don't know why.
Yeah, some BB broth would probably do you fine.
Right? Yeah, chicken bone broth is always good. But you can live on bone broth for, well, I've done it for days.
Eric is saying, rescue, can you ask Nikki to play Joe Walsh ILB It's?
Oh, I'm outside. On the computer, on the Alexa, I can if I go back inside and hook it up. It's not even. It's been unhooked for like 2 weeks now. But I don't want to get Rescue's channel in trouble playing music.
Oh, hell, I got age restricted from the other night whenever I started that night and went to the morning or something. Apparently something in our conversations, I got age restricted, and I still get fascinated. I send them notes. I sent them notes going, well, I'm sorry, you ought to fix the code because I could have sworn I checked the box that said for 18 and over.
18 and over. Yeah.
Ooh, you age restricted. It was that way when I started it. What are you doing?
I don't know.
But yeah, I think that's their way of letting me know that it's like if you didn't live in Texas and Paxton wouldn't sue us, we might block your channel, but you're lucky.
Oh, I hate those things. Go away.
Because it is funny. I checked the box the first time they ever did that. I was like, dude, what happened? I always say 18 or over because, I mean, I know somebody might cuss or we might talk about something, and I wouldn't want no little kid just sitting there listening. And then I snapped. It's like, oh, you only do this in certain times. And it's amazing because the lawsuits that have been filed on some of you people coming out of here. So you don't, as long as I don't get extreme. I will say, well, yesterday I heard the craziest talk. And so you see, they're painting that white nationalist. They're painting those as trigger words, white nationalist. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Can we break that down? So you're going to identify somebody by the color of their skin. Well, that sounds pretty racist. And then what is a nationalist? Oh, you mean somebody that gives a shit about their country? So that's now a bad thing?
Yeah. Sorry. I probably just messed up because I just used it. It was a BB gun, y'all. BB gun. I was just a run craziness out of my yard.
Right here. I've done it.
I was just a BB gun. Not hurting anybody, just making them go away.
Well, that wasn't even real anyway. Hell, that was just playing out with a green screen animation. That's all.
Oh, yeah, that's what it's just a Red Rider. My grandson's Red Rider. Oh, look at this Red Rider.
Yep.
So cute.
Hey, I got one of them.
Ghost Egyptian geese, though, when they come up here, when I'm out on the porch, they see me and they come up and they're so loud. That's why I was trying to run them back down to the pond because they're so.
Of course, this one here. Oh yeah, that's right. The Daisy one's in the house. I forgot what brand it is, but I thought it was kind of cool. Oh, it's a Daisy. It's just called a buck because the bucks don't give a oops. Yeah. This is the friendly reminder. Can you please keep your animal out of my yard? But then there are times when the one with the scope has to come out and, well, if your shit ain't breathing afterwards, that ain't my fucking problem.
Oh, right.
I get tired of men. Sometimes you catch them and they be eyeballing their stalk, and it's like you're not getting into my chickens. So I don't know why you entertain that. But then again, they try to kill and chase every bird and squirrel and everything else they can. So it's like, well, just keep it in your owner's yard, not mine. I'll drop your ass with a thin lead line.
I don't have a problem with cats around here. I have a problem with the Egyptian geese.
Because you got people with morals around you.
Well, I mean, I have 3 cats, but my cats.
I got self-entitled people around me like, well, I live here. You should feel gracious. I get to do whatever I want. Why should I have to respect your property, dear?
Well, there is that. And there's probably those people around here too. I'm sure there's those people in this area too. It's just that I have 3 cats.
And these fucking people can hear me when I say it right now, and I don't give a fuck.
I know you don't.
They know they're fucking crude.
Hey, my
if you want to embarrass me, then act right, and then I won't say a word. But I just call out your stupid shit. It's like this 8 cats go underneath your shit, and you stand there with them under your feet going, I don't have none. It's like, can you look down for a moment? They're not mine. Notice the bag of feed right next to you? Oh, but they're not mine. What? And I even reached a point where it was like, okay, I feel like I'm having a conversation with a really stupid, pilled up person.
Oh, yeah. You find something.
Okay, Rescue, can you?
These aren't my pants. Oh, you're feeding them. They're yours.
Yeah,
Two of
come
the
on,
three cats
Rescue. Do
I
that
had
voice again.
just showed up. So I'm feeding them. They're my cats, clearly. But my cats don't mess with any of my chickens or ducks or rabbits. My cats are good for cats, I guess, because they're just super chill. They're just like, whatever. And they hang around and stay in the yard. They don't mess with anybody else's stuff. In fact, they're probably just up in some shade somewhere sleeping right now. It's funny because the chickens, and I'm pretty sure I've said it before, like when I feed the cats on the porch, if there's a chicken or two out, the chickens will come up and just walk right up to the cat's bowl while they're eating and run the cats away so they can eat the cat food. The cats are like, whatever, I'll come back. I have wusses for cats. They do kill squirrels and snakes occasionally, but that's about it. I feel like it's
Yes. See, me and I'm one of them goofy people because I actually would rather watch the squirrels play around than watch other people's dogs shit in my yard.
right.
Somehow
Right.
the squirrels just seem way more entertaining.
Yeah, but see, I have a problem with the squirrels too because they go eat stuff out of and dig stuff out of my garden. So, not a huge fan of the
But
squirrels.
they just want a little grub too.
Yeah,
And
well,
at
that's
least they're
fine. Yeah,
natural to the environment.
right. But I mean, I have a lot of oak trees. There's acorns and all kinds of natural stuff that there's
Yeah,
supposed
but
to eat.
everybody knows you got to have a little veggie with your nuts.
Little veggies with your nuts. Okay.
Everybody's
Well,
got to have greens. See, it fits in every food cycle. Everybody needs greens.
that's true. That's true. I agree with that. I have a crazy chicken that's now one of the ones, my first problem chicken. I went to go feed everybody earlier. And in the little shed where I keep the food, there's a bag of the pine shavings that I use when I hatch, chickens and so forth. She is now, I guess she's getting broody again, but she has now picked the pine shaving bag. So she's just laying in the pine shaving bag. In fact, it kind of scared me because I went in there and I was scooping different food out because I mixed a couple things for my chickens or whatever. And I looked over and she moved and looked at me and I jumped and she jumped. And I was like, what are you doing? So now she's the one that hatched Nugget, right? So now she's in there. I don't even know how many eggs she has under because I didn't know she was laying in there. So we'll see.
So what happens like naturally, like if you have yard chickens out there and they're lay some over there and one sits there, hatches them. So you end up with these chicks. Is it just like I mean, surely some survive if it's a natural thing. So, I mean,
Well, I guess in some places, but the one that she hatched when we were in Missouri, we came back and there was one chick under her because she had one egg and she hatched him. But I snagged him because I thought the minute she takes him out of there, we have so many owls and hawks. Well,
right.
owls and hawks and all that stuff
So
around
that's the
here. I
main
was
reason. So that's the
like,
main reason why people separate them.
Yeah, I put them in
Okay.
that enclosed. For me, because I know. Well, I've sat here and watched like the Egyptian geese and the ducks.
So if
and
you
everything.
enclosed it and you had like the netting over the top where you didn't have to worry about the hawks or the owls, then you could literally just let the chickens lay and then hatch them and.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. If you keep them closed up, but y'all know the area where I put the littles before they get big enough to either bring to you or put out there or whatever. It's all enclosed, and half of it's got roofing, and half of it's open, and it's all enclosed. And there's only one section on the northeast side that has a solid board in case there's, in the wintertime, in case there's wind or whatever, that's the wind block and everything. But that's where I keep the littles because nothing can get to them. And we have raccoons. Well, the raccoons killed most of my full-size chickens and ducks. So there's that. So anyway, I just felt bad. I was like, I don't really want to take your baby from you, but it's not gonna survive if I don't. And I had hatched those other ones before, so I just put him with the others, and he's doing fine.
Because I was just wondering why, because that's, the minute you say anything about hatching, everybody talks about getting, separating and all that. And it was like, well, surely by naturally, they should just be able to like hatch them and then they follow them around, kind of like the duck thing. And
they will. They'll try to protect them, no doubt about it. They'll give it their all, but that doesn't mean it happens. And that's what I was going to say. I watched that with like these Egyptian geese, the ones that I ran off. That's a pair, and the one remaining baby that they had like 6 or 8 of them when they were little running around. That's the only one that's left. And it's because of all the hawks and owls and all that stuff around here. So some of them survive, but most of them don't survive.
Yeah.
So it's a numbers game, I guess. Like, have as many as you can and then
the cycle of life.
See what survives. Right. The wild ones out here. Same with the ducks. The ducks do it every year. The Egyptian geese do it every year. But it's not funny, but like I'll see, 5 or 6 running around one day, and then a couple days later I'll see 2 or 3 following them, and I'm like, ooh. And I can hear the owls when I'm up in the middle of the night, late at night or early in the morning. I can hear the owls. We have a lot of owls. Well, we have a couple of eagles around here as well. That I'll see them every now and then because they nest over in the national forest, I think. We even have eagles. Eagles, hawks, owls.
Damn. Lady Smith said she finished cutting broccoli, 2-gallon bags full.
Oh, nice.
Damn, that's a good chunk of broccoli.
I know. I wish I could grow. I've tried to grow broccoli. See, D-Dog, it's just different. If you're in Michigan, you can grow brassicas. I'm struggling, super struggling with brassicas. I guess just because it's so damn hot. Yeah. I've tried Brussels sprouts. I've tried broccoli. And I've gotten like little tiny, by tiny, just like broccoli heads like this big, not proper ones.
Tyler says it's fixing a storm here.
But they don't do well. I'll be right back. They don't do well here. Everything's melting. We're melting.
Lady Smith says thinking of an owl is what got 4 of the kittens. Probably. They'll scoop down and they'll grab any chihuahuas. Some of these around here, they're big enough, they'll snag up a wiener dog. I love seeing them, man. You look up and you see that big old wing spray and just stretch out.
Owls?
It's like, man, that just looks badass. Yep. Tiger said, Nikki, say the word and I'll grow you some broccoli next spring.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't grow it to save my life. I can grow little. It gets little bitty heads on it, or a couple of years ago it did, but I can't grow it to save my life. Not properly. Oh. No, I have an elderberry, 2 elderberries. I still have to figure out where to plant. I also feel like it's too hot since they're doing good in their little pots. I feel like I need to wait till the fall so it starts to cool off a little bit to put them wherever I decide to put them, because y'all know, right? It's not good to replant, but to plant anything in the heat of the summer, not like this. I mean, that's what I've always heard. And I've always either pruned my trees or fruit trees or anything in the fall, or put them in the ground in the fall when they're about to be dormant. Is that not correct, E-Dog?
Yeah,
You know,
your fruit trees you do in the spring and the fall.
right. That's on, but I'm saying not in the. But it was hot by the time we got back from Missouri, and I have the sheep that I got from her. So I feel like it's too hot to do right now. So I have them in a semi-shady area of the garden, and I'm making sure they're watered every day, and they're still doing fine. I just feel like it's too hot right now to put them in the ground. I don't want to kill them.
Yeah, I got a few elderberries around here, but they're right on the edge of a marsh.
Mm.
So I get to ignore them until it's time to go pick them.
Oh yeah, they get plenty of water on their own.
Oh,
that's nice.
Yep, plenty.
Well, I guess I could plant one of them over by the pond in the willow trees. But I feel like the deer would eat them if they're that far out.
Well,
put like a little cage around them so they grow.
Take 4 T-posts and some 50 test fishing line, and just make an invisible fence around it.
Okay.
And when the deer bumps into that, they're going to end up jumping back and running away.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna have to do something.
There's a ton of videos on YouTube about, fishing line fence and deer fence and all that other stuff.
Well, I have to say, all those other tips that people put online put out, what is that? The green, that soap stuff, or put out, human hair, or put out this or that, or pee on this or that, whatever, and it scares deer away. None of that works. I'm
Right.
gonna tell you, none of that shit works. Not here anyway, because I've tried, but there's so many suggestions out there. Put this, put that, whatever, and the deer will stay away. No, they don't. No, they don't. Not Texas deer. They don't give a damn.
Yeah, people have problems with deer and their potatoes and stuff. I never do, but I grow onions and garlic within my potatoes too.
Oh, okay. Well, that's another thing that I struggle growing, by the way, here in Texas, is onions and garlic. I can grow the hell out of some tomatoes, okra, cucumbers, squash, zucchini, but onions and garlic is a struggle as well. Oh, greens, turnip greens. I can grow the hell out of some.
Well, you could plant basil, rosemary, oregano around all those.
I do have a lot of basil. Basil is
Yep.
good.
Yep, and you can't do cilantro because it bolt too quick on you.
It already has.
Yep. Well, I don't even. Yeah, well, that's gonna anyway. It just whenever it starts to go to the bolt, you clip that top off, and because as soon as it starts to go to blossom or seed, that's when your basil gets real bitter.
Yeah, I keep popping the tops off and feeding them to the chickens.
Right, but you take like 4, maybe 5 nodes of length off of a basil, and you take the leaves on the bottom 3 off. And then if you have really big leaves on your top nodes, you cut those in half. Then set them in water for 2, 3, 4 days and get the roots started, and then just replant them somewhere in your garden.
Huh. Okay. I mean, okay. I'll try that. Not that I need more basil. I already have more. I have probably like 9 or 10 of them out there. That's
Okay, well,
more than I need.
in
But
my smaller garden is 60 foot by 90 foot, and I probably have 400 basil plants there.
holy cow.
But that reduces the amount of pests I have to deal with, and I probably have over 1,000 marigolds around it too.
That's another thing I tried to grow a couple years ago. I had, well, from seed. I tried to grow marigolds from seed, and they did not do very well. Could be just me. My marigolds did not do well at all. And I bought some. And they died as well. And I don't know if it was the heat. I don't know. Is it too hot? Marigolds are. Does it just get too hot here for them?
I don't know. I never have any problem with them. I keep a bloom going, pretty much through the season. Yeah, but I get marigolds only for bringing in, the good bugs like they're a predatory wasp and stuff that lays an egg in the back of a caterpillar, and the egg, when it turns into a larva, eats the caterpillar from inside.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I don't have much problem with worms and shit in my brassicas. And then I got a bunch of ladybugs that eat, like all the squash shit, and so I bring in as many good bugs as I can.
Right. I'm trying. I mean, I have some of them. I've seen them. I have multiple different kinds of wasps. I don't even know what all different kinds they are, but I've seen them out there, and I know. I mean, I've seen them actually on the tomato plants eating bugs. And I'm like, cool. You do you, man. I'm just, so I know I have some predatory insects out there because I've seen them eating stuff, but I don't think I have enough.
Yeah,
I could say there's storm in there on her. So now she's dealing with the storm.
right. If you put in more flowering stuff, you'll end up with more. Because the ladybug is a great predator, but it's also a pollinator.
Well, ladybugs are good for aphids, right?
Great for aphids.
See, I haven't seen not one aphid this year. It's like I don't have aphids. I've seen a couple of ladybugs, but I haven't seen any aphids. But whatever that white moth is that lays the eggs, and then all the little worms. And I grow the pak choi for the most part. I ate some of it, but I grow the pak choi, and all those worms that end up on the undersides of the leaves, I just feed to the fish in the bottom of the tank, and they love them. So I'm basically growing food for my fish.
Right.
It's silly.
There's a few sacrificial plants that I have and stuff. They're meant to bring, to attract all the bad bugs.
Well, that was basically my kale, and I ate some of that earlier, like in the spring. Kale was doing good, and I ate some of it, but it just got devoured. But I left it. I've been leaving it there. It's awful looking, but that's the reason I'm leaving it. It's because I think same with the pak choi, but I cut them out and feed them to the chickens and stuff every now and then. But I'm leaving them because I want all the bugs to stay on those instead of getting on everything else. But I don't know. I don't know that much about the the pests. I just know that they devour the brassicas around here. And it's too hot. Duck, 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 duck. Yeah, yard ducks. Yard
Hey,
ducks are
Kush.
coming up.
Hey, I think I might call it, guys. This
Okay.
heat's
Yep.
just about drained me.
Yes. 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 I understand. I was like,
Yeah,
ooh,
keep
you
trying to
still
focus,
okay?
but it just, I don't know, it's drained me.
It does. And I'm in the shade. You see how red I am, y'all? Like, this is ridiculous. It's like crazy hot. All right. Well, y'all have a good one. Happy gardening.
Thanks, Nikki.
And you, I know you're working slowly on your garden for next year. Not
Yeah.
this year. It's kind of late in the year for gardening, really, in Texas.
Ain't no way I'll
But
get it done this year.
when you get your first raised bed done, tell me what you want, and I'll start you some extra seeds when I start my seeds for next spring.
Okay, well, cool. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Are you going to play a song
Yeah.
to take us out?
Hey, y'all, appreciate y'all being here. Hope y'all have a good day. My closer.
Bye, y'all.
Okay. Have fun, everyone.
Peace out, everybody.
Thank you, I'm okay, I guess. I just need a little rest. I'll catch up on my sleep tonight. I ain't complaining, that's life. I've got blueberries in the yard. I bought 100 mason jars. I'm gonna pick them when they're ripe. Another season, that's life. Wipe that tear out of your eye. Behind the clouds, the sun still shines. You're in my prayers every night. Enjoy the journey, that's life. There's a touch of fall in the wind. Can't wait till you come back again. You're the brightest star in my sky. Wish you could stay, that's life. I know it's time for you to go. Here's a sandwich for the road. It's always hard to say goodbye. Ain't that the truth? That's life. Wipe that tear out of your eye. Behind the clouds, the sun still shines. You're in my prayers every night. Enjoy the
Hey, thanks D-Dog for being up here. And I'm sorry, everybody. I kind of probably was a little rude the way I cut it off. I'm just, man, that heat just drained me and it's just kind of hitting me. So much love, everybody. Make your day a good day. Choice is all up to you. Thanks for being here. Later, everybody. Much love. Peace.